What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship Season 1 this time. And today we are here to have a conversation with Top from Stalwart Esports. So Top, how are you doing? How are you feeling about the tournament?
Одоо ер нь бэлтгэлтэй орсон. Тэгээ бэлтгэлтэй гээд ер нь юундаа бэлтэж байна. Мената. Тиймэрхүү л байдалтай.
So, I mean, you guys are considered the best team in Mongolia and you have proven yourself time and time again, but this time in PMPL South Asia Season 4, the same level of consistency that we've seen from your teammates and you in the past as a squad, it was somewhere missing. Now, I want to know, like, what happened, what was going wrong in South Asia, PMPL South Asia Season 4?
За, манай багийн алдаа гэвэл одоо тэгэл ер нь нөгөө өрсөлдөгч багууд ерөнхийдөө амар сайжирсан байсан. Тэгээд одоо яг юун дээр алдаад байсан. Хэд их зон нэлээ? Тий 5 дахь тий. 5 дахь зон руугаа л ер нь ороход жоохон өндөрлөлтэй байсан. Тий тэрнээс ш. Ер нь багийн тоглолт амар унтсан байсан.
That's good enough, but moving forward, I mean, you guys as a team have a lot of experience and again, with this tournament, I want to know, do you guys feel that is it just going to be another tournament, or because there are slots for the global championship involved, does the pressure increase a little bit?
Ер нь бол одоо яг ирэхээ ер нь авчин гэдэгтээ итгэлтэй л байна шүү дээ. Тий. Яг тэгж нэг хүн дээр тусгаад байгаа юм бол байхгүй.
That is a really nice goal to have, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of people supporting you guys as well. You have done really well in the past, and talking about those moments, one of those was lifting the trophy of being the South Asia champions the last time you were here in Season 3. And from there on out, I want to know what has changed with the squad. Like, how did you guys work on improving yourself from the journey onwards?
За, манай баг юу Season 3 дуусаад байжгаад манай тоглолт унаад тэгээд support Apex гэдэг хүүхдээр сольсон. Сольж хэсэг тоглож байгаад тэгээд буцаагаад Scry-га оруулаад тагийн байдлаар бэлтгэлээ хийж байгаа.
And definitely you guys are pushing forward quite nicely, but in this MENA and SA Championship, the teams from the Middle East, North Africa region are going to be there as well. Now, I want to know from you, how are you guys looking at the competition? What do you expect from the teams that will be chiming in from the MENA region?
Мэдээж тодорхой хэмжээнд өөрсдөө батлаад гараад ирсэн багууд болохоор ер нь л тэгж муу зөө гэж бодохгүй. Тэгээд ер нь одоогийн байдлаар тэр нэг их багуудаа хэлсэн нөгөө скримэл их хүлээж байна та.
That is quite lovely. That, I mean, you're looking for an opportunity to move forward and try yourselves out against these teams. It is going to be very exciting to watch, and it is going to be exciting for the fans as well. And one last thing I want to know from you, Top, is if you have a message for all the fans that have been supporting you this time.
Манай багийг дэмжиж байгаа бүх дэмжигчдээ маш их баярлалаа гэдгийг хэлмээр байна. Тэгээд бид нэр одоо энэ MENA дээр заавал дэлхийн аварга ирэхээ амнаа гэдэг.
That's a lovely, wholesome message for your fans to keep on cheering for you, Top. And it has been a pleasure having this conversation. Thank you so much for giving us your time, and all the best for your matches.
Баярлалаа.
The boundaries will break here. The biggest regions will come under one roof. Here the weak will turn into dust. And survival is the only way to the top. Watch the elites make history. In the ultimate face-off, PMPL MENA and South Asia Championship is here. Battle for glory. 9th to 14th November.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. A big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm going to be your host, Boro. Once again, joining us on the endless desk, it is going to be, of course, Ocean Sharma and I Super Johnny for day number 3 of the league plays is going to get started. How are you guys feeling? How excited are you for these teams?
You know, it's always a third day. That changes a lot of things. So I am really excited for the day ahead, to be honest. So let's see what happens.
Exactly. I'm also super excited because the aforementioned changes are definitely going to be incredible to watch. Yesterday, we did witness a comeback from Nigma Galaxy and ERS, and today it's just going to be about us finding out whether these teams are going to be able to crack their way into the top 5 or maybe even the top 3.
Absolutely, because again, I mean, 20 teams are participating right here, but as we move on forth from these league plays, we are going to be moving into the finals, and only 16 teams, the top 16, will move into the finals. So yes, the journey started 2 days ago, but now the grind is going to get that much more intense because the points are so very close, and as mentioned earlier, 20 teams are participating right here in the league plays, and they have been divided into 5 groups, but from them, only 16 move on into the finals. But alongside all of that, as is written right down there below, DRS Gaming and Nigma Galaxy have already qualified Ocean.
That's true, that's true. But you know, we always talk about intense, just like you said, intensity definitely increases. But talk about the frustration, right? There are teams that want to make up their mark, but they are still just failing here and there on a lot of matches. So I would love to see if today just becomes a day, because this might as well just shape their way in top 16 maybe. And well, they just, make up their marker for the finals. Definitely just coming up forward. But right now it's 20 teams. Obviously, we know, one group just sits out. 16 teams still play each and every match for themselves. So somehow, the frustration might as well turn into happiness today.
Oh yes, that is true. That could be the case. With that, as we move on to the happy moments, well, we are going to be talking about the prize pool. $150,000 on the line. And the team that's going to be walking on towards the top of that leaderboard, well, they are going to be very, very happy with $40,000 in the bank. That is a lot. That is a huge chunk. But alongside all of that, again, that's for the team. You talk about an individual player, tournament MVP, Warren. $2,000, and for now it is looking like 2 players who are just absolutely racking up those skills for themselves for the finals.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've always talked about action, but yesterday it was a day where we saw for the first time Uzum from I8 shine quite brightly, and he was doing a wonderful job keeping his team in contention for the first position. But as we did discuss the prize money, and you mentioned before, Blotter, as well, that we have 20 teams right now. If you want to fight for the lion's chunk of that prize money, you have to make it to the finals. You have to be in the top 16 in the league play days, and in order to do that, you only have to survive for 2 more days, after which we will be moving forward to the finals, 2 including today, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where Cryptics just comes on into the conversation. Ooh. I mean, so there are 2 things, right? This team not doing that good, plus this team is in Group A. That means obviously they miss out on the last match of every day. Imagine if tomorrow, if they just come down to 17th or 16th position, it's just last match which they might just be sitting out or something. But for that, obviously they'll have to do something today. Again, this becomes the important conversation of the day for this team specifically.
Absolutely, and as we move on towards Group B, now this is where we did see K7 Esports yesterday bring in some decent plays for themselves. YALLA Esports, even though I have been playing the games with just a 3-man squad or lineup, they are doing decently well for themselves. On the other front, A1 Esports, Wizzes with vibes. What do you guys have to say for these teams from Group B?
Wizzes with vibes, they have been pretty consistent. Yesterday, again, we did see them put up a decent performance. A1 Esports slowly and steadily are trying to find their way inside the top 16 for now. But as you mentioned about YALLA Esports, I mean, they were doing so well on day 1. Then day 2 rolls around, and we do see a dip in the for YALLA Esports in the overall standings, where we saw them fall out of the top 16. So maybe, again, right now, during the league play days, it's all about survival. So YALLA Esports inside the top 16, that's what they're aiming for.
Absolutely. As you move on forward towards Group C, this is where the conversations are going to take a different turn altogether, where SUDOR Esports, the play that they made yesterday alongside with Fate Esports as well, a team that has been deviously doing pretty neat for themselves, but overall, T2K, Deadeyes guys from Group C, Ocean, what are your anticipations?
So yeah, DE is kind of a team that just, has themselves for the top 3 position here and there. And T2K as well, doing really good. Yesterday's few matches were just insane for them, obviously just getting good points for themselves. So yeah, they're doing good, but they just need to continue that, especially DE. We know how the tables turn against this team always, so...
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That could be a possibility or not. We shall find out. Moving on towards Group D, and this is where... Well, we were talking about Star Wars action, bringing in quite a storm for the side of this Mongolian team. But on the other front, from Group D, Varun, what team are you going to be looking on rooting for?
I mean, today it is going to be about Nasser Esports. Yesterday we did see them put up decent numbers on the board, and I want to see them move forward in this tournament as well. But then there is another team from the same region that is going to be KHK Esports. It's out of the top 16 for now, and even in the matches they have been missing so far. So I want to see if they can step up the game today, and if they are able to do that, maybe we're going to see them in the finals as well.
Oh boy, talk about stepping up. Moving on to Group E, this is where teams, the two teams that we had mentioned earlier that have already been invited into PMGC are right here, Nigma Galaxy as well as DRS Gaming. But both of them, well, they're having ups and downs sort of till now. But let's see what today's day is going to be bringing on the other front. I8 and Rico Infinity team. Well, these two teams have been ferocious in terms of their play. Would you agree?
I mean, so this is the thing, right? We always talk about Group D being the group of death or something. Group E is a group of excitement right now, right? Because there are two teams that are obviously, just going for PMGC. So they're testing the waters, experimenting themselves here and there. And well, DRS did really good for themselves in one of the matches yesterday. I8, they have been doing really good. Remember the first position that they have by the end of the first day. And after that, they had faltered down a bit here and there. But well, that's where, they are learning as well for themselves. Rico Infinity just doing really brilliant for themselves. And well, it kind of just showcases for themselves in the overall rankings as well.
Absolutely. As we talk about that storyboard, we do have Stalwart Esports leading the charts with 26-point lead from I8 Esports. And as was mentioned earlier, Deadeyes guys also in the trail with 89 points on the third spot with 2 chicken dinners. So yes, there is still quite a lot of hope from these guys. But as we move on forth from there downwards, Fate Esports, SUDOR Esports, Rico Infinity, I mean, these teams, they have slowly but surely been making strides.
Yeah, I mean, as Ocean and I always like to do, we like to divide the rankings in segments, and even this time, Stalwart Esports and I8, they are in their own league. Then there's a different competition going on with Deadeyes guys, Fate, SUDOR, Rico Infinity, and we'll give Wizzes vibes in the same group. We'll keep them in the same group as well, because one game can change everything. In my Galaxy as well, they're not too far behind. So this is going to get really chaotic between the third and the 8th and the 9th positions as well. But apart from that, I8 and Stalwart have clearly established themselves as the toughest competition, the teams to beat at this point. And going on to the finals, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a massive target on their backs. But as we move forward to the second page of the standings, we saw a wonderful performance from DRS yesterday. I mean, they were trailing really far behind before the matches began. They were sitting outside the top 16, and yesterday we saw them bounce up to the 11th position. That is why I said today, DRS and Nigma, both the teams that have already made it to the Global Championship, it is going to be their chance to show why they have done so.
Well, again, I mean, Ocean did mention, experimenting, being showcased from the side of DRS's approach, but today is maybe going to be the day where they will try and bring themselves back up again. As we bring up the real soldiers, let's compare their performance from day 1 and day 2 of the league play days, Ocean.
So look at this, right? 811 damage on day 1 versus 1068. That's not a big jump, but that's a considerable amount of jump if you talk about it. But heals, 384 versus 794. It shows that they actually took a lot of damage on them yesterday as compared to the first day. Still, they were managing to get good results for themselves. This actually shows the experimentation as we were talking about. And well, this was really good. This stop was really good, I would say.
That was just capitalizing on the worst possible moment from the perspective of Wizzes vibes over there. But yes, I agree with what Ocean said. DRS, they did quite decent yesterday, and it was due to the fact that just avoiding early game collisions, avoiding early game fights was the thing that was working out for them, getting to the late game stages first, and in the middle just picking up a few kills here and there. We did see on Sanhok as well, they were able to get a really wonderful finish, but it was towards the end where the entire team was sort of picked off, and they have to figure out a way to take that challenge on. But again, so many questions, so many speculations, experimentations going on from the team, for sure. But which experiment is gonna give us the result that we want? That is what I want to see. What is going to be different that DRS does this time that gives them the same form that we've seen them in?
Wow.
Absolutely, and the seismograph clearly showcasing their play when you talk about those final games from yesterday.
Just 2 games had such a brilliant impact for these for this team, to be honest. Just think about it, right? Look at the first 4 games that there is. I wouldn't say 5th and 6th game because obviously that started second day, so that's a different vibe they obviously had in their minds. But look at the first 4 games. That's not the kind of DRS that we know, right? The maximum points is what, 6 points?
Exactly.
And after that, they just shoot up with the amazing stats, that comeback that they had, especially coming down to the map of obviously Erangel and Sanhok that was ever played yesterday in the last 2 games. That just showcases that the experiment. It was like the lab results came in, and well, they were looking awesome.
They certainly were. And as we move the conversation forth from DRS, let's move on to the territory of Deadeyes, guys, where this team, well, they're sitting on the 3rd spot. As Varun mentioned, a segment of their own with 89 points, I believe, is what they have in the overall rankings.
Yeah.
But there is still a long way for them to go.
Well, there's definitely distance for them to cover, but these so far have been quite good. I mean, I'm happy with the way the team is playing. They are in the top 3 right now. There was a certain point where we were seeing them competing for the 1st position, and I'm pretty sure today we're going to find ourselves in a similar situation at the end of the day with DE contending Stalwart Esports and I8. So it is looking quite interesting, but again, I mean, the slow start that DE had, I believe it was again the sort of roster swap that was required, and then on top later stepping back into his role, and they put up a really nice performance on day 1. But the comparison is here. Day 2 was a little slow.
Day 2, I would say, so one team earned really good yesterday. That was DRS when we just had the conversation. And this time, this team, it looked like they were playing cautiously. Just not to make not make the mistake as they were doing previously. Remember when they used to have so good games on one day and bad on the other? They never wanted that yesterday, and kind of they did not get that yesterday. I mean, they had good games yesterday. Even if it was a slow game, they had good game because they were still in top 3. They are managing that top 3 for themselves. This showcases that, come what may, they are still qualifying in top 16. But after that, when it will be just a 2-day affair for the finals, well, that's where things might just turn really bad.
So, yeah, I agree with that. And that sort of brings us to question, right? As Ocean said, they sort of have this history of alternating between good performances and bad performances every single day. So, they need to make sure that that one good day that they have in the 2-day finale is absolutely phenomenal. It's flawless. They don't miss out on any game where they finish outside of the top 3. And that is how they have to survive if they want to make it to the global championship. Otherwise, it is going to be a really, really tough ordeal.
Yeah, that's just the conversation, because right now, look at this. Even if they had their lows, it was not a low as a 0 point or something. They are still getting points, and Slow and Steady does win the race. This time they're at the podium finish for themselves. As of now, top 3 is what they have for themselves. So yeah, they are in a race. They are in a really good race, but they need to maintain this. They need to maintain this once the points reset again for the finals. Right now, doing brilliantly, doing decently, but they need to do amazingly when it comes down where it will matter the most.
Exactly, and talk about where it matters the most, but only 10 games. Only 10 games is what the teams are going to be part of when it comes to the finals, the 2-day affair. But on the other front, as we move on from the teams to the players, let's talk about, well, action-packed gameplay being showcased from Stalwart's Action going up against I8 Susan.
I mean,
it's a difference if you just look at the stats.
Distinction.
Yeah, it definitely is. In fact, even in the amount of assists, think about it, right? Action giving up 10 assists and Uzum with 6 as well. That's really good. And the survival time, it's a comparison that showcases the first position player right now versus the second position player overall. And this kind of shows one thing: the way 3 players of I8 think against Uzum or Crypto versus what 3 players of Stalwart think against Action. Just think about it, right? The strategies change. They define, these 2 lads define if the team would go aggressive or passive sometimes in the fighting stances, and when it's Action surviving, they more or less go aggressive only. If it's I8's 1 lad or 2 lads surviving, they try to manipulate their opponents. This one was really good, Uzum versus Action. This is a key example of how both of these lads think and react to the situations.
yeah, I mean, completely different players with completely different play styles, and the way, as Ocean mentioned, the way they look at situations. Because Action, I mean, time and time again, we've seen him just run face first into the entire opposition and just absolutely destroy them.
He does not care.
He does not care how many players are going to be there. He's going to shoot first and ask questions later, or maybe call for backup a little later. But Uzum on the other side is extremely clinical with how he engages. He makes sure that his teammates are going to be in a perfect position to either provide him cover, or they're already set up for an engagement on the opposing team, and then he decides to pull the trigger. So yesterday, and again, we don't usually see Uzum being the player that is sort of required to get those frags for his team. But yesterday, when Crypto sort of slowed things down, the rest of I8, they stepped up quite nicely. And this is what we discussed on day one as well, as to how good now I8 looks as a 4-man unit.
Absolutely. I mean, both are really aggressive teams. There's nothing denying that. But again, I mean, based on the facts that the stats have showcased, they are looking pretty ferocious in the entire lobby, whatever game that they're part of. But with that, let's move on to an incredible news for our fans and viewers right now. It is going to be the PMPL special crate that's available in game. I would request you to jump into the game after the stream. Please watch the stream first, after the stream, because that crate is only available till 16th of November. 16th of November. It's closing in. You've got 5 days. So hurry up, be a part of that action-packed performance, and you will get that crate for yourself. But from that, we move on to another awesome news, wherein you are going to be able to get all of these wonderful looking goodies for yourself in game. Oppo Reno Parachute, Oppo 2021 t-shirt, along with an Oppo hat to be able to flaunt amongst your friends. And for that, all you need to do is join into the action of PMPL MENA and SA Championship through PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. Again, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page is where you need to be tuning in to this action from. And when you join that stream, the codes are going to be, well, shared in the chat. And from that, we move on to one very big request. We want you guys to share the links of the stream with your friends. We want you to be able to help us so that we can help you in return. If you are able to bring the viewers count all the way up to 60,000 viewers, well, there's a reward. You bring it up to 80,000 viewers, there's another reward. And these are all permanent rewards that are going to be set up for you and you itself. So go ahead, start spamming and sharing it all across the board from your friends and family, and get them on board to PMPL MENA and SA Championship right here as we get started off with day number 3. Let's move on to the schedule, where today is going to be a little different. Yesterday we saw no Miramar. Today we are going to have 2 Miramar, and to start things off, it's going to be a little different affair because it is going to be Sanhok to get our day started off. So Varun and Ocean, what are your anticipations from Group A to D for this first game?
All right, let's try this, Ocean. We count down from 3 and say the name at the same time. All right, are you ready?
All right.
All right.
You want to do that?
That's going to be interesting.
All right.
Go for it.
What is it? What is it now? Like rocks, paper, scissors? That's what we're doing. Or like, what is it?
I'm going to test the theory right here as to how good your crystal crate is exactly. So 3, 2,
Wait,
1.
all right. So I'm telling you, fixes actually curse this area. So if you're still thinking about how good my crate is, I need some maintenance on
all
that.
right, you know what? Let me help you both out. Let's bring up the map chance, and that maybe is going to help you out in deciding what team perhaps should be better half on this map of Sanhok.
See, if it comes down to this somehow, I mean, look at the way DE has had points for themselves, right? If you just think forward to it, not the highest skill point marker, but placement point. Again, this is where you check one of the markers, right? You need to. But on the other side, when you're talking about Stalwart, well, they have been looking really consistent on Sanhok. I mean, 8-8 for them. So it showcases. Yesterday's Sanhok, if we just talk about it, it was kind of an affair of who gets the circle. And that's what we saw yesterday happening. So today as well, I would say, if a team gets a circle, it would be really good for them. So, yeah, it's all about the zones.
Again, though, we have to take the conversation back to what you guys have been mentioning in the past 2 days. When it comes down to SA Championship teams playing in and against MENA teams, it has definitely changed the pace of the game when it comes to Sanhok. So let's elaborate a little bit on that front as well.
I mean, again, as we discussed yesterday, it was, as Ocean mentioned, I mean, that's the entire game in the nutshell. Like, it is going to be about those circles. But as we were talking about it yesterday as well, on Sanhok, we have seen the MENA teams, again, playing around the zone. No second thought given to the heal battle situation that we... Well, it becomes quite common in the South Asian scene, right? But because of that, when the players are so eager to take those fights, even during the late game scenarios, you will run into situations where you're going to be outnumbered because the other team will be coming towards you with a 4-man roster if they have all 4 players surviving. And you have left just one guy behind with all the first states to heal up. You don't have sustain to take those fights. You don't have any healing utility available to you. You are going to be outgunned, and that sort of causes a lot of trouble for teams. But then we saw DRS yesterday take on that challenge in a similar way. They're like, all right, sure. If it's going to be about those fights, might as well just take the fight. All 4 players in the final few situations. Quite unfortunate because Rico Infinity was having, especially Anas from the team, was having a really good day with his utility. Otherwise, DRS, they would have walked away with a chicken on that map.
They probably would have. That is so true. Bang on indeed. On the other front, as you talk about them teams on the map of Sanhok itself, I'd want you guys to bring in A1 Esports, a team that is sitting on the 16th spot, 33 points. Following very closely with 32 points is going to be YALLA Esports. And for the side of Sanhok for A1 Esports, I mean, we know they love that Paradise Resort. But
they have changed their location here and there, right?
Yep.
So that shows the pressure that they are facing right now.
Exactly.
That shows that they are on their toes to just change everything because they know what's important for them at this moment. But for the sides of A1 Esports, I would still say, maybe this time go to Paradise. They might just find good results.
True. Well, Rico ain't going to be there.
Exactly, it's going to be empty.
With that, let's move on to the day. Start off and let's jump into the first game itself. It is going to be, well, time to introduce our casters who are going to be taking us through the first game. It is Mustache Dave and Experiment.
Thank you so much once again, Blotter. What an amazing day it is. Halfway through the league play, I've got the Stash himself right next to me. Mustache Dave, how's it going, buddy?
Hey, it's going good, man. I am feeling good. I am feeling great. Day number 3. We got about 8 more games to go. Top 16 is the goal. I'm looking at Cryptics, man. I'm going to keep talking about Cryptics till they make it up there. And chatting with El Chapo real quick. El Chapo told me, listen, Dave, we need a chicken dinner. We need a chicken dinner game 1. If we don't get that chicken dinner, we might not make it. So I'm looking at them, man. They got some high hopes. They got some big plans here to start the day.
Well, at least they have the right plan because chicken dinners are going to get you some points. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are underway with match number 1 on day 3. And it's going to be quite exciting because we are going to kick things off in the tropical island of Sanhok. And well, before we even have a look at the flight path, we already have people jumping out of the plane. But, just talking about the flight path, we're going to be heading down south, pretty much cutting the map in half. We are going to be flying over boot camp all the way towards Bantai to the south. Now, it is Sanhok, and all the jumping distance, all the favorite drop spots are going to be pretty close by. Question is, are we going to see some aggression right at the beginning?
Yeah, they were talking about it in the pre-show. Shout out to Biker Johnny, by the way, looking fly. My man, I need some tips what type of bike you got. But they were talking about it, that a couple of these teams, they pulled off of those hot drops. They pulled off of contesting each other early on, and I think for good cause. And we were looking at this yesterday. Sanhok, remember, Wizzes with Vibes, they held on to those cliffs until the very end. Then they got picked apart. But XP, look at this. This circle number 1, to me, this is Wizzes with Vibes all day long.
This is definitely something that, these guys would have been hoping for in the back of their minds, and looks like the PUBG gods have delivered. Now, if I have a look at the drop spots, pretty much it's going to be the same all throughout, but it looks like we might have an early skirmish break out, in fact, between K7 and KHK. Now, of course, this is going to be interesting to see what happens because this action will take all the way down south at Sami. Now, we have seen both these teams, drop in this location before, but looks like first blood is going to come elsewhere, or rather the first knock, as Fate Esports are going to be under fire, and looks like Kalaga is going to add some insult to injury as he punches Venom down into the ground. Ouch.
Dude, I love the player cams. By the way, fancy background right there. My goodness, some 24K looking chairs in the background. Style right there, that interior decoration. But popping on over here, though.
That's half the battle 1.
That's half the battle 1. K7 looking to take the fight right now with KHK.
KHK, now they do have a couple of issues. They've already lost 1 man, but it does look like Bisek is going to be out of harm's way, but he does get spotted out by Zhao 7. He's going to be taken down, and Wanyo is going to make sure he puts him 6 feet under. Now, KHK, they do have 3 players alive, although they are going to be scattered on the other side of this compound. And, well, Russ OG, all he can really do is just look on helplessly as his teammate was all by his lonesome down in the city. And we've seen this in the past, Dave. I mean, you know, most of these teams, they do get caught out. You know, they're not really ready for the assault that's going to be sprung upon them. And we've seen one thing, they keep getting snuffed out one by one, which is, it's been kind of characteristic this time around.
Yeah, I did notice Lewis right there with the VSS. So if they did want to kind of take some pot shots, maybe get a knock, just like a revenge kind of giggle thing as they do pull off that one. And KHK, they need to pull off this one. Oh, hold up, though.
This is just got to hurt.
This is how it happened, huh? Snaking it in a corner. Okay. I mean, you got a nice hat. I respect it, but talk about being caught off guard. But back to KHK, like, they're really low on the leaderboards, right? So they tried to get to the fight. They lost one player, and I think they're doing exactly what they need to do, and that's pull off that one. They cannot afford. They cannot risk it. Now that we are, over halfway done with the league stage, they just can't risk getting 0 points, right? So pulling off is definitely the call. Hopefully they'll be able to get some additional loot moving forward, and then maybe set up a little camp. Maybe, gatekeep, because eventually K7, they're going to need to pull into circle number 1.
Oh, yeah, and, it doesn't matter how you get the kills, by hook or by crook. 1 kill equals 1 point. Doesn't matter how you get it. And, talking about KHK Esports, they are sitting in the 17th position with 33 points. So that is a lot of work, a lot of uphill work, rather, for this team if they do want to make it to the final 16. Again, we are midway through the league stage over here. And like we mentioned earlier, the top 16 places are going to be going ahead towards the finals. So, there's still are a lot of chances up for grabs for all these teams. Even Cryptics, who are in the last position, unfortunately, with 21 points. I mean, you said it. El Chapo said that, we need a chicken dinner. That is usually what does determine the fate of most teams. They get a win, they get a few kills, they get that little momentum boost, and things do seem to be going in their favor. But again, it's all speculation. We're going to have to wait and see as action over here.
Yeah, look at this.
He's going to be hitting the deck. He's trying to basically smell his prey right now.
I believe both teams are aware of each other just based off of how everybody's in that prone position right now, trying to limit how much intel they give off to their enemies. And Action in the front line here, crawling up, did find a safe pathway here. Taking advantage of that, though, spotting out the toes on a Joker, and here comes the collapse. I have to assume this is the call to action.
Well, this is what happens when you have those blinders on, because you're only going to be focusing in one direction. I mean, we did see that, Joker did anticipate that someone could be coming in from his flank. However, Action, the man of action, spots him out a bit quicker and puts him 6 feet under. Now, RAW are going to have the work cut out. They are aware exactly where the enemy is. And if you have a look at the way they are split up, Chari is going to be on one side of the compound. Ooh, this could be problematic. Praveen from Wives finding himself in a similar situation as before, as Fate Esports are going to be going on past, but looks like Killer brings on that Molotov and is going to send one burning to the ground, and Wives are now going to open up as Fate Esports reduced to a 2-man squad. They are going to retaliate, but Late is taken down. Now Reef is going to be the last man standing. He finds Praveen in the distance. He finds Assassin, almost takes him out, but Assassin is going to be a bit quicker to the trigger, making sure he gets the job done. Fate Esports, Dave, out of this game in the 16th position.
Yeah, Faye, day one explosive. After that, I feel like they kind of been sliding down the overall leaderboard. Now, the goal, of course, top 16. Okay, that's the goal. We get it. So, they don't need to go all out try hard here. But talk about try hard. STE, they're currently first place. And look at this, a nice little smoke wall to block those sight lines so that they can reposition. I believe they might have spotted out Assault OP over here. That's why they're pushing across the road, and Top in the building right now, trying to open this up with a grenade.
Well, they are going to be pushing in full force. They have kind of isolated one of their players, and it looks like Assault is going to go down. Action is burning. He's going to have to drop and roll, but it's not going to be quick enough, as he is going to be brought down to his knees. However, Respite could be coming in. They might want to get that revive. Unfortunately, he did take a couple of bullets, and that Molotov inside the building was the reason for his downfall. Now, Pika just spot the enemy. Charlie is going to be a brave lad as he moves forward, but that ratata from that AK is going to stop him in his tracks. And just like that, Scry is going to make sure he helps Pika, putting the enemy down in the ground. Now, that could have been very different for both teams. I mean, we did lose Action and Top in this skirmish here, Dave, but it could have gone a little better, but I guess they do have the advantage. 3 members defeated from RAW.
Yeah, Action, definitely the entry fragger for the squad, always in the front lines trying to get these initial picks. And Chari pushing across the road right there, getting caught in the cover fire. Very sketch play if you have to ask me. No cover at all. Just got taken apart. It could have been a 2v2. They would have played their cards right. But this position right here is pretty much dead center for the most part, right there on the channel, on the water. So both teams, they didn't necessarily need to take the fight, but SDE, the aggressors in that situation, forcing Raw to defend. And we got a lot of boat takes. I saw Train to Kill. Yeah, Train to Kill were in a boat, and now K7 in the duck boat. The thing is, I love these plays, but if somebody spots you out, it doesn't take a lot of bullets to take you out. Fortunate for K7, they had a nice, clean pathway. And not only that, XP, to me, that's a huge spot in the zone. Nobody's near them. They're right there on the coast. Yeah. They can assume nobody's going to be out there to the west. And if these zones continue to favor them, they are set up for that mid to late game based on positioning alone.
Absolutely, and just to reiterate to the people watching, this is of course taking place towards the southwest coast of the small island, just southwest of Camp Alpha, if I'm not mistaken. And again, yeah, it is one of those positions. Have a look at that on your map. Now, K7, they have pretty much the entire surroundings to themselves, and they can post up in either of those compounds, even go up the hill if that is the case. But on the other hand, on the other side of the map, NASR still out in the blue, a long way away from the blue zone. However, they should be making it sooner or later. Meanwhile, KHK Esports are going to spot the enemy in the distance as Jarbot does take a couple of shots, but he is going to scurry to cover in the nick of time.
Yeah, KHK, they are just having a rough go of things here in this game. They are just getting stopped at all rotations into the zone. They are running into a lot of enemies out here. And talking about boat takes, the other team, I brought it up, Train to Kill. They did dock up there, and they are next to Deadeyes. The reason I'm bringing this up is because Deadeyes, they got 2 chicken dinners. They have been slaying. Now, looking at their numbers, though, XP, if I had to, kind of nitpick it a little bit, I would like to see them bump up that aggression, get those kill points. So a little more kill points, I don't think would hurt them here. And right here, early game, they have the potential to possibly get into an early engagement, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. If we just talk about the two teams, as far as kills go, Deadeyes guys and T2K are pretty close by. 30 kills to Deadeyes and 23 to T2K. It's the placement points that differentiates the two teams. Now, Deadeyes guys, they've been consistent, especially like you said, getting those double chicken dinners. They've amassed 89 points for themselves, while Train to Kill are still sitting at 53. So yeah, I definitely want to see a little bit more aggression coming in from their side, maybe rack up a few kill points and get the ball rolling in their favor. And you know what, talking about favor, all you lucky viewers out there, if you quickly check your e-store right now, you're going to find the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate, which is going to be in stores till the 16th of this month. And let me tell you one thing, you do not want to miss out on those goodies.
I need that skin right there with them laser eyes. I got to protect my laser eyes out here. But going back to your point, for me, the best teams are the teams that have 50-50 split when we're looking at points. They got 50% of their points from placement points. They got 50% of their points from kill points. To me, that's how, at least I could judge how well-rounded, how well-versed these teams are with these point systems that we do play in competitive. And right now, I got to say, Stalwart at the top. I8 at the top. Both those teams, I got my eye on them. I have a strong conviction that those two squads, PMGC, I can see them slaying. I can see them slaying in that lobby.
Oh, 100%. And, they've actually kind of metamorphized as far as the gameplay goes because, again, you got to be adaptive. You got to be changing with the times because you can't be stagnating as far as tactics or gameplay goes in PUBG Mobile, right? Because it's ever-changing. And the best teams out there, Dave, they're the ones that are ever adaptive to whatever situation comes in front of them. They're versatile, they're flexible. And, these teams have it. They get the placement points, they get the kills, they get the job done. But now, the circles are going to be coming closer to one another. And I still noticed NASR still way out in the blue. In fact, let me just quickly check my map. They are still east of Quarry, whereas, the final circles are going to be coming in on the Camp Alpha Island. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come in later. But for now, Vibes Esports, we did see them skirmish a little while ago, getting 3 kills to their names. They are going to be nice and comfortable up top this little ridge, making sure they have a good 360 vigil. But KHK, you said it. I mean, these guys have been pretty much heading into
Yeah.
roadblock after roadblock after roadblock.
Yeah, we can see the live rankings right now. They are in 17th position, and I believe they understand that their push into the zone might be compromised. That's why they're taking so much time here, and they're actually going to be in the blue. They're going to be sending one of their squad mates up there on a bike to try to group up. But Jiggle on the cliffs, on the high ground, just gathering so much intel right now, and you have to assume they are relaying that back to their squad mates. They are marking it on the map. They're saying, hey, they're over here. We got 2 down there. It's only a matter of time, in my opinion, before KHK just gets sprayed upon.
It kind of seems inevitable, to be honest with you, because, mind you, this action is taking place towards the south, and I do believe Tampong, it's pretty much at the edge of the circle. There you have it. Wides do have the upper hand. Now, Jiggle is going to stay out in the blue. He's going to be the first, basically the first scout for his team. They already have an idea where Luis is, but I wonder if they know that the enemy has actually crept in a little closer. And Jiggle
Look
over
what they're
there,
doing.
Almost
They're
getting
using the
peek on
clips.
enemy. Yeah.
Yeah, they're using the clips.
don't know
wow.
that.
Talk about
That
the
is
big
sneaky.
brain plays. Yeah, they're using the clips where there's no sight lines right there. Pretty much
Beautiful.
walking right past Jiggle up there on the high ground. That is, that's impressive. Oh, but XP, it doesn't
I
even
love
matter,
it.
man.
I love it.
The zone saying, forget about you guys down here. We don't have a care. We got about, 60% water right here.
That is beautiful. I mean, that is what you want in Sanhok. You want those water circles. Ooh, powerful. Almost getting knocked out over here by Lit Esports. And mind you, YALLA Esports today are going to be playing as a 4-man squad. However, it is going to be a 3-man squad right now, as Powerful was taken out with a powerful boom, in fact, as a grenade blew up in front of his face. Now, Lit, NIL, he does see the enemy. He is going to be on the right flank. Yusuf could be the one who might put him stop to his little push, but Emperor coming in will be devastating. There you have it. They are going to make sure they clear all their corners. Now the position has been given away. Yusuf with the ratata. He does get one knock, but can he get the others on the other side of the wall?
Throwing a nice molly right there. That molly should spread and inflict some nice damage, and that is it right there. YALLA, exactly what I wanted to see. Exactly what, because YALLA, the past couple days, some of the squad mates, they've been underneath the weather, but today they're feeling back at it, feeling a little better, and they're telling me that they're trying to get back into the groove of things. So right there, that team fight, that was a huge come up for me, in my opinion. But talking about team fights, STE versus Wizzes with vibes.
This is going to be another one of those contested matches that everybody, all the fans want to watch because, well, we already know Wizzes with vibes. These guys are vibing at a different level altogether. But elsewhere, look at that Jiggle still trying to get that knock on Luis. Finally gets it. But coming back to the game at boot camp, it does look like Rules has an upper hand on Scry, who is still lucky to be standing on his feet with a sliver of HP, as Delta and Malik are going to be going in for the kill. Now, Reapbot is going to be on the right flank for Wizzes, but Stalwart is doing a good thing. The way they are moving back, the way they are giving up ground to make sure that they have those angles covered, because right now, it would have been terrible if Scry was caught off guard, especially since Pika is looking elsewhere. But what's happening over here? A1 Esports, Sinister walks right in Jane's gun.
Talk about just laying a trap. And going back to the STE fight, they only got a duo up, right? And Wizzes with vibes have the full squad, so it is going to be a 4v2. But over here, though, Jane is just clocking in, putting the work, going to be cooking this grenade, trying to get the confirmed. Oh, but Deadeyes said, nah, the one-tap dirt nap XP.
There you have it. Bold action for all you sniper fans out there, as Jay is going to be taken down, but Sanhok is going to make sure he comes in and patches his teammate up. Now, Sinister and Jax are going to be looking like they could be in trouble elsewhere. T2K Legend comes under fire from the Deadeyes guys. Now, we know that this is their island. Once these guys get cracking, they really do what they do. Sheehan takes his time, puts one bullet right between the eyes.
Hey, that's what you love to see. I remember day one you were telling me all about that. That's exactly what you wanted. Hey, you're getting here on day number 3. Now trained to kill in the crosshairs, in the sight lines right now of Deadeyes, who, like I said, Deadeyes looking to pump up that aggression here today, looking to accumulate some more kill points. And look at A1. Just swimming right now. Smart play, honestly, with 60% of the zone favoring the water. I'm not mad at all. I think this is a high-level play to get those placement points.
It is, but the thing is, if the circle shifts a bit to the east, that could be problematic. But as of right now, A1 Esports are going to be looking happy. But there you have it. The PUBG gods are going to be on their side. I think the faith in A1 is a little stronger as compared to the other teams. But have a look at that. Now, KHK Esports, they're going to be swimming in from way out. as well, hoping to get in unnoticed, which, if you think about it, they should be coming in unnoticed. But again, they don't really have a lot of options. They don't really have a lot of options at their feet. They can't really do anything except just hope that, the circle keeps shifting to the water. But right now, Cryptics, they've had a quiet game so far. Just that one kill to their name as they whiz by Wizzes with Vibes.
Oof, yeah. A1 definitely finding Ocean's Crystal Crate, and it is working right now. That cliff play, man, I'm telling you, that's at least third place, maybe fourth place. So, hey, I'll keep my eye on them. As Cryptics, like you mentioned, pretty much YOLO sending it, trying to get into the zone, trying to get some type of hard cover, trying to avoid those sight lines from Wizzes with Vibes. And we were talking about it. El Chapo told me the team is looking for a chicken dinner. Right now, they're down to just 2 members alive after that push.
Well, let's see if those 2 members are going to be doing something off this. And just quickly having a look at the screen now, NASR, they finally do make it to the circle. And in fact, they have 2 kills to their names already, which means they have a different mindset today. They're playing a little slow. They're playing that slow and steady game. They want to be the tortoise that actually overtakes the hare later on, because that is what I'm seeing right now. They are playing pretty methodical, making sure they have their backs against the wall. And talking about the team, Hassan does spot a little commotion, little movement in the distance over there. He does take a few shots, but it's going to be Shifu who puts a couple of bullets in his body first and is going to force him to make sure he gets his HP back up. And have a look at this. This is the couple of kills we were talking about. They came in the bike head on, and well, he let his gun do all the talking.
Yep, right there. Them YOLO sends instead of leapfrogging, trying to scout out ahead, trying to make sure wherever you're pushing is going to be cleared and safe. Now it's up to El Chapo, the man of the hour, who told me they're looking for that chicken dinner game 1. They got the blue zone against their back, and their pathway in pretty compromised here. So we'll see what they do. But popping in with the zone, a lot of teams playing that water strat right here. Not surprised.
Well, it's not surprising. However, again, they have pretty much, given up their fate to the elements now, so to speak. They're going to let the circle decide how their course or how their action, what their game plan is going to be like, because Hojjuan, on the other hand, is going to be putting a few bullets in Jiggles, which means Vibes Esports are finally going to be 1 man down. And I do believe the thing is, Vibes Esports are all the way out in the water outside the circle, and K7 are having a field day just shooting fish in the battle. But right now, Spry from Stalwart, he's got to make sure that they, keep still and not give the position up, because like you mentioned, Stalwart only has 2 players alive, Pika and Scry. And well, the way the Wizzes with Wives were trying to hunt them down earlier, I'm sure they want to stay away from that team. But have a look at that. El Chapo in the background over there taking a lot of damage from the blue. I wonder what's happening to them.
Hey, best of luck, El Chapo. I'm rooting for you, man. But next circle does go up. Train to Kill. They only got a duo, but they're on the coastlines, and you were talking about shooting fish in a barrel. To me, Train to Kill are in a prime position to get some kill points right now if they have their eyes peeled over there, as long as they don't get pushed from K7 from behind, who might be eyeballing the same position.
Well, about to go over here. They'll spot the enemy in the distance as they're all going to be leaving Camp Alpha, and Delta is going to take a few shots, and in fact, he is going to be knocked off his vehicle, and just like that, he is going to be exiting the game as well. Meanwhile, Stalwart Esports still not moving the muscle, as Baltica is going to be going on the remaining members of Wizzes with Wives as well. They've taken a lot of damage. I mean, that vehicle is made of the best metal, Dave.
Yeah, I have to assume they are aware of where they're getting shot from. I'm really surprised they decided to pop into that Ronnie and still continue to send it across the road. I have to assume they also don't have any smokes to work with. And look at this, the revenge play. Stalwart have been just lurking in the shadows this whole time, popping up at the end, getting some more kill points.
I mean, that is what Trigger Discipline is all about. Like I said, they let Wizzes with Wives go on past them, and they held that Trigger Discipline, making sure they reacted at the right time. Scry hitting the deck in the nick of time, but YALLA is going to make sure that he repositions himself, gets a little bit of a higher ground, and is going to make sure that Scry is sent packing. But right now, YALLA Esports, they have lost 1 man, but the work is cut out for them, as they are going to have to make their way to the circle. Now, if you had a look at the circle, not a lot of opposition in front of them, but have a look at what's happening here. Kurt and the boys have a boat with Assassin and 6ix9ine Boy right next to them. Ali could get a couple of kills over here.
Honestly, this is looking like a K7 game, man. They got a sweet spot out
they're
there on the
looking
west.
good.
They're going to be able to gatekeep a lot of teams trying to make their way onto the coast, if that's even possible. But Deadeyes over here on top, cooking a grenade, tossing a grenade in that smoke. Will it connect? Will it be good? Looks like might have missed the mark right there.
It is possible because, you got to be quick throwing those grenades over there. And there you have it. Ali does spot K7. Hoju 1 somehow finds himself in the water. I think what happened over here was they might have anticipated, somebody's under us. So Hoju 1 must have been like, hey, wait a second. I'll go in and get a free kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. But now Ali's going to be on the receiving end of things as well. He does have his back against the wall right now. Hoju 1 is going to be running through. He might just get shot in the back. In fact, he does. Somehow he is not taken down and Ali comes under fire, but Ali is going to be quick with the trigger, getting that knock for himself.
6ix9ine is also on the boat back there, getting kills in the back seat before getting taken out themselves, I believe, by Papa Blue, the blue zone. What a play. K7, though, man, I just said, hey, you guys, you're in a good spot. Next thing you know, we look at them. They're down 3 squad mates. They're getting picked apart from across the way. Hopefully they can get the revives, the resets, and the boost up because we got 4 teams to go right here.
Oh, we got 4 teams, 14 players live. NASR are going to have the best games of this tournament so far. They are looking good. YALLA Esports are looking strong this time as well. And K7, as long as they get those revives, they are going to be in a good place. But Yusuf is relentless on Deadeyes, guys. And on top is going to be the last man standing for his team. But the thing is, he barely has any cover. And that blue zone is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage as well. And well, there you have it. The last first aid is going to be administered. I doubt he's going to come out of the circle. Ooh, well, looks like his teammate just gave him 4 more.
On top has such a good position onto YALLA right now, but I believe their spot is also compromised. But YALLA, they're kind of concentrating on K7, so on top can really play spoiler from up above.
And I kind of feel that could be the possibility because YALLA Esports, I kind of feel like they kind of think that, no one's there anymore because they've taken care of everyone. But wait a second, Wanuo with the grenade is going to be knocking Bunder off his feet. And there you have it. Miracle is going to come in as well. NASR want to play as Chuck Shin is going to put a stop to his little advance. That is going to be a little problematic. And there you have it. Miracle is going to be put down. Not so miraculous if you think about it, which means Hassan and Nabo are going to be the last 2 men standing for NASR. Now, YALLA Esports, man, they have their work cut out. The revive could be coming in. I'm surprised no grenades are being lobbed in their direction right now.
Yeah, they have these boulders and that vehicle creating a lot of nice cover for him. But the blue zone is going to be pushing in right now. Everybody backs against the wall, backs against the blue zone. It's going to come down to how much more utility you got. Do you have mollies? Do you have grenades to open up this fight? It's going to be a challenge.
This is amazing. Because I saw this earlier, Nabo's been out there just healing himself up for the last minute or 2. I mean, I do believe he started off with 20-plus first aid kits. Now we're down to 14. I mean, that is, again, an insurance policy that NASR have just in case, Hassan doesn't get the job done. But they have made it to the top 3 teams. Question is, can they actually inch their way, to the top 2? As I thought, Wanuo almost spotted out 0777 as that grenade goes flying over his head, but then Molotov hit the point on perfect target over there as Bunder and Yosef have gone out. That means 7 is the last man standing for his team.
Was that Yusuf's molly right there? I saw the kill feed. Oh, no. Hopefully that's not the case. I hope it's not the case because now here comes the pop-up from K7, spotting these snakes in the grass here, swapping on over to the M4 to get the quick thirst and confirm.
Well, mistakes have been made, and those mistakes have been capitalized on, and now Yusuf is going to be the last man standing for his team. Now he's getting closer and closer to Hassan, who apparently doesn't have an idea somebody's coming close to him because Yusuf is actually going to be targeted right now. That you have it, his life is snapped out. It's going to be a 4-man K7, a 3-man K7, I beg your pardon, going up against NASR. Now they have found Hassan. Remember, Nabo still out in the blue, but looks like he wanted to party as well. He just peeked over that little ridge and got shot, but there you have it, K7 getting the job done.
Hey, we love you, K7. Okay, I gotta say, Ocean has got the crystal box, but Mustache Dave has the crystal ball, man. I said, look at K7. K7 should get the winner chicken dinner here. Their position out there on that West Coast was so strong. I'm happy they were able to get those pickups, those revives, and continue to show up in that late game. Now, I gotta say, I gotta rewatch Yusuf might have helped them a little bit. Yusuf might have got that self-molly on their squad mates. I got to go back, watch the VODs. But regardless, NASA Esports as well, the heal strat, getting second place. That's 12 points right there just from healing. That is huge.
I'm actually kind of surprised, and I'm actually kind of elated the fact that, the final three teams that we saw were all different names and they're getting the job done. YALLA Esports finally stepping up to the plate. NASR, Nasser, these guys are killing it. They did a good job this game. But K7, man, it was all about that rotation, Dave. I mean, they came on that boat, if you remember, hit the sweet spot and got the job done. But with that, of course, game number 1 is going to be done and dusted with, which means we still have 4 more in store for you. But that's going to be on the other side of this break.
Welcome to PMPL MENA and SA Championship. A big thanks to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. Well, good things certainly are taking place right here on day number 3. Right off the bat, I mean, this was unexpected. What are you guys going to say for this game?
I mean, the zone definitely was unexpected. The zone just shifting to one side, all back and forth, not even back and forth, just fourth and fourth onto one side. That's just one thing that happened. And I get it why Johnny's doing that. I mean, teams just going from the water lines and, again. And what was that fight with the, from the water side, the players is moving forward? I don't know.
Not just players moving in the water, but players falling down the cliffs as well. I mean, they were the first ones to do it, but then we saw two more players from different teams join them in this situation. It was quite interesting how the game ended, but yes, K7, the early rotation from the southern side of the map, moving west and rotating through the waters, getting to the western shorelines quite early, worked out quite nicely, but Yusuf, the man was missing for so long. He returns, and he returns with a bang.
He returns in style. 5 kills, 681 damage, 25-29 survival time. I gotta give it to Yalla, right? The lads did really, really good for themselves. 2 assists as well and 306 healing done. Given the fact that they were part, more or less, they were a huge part when it came down to those final fights, right? 3 teams surviving with one player just outside the circle, healing up for another team, and then obviously K7 just winning up for them. So yeah, Nasser, K7 and Yalla, these 3 teams had brilliant fights for themselves, and it shows.
Yeah. I mean, definitely quite a
does.
wonderful performance. As we mentioned about YALLA, I loved the fact that Nasser this time decided, all right, these guys have been talking about heal battles, might as well try it, and backed away the 12 points, finishing second in this game. K7 Esports on the other side, we were waiting for this, Ocean, weren't we? As we started off with this tournament, you mentioned one word when you were talking about these players, you mentioned the World League. And, well, I guess these guys are back in the same old form.
As of now, yes. I mean, so this is the thing, right? Yesterday's first game, they had a brilliant game. Today's first game, they had a brilliant game. You know, in previous season, there used to be one team that used to have brilliant game on first day. That was Seal, right? So I just wish they, if they have tomorrow also a really good game, I wish they continue it with the 2 days where it matters the most.
Well, they're off to a wonderful start for themselves with 14 kills, 29 points along with that chicken dinner. And look at that damage dealt. I mean, this team was rocking K7 Esports in this game.
Yeah, and all of this could have actually gone sideways because at one point, I mean, I believe it was like 3 minutes before the match actually ended, we saw K7 running up the shorelines and getting to the high ground where the players of YALLA Esports were actually holding their ground, and it was, if I'm not wrong, it was Ikurd's Ali who was waiting for him. From the back line, just moving along with the blue zone. He could have actually done a lot of damage over there. He could have taken one of the lads out, made it a situation in which YALLA Esports could have capitalized, but no.
Look at this.
Yeah.
2,460 healing done by Navo. And that shows, right? Obviously, the lad was healing. He had, like, what, more than 20 first aids right off the bat when he was just starting up that heal battle. I mean, Nasser's other players gave him all their heals and they came in the circle. It was a 3-1 split in that sense, if we just talk about it. El Chapo with 948 on top, so with the 463 and Badika with the 462. So the rest of the teams were taking up the fight. Meanwhile, this lad was there just as a safety that if something happens to the team, well, he's still getting points. And well, he did. 12 points.
Absolutely, along with some kills. The team did well for themselves, and this is turning into quite a wonderful start to the day, in fact, because again, I mean, it was Sanhok, it was aggressive, it was dominating, just the things that you need for the day to start off the energy with. And with that, as you move on to the match ranking, we shall see how many points have these teams been able to walk away with.
As of now, 29, 19, 16, 12. So it's good, right? It's good. DE still maintaining their composure as we were talking about it, right? So they have good area for themselves. DE right now, with these 12 points, they were at 89, right? Stalwart was at 100 points. There was an 11-point difference. No doubt DE gets 12 points, but Stalwart gets 7 as well. The lead is still with Stalwart, but DE is closing it slowly and steadily.
Yeah, true.
So that's a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one team that stands in the way of DE and Stalwart Esports inside, and they weren't playing this game, so it allows them the opportunity to close in the distance against I8 and Stalwart Esports. Again, 7 points, it doesn't look like much, but they had a 26-point advantage for the first and the second position already, so this is just going to add up and make things more comfortable for them. But apart from that, T2K having a pretty decent game for themselves as well, so it's going to make sure that they're going to be inside the top 16 for sure right now. But Ikurd Triple Esports, I want to watch this team in their matches today. I want to see where they end up finishing, because today is going to decide what it's going to look like tomorrow, what amount of pressure they're going to be in.
Absolutely, because tomorrow being the final day of the league play, it is going to be so very crucial for today's games to work out in the favor of especially the teams right now that we're looking at from the 9th to the 16th position. And in that, one team that, of course, Mustache Dave did mention about as well is going to be Cryptics. A team that so definitely needs to get on that bandwagon and that horse and just rock it through. But it's, of course, easier said than done. On the other front, we did talk about A1 Esports. And it's still looking a pretty dicey gameplay being showcased from the side of A1.
Yeah, I mean, this game, at least they tried, right? I mean, they were able to get a secure drop location. The early game was looking pretty good. But as soon as they moved towards the Camp Alpha Island, they're trying to play along with the shorelines. And, well, I believe it was Vibes that was standing in their way. And it was looking really, really interesting how they were going to tackle that situation. Just, unfortunately, one misstep one misstep resulted in one of the lads from the side of A1 Esports going down the cliff. They already had one player getting knocked out and two players charging forward. One of them goes down as well, and the other guy just get knocked out. So it was kind of an unfortunate situation, but still walking away with 4 points. Again, A1 Esports, slowly and steadily, I want them to move up the rankings, at least on an average now, get like 8 points per game, and that should do the trick.
That is so very much important for the side of A1. But on the other front, as we are talking about those rotations and being caught off guard, let's move on through with Ocean into the zone analysis.
I don't know, how would you just talk about it? I mean, just have a look where K7 is, right? And we know where the zone works.
Yeah.
And if you talk about A1 Esports, right? This was a really good rotation, but this is where it just went bad. I mean, not just them. There were multiple teams just trying to, what would you call it, like make up your marker here and there from the waterline. But well, I would say somehow it just exactly did not work out in the favor as they wanted to. Look at this multiple teams just trying to get the area. I mean, Johnny, this is one. This is another one. This is another one. So quite a lot though.
Yeah, quite a lot of teams, but at this point, Kurd Triple Esports, they were a little late to the party because by this time, K7 and T2K, they had already made sure that they were rotating early. If they wanted to go through the water, they were rotating early and they were getting to the shorelines quite quicker because it changes everything. If you are going to be inside the water in a situation like this, then K7 can take you out. T2K, basically any teams on that cliff could have shot you down and finished off the players, and it was a really risky situation. But also NSR, they were super late rotating in that first blue zone, and I really liked that because that made sure like they had a lot of players when everyone was just busy fighting. Because this circle, Ocean, you found the water, by the way, in this game.
Oh yes, he did that. Let's move on along and have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments where the fights were just the dominating part of this game.
I mean, fights definitely were. Just think about it, right? The early moment when you're like, you don't have anything for yourself, so you just sit there on the back line, just wait for it. You see someone just entering in, take good fight. A7, meanwhile, they were part of a lot of fights. Nasser on the other side. The thing about that too was, they started slow, but that kind of gave them an assurity, and that is a time to think. Remember what DRS used to do? They used to start slow here and there in the league stage. It used to give them too much time to think that they used to have really good fights. This time, Nasser did that, and well, it paid off. This can be a really good thing. If you start slow for the first circle, you might as well just accelerate yourself for the upcoming circles.
Exactly. I mean, they were quite patient, as Ocean said, with their execution, right? Quite slow in the early stages, and then in the extreme late game fights is when we saw Nasser sort of be a little bit more proactive, rotating towards the positions, getting into those aggressive positions. And the gatekeeping aspect of a game like this is something that is incredible to watch, because we've already talked about water rotation, but you also have teams that get stuck into those compounds while the other teams have already made their way, and now they're just watching the exit points, waiting for you to peek, waiting for you to get out of cover, and then just take you out. So it is going to be quite incredible. It was quite entertaining, and this was something that I found very interesting, because K7 is going to be there, YALLA Esports, so they have sort of an unintentional crossfire setup. Nasser, I guess they were totally relying on Nabo just going for the heals and wanted to make sure that YALLA and K7 fought one way or the other, ended up taking one of the teams out, and they walk away with 12 points, because otherwise moving into a team fight, in the middle of a team fight like that, it was a little bit awkward.
That definitely was. But look at this, right? We were talking about Nasser, we were talking about K7. YALLA did really good again. DE decent, T2K good vibes. This is where it has its own full stop. And after that, A1 Esports, it was all about just points. They were on the water lines. If we talk about Triple Iker, again on the water lines. Cryptics, well, they have decent placement point and decent kill point. That's just one. But it still does not put them to a decent spot. They're still struggling. With the games moving forward, they are still struggling.
Exactly, because again, and you talk about that storyline that's been created against them, well, the points are definitely moving away from them as the other teams are slowly racking them up on the other front. Let's move on with the storyboard itself and showcase what sort of a lead have the other teams been able to accumulate. We were actually calculating about Stalwart. Well, yes, they were on top, and now they are going to be moving on along with 32-point lead, and following them is going to be DE, as I8 was not playing.
Yeah, that 11-point marker has been broken down because obviously they had 89 points and now they got 12 points. So they move forward and they are at 101. That's really good for this team, again at the top 2 marker. But now once I8 just comes in, I would say they would want to just get back to their position. And we know it's a catapult, right? They would skyrocket themselves in a really good way. They might as well by the end of the day go against Stalwart.
I think I8 Esports, the players are going to be mad about losing their second position, and I mean, it is going to drive them to be more aggressive, but I'm going to love to see more action from the lads. Also, K7 Esports over there jumping up 6 positions.
Exactly.
Quite an incredible finish, and it does help them close the distance against the players of I8 as well, so it's going to be quite interesting to see what the next few matches are going to bring to the table. But YALLA Esports, as we did say, Yusuf, best, we did see him quite... sort of build a name for himself during the MENA leagues, and now again returning to the lineup, returning to the battleground, brings his team inside the top 16 on the 15th position right now with 51 points. So LIT Esports, there's a difference there, so they're going to be safe for a while.
True indeed. And with that, as we move on along the schedule, we have done first game done for the day. As you move on through, it is going to be Erangel, where Group D is not going to be participating. And as we were just mentioning about these teams, right? I mean, K7 had a wonderful performance, Nasr had a wonderful performance. Now, these teams need to just keep up on that platform when it comes down to the play itself. That, well, if they don't, that position that they've been able to create on that leaderboard is going to be falling short.
That's true. Look at where the players are, right? Obviously, we see Stalwart there. We see them making up their mark for themselves here and there. But again, that team won't be in this match. So, you know, things might. So that's where the not a momentum full stop, but a momentary full stop just comes down to the team, right? Because obviously they won't be here. But K7's here. They have had a good game. They would want to just move forward with that one. So we'll have to see what happens for them. And well, I8 coming back. That's where the conversation lies.
Yeah.
The second, third position. DE, I8 both playing in this one. I would love to see it.
Exactly. I mean, as you talked about K7, the momentum is building up for the team, right? They don't want to lose it. The entire Group E had a really good momentum yesterday's game. Rico Infinity, Nigma Galaxy, DRS, I8, all of them did phenomenal yesterday. So I want to see what they're going to do today.
Well, only time will tell. For now, when it comes to speculation, are you guys going to be picking on a team that you anticipate will be taking a chicken on this angle?
I mean, this
is... Yeah.
What do you hear?
I8.
Yeah, exactly. I8 and D, that's where I want to keep my conversation, actually.
Well, with that, let's move on along. Let's get busy with game number 2 of the day. It is time to throw it all the way to the other side of the arena. It is going to be Mustache Dave and Experiment to take you through this.
Wait, what did we hear over there? I8. That is what I heard last, as we are going to just wait for the faces to pop up. There you have it.
Hey! The fans, man. The fans were pushing us. You know, the I8 fans, they were pushing us off the screen, off the table. So we're back,
the screen time for themselves. But again, it's the fact is, you know, whenever I8 does come in after sitting out, you know, the first game, everyone's excited because they do bring that oomph factor with them. They've got those kills, they've got those moves, they've got those plays. But again, speculation aside, Dave, it's time to jump straight into game number 2. It is going to be the green luscious plains of Erangel. And let's see what the playing path is going to be taking us. But before that, of course, have a look at all your favorite players. Now, Dave, who are you picking out to win this game?
I'm looking here. You got to have the maximum fan
That's what
capacity,
I was thinking too.
airflow. Right, so whoever's closest to the fan, I think you're coming out on top
I think
here.
The ones with those dual fan systems, they're going to be winning this game, 100%.
Fans all over the place. Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. I8 back in the mix, currently in 3rd place right now, losing their 2nd place spot last game to Deadeyes, but they're going to have the opportunity this game to snatch it right back, as they're only 1 point behind Deadeyes and STE. They're going to be sitting out this game, but they got 2 players in the top 2 for kill leaders. That's amazing.
Oh, that is pretty much the norm these days. Whenever these guys play, they're definitely going to have a couple of their lads up on the kill boards. But again, they do have a good 32 point lead on Deadeyes, guys. So they can actually sit this one out without having to worry about things much. Now, IA definitely are going to be heading to the military island, the military base itself, but I wonder if someone's going to give them a little run for their money this time, as I do have a look at all the teams jumping off. Cryptics, they've gone for their northern drop as usual. North Georgia is where they're going to be calling it home. But the question is, where is that first circle going to form? And you know what? It's pretty easy, pretty central. I'm pretty sure majority of the teams are going to be happy with this one. But, ooh, shots fired right at the beginning. I'm happy.
Uh-oh. What happened over here? First blood. Looks like Venom. Fate getting that first blood. Maybe contesting for a vehicle out here. But back to your point. You're asking me who's going to contest I-8? I don't think anybody can. Honestly, maybe STE can if they get into a straight-up 4v4, but maybe Deadeyes too. Maybe
are you trying to say? Are you trying to say the only weakness I8 has is pretty much themselves, because they put themselves in such tricky situations at times, where they can't really come out of it willy-nilly? I guess that is the only way they have fallen so far, especially when they're overwhelmed by a lot of action, by a lot of firepower from all sides. All right, I guess that's why people have been chanting the names in the stadium, right? That's why we kept hearing I8, I8. I get it now. I'm a believer, Dave.
Listen, the only weakness I8 has right now... Ooh, okay, quick spray down the Uzi. The only weakness I8 has right now is if their phone dies. That's it. Besides that battery on that phone, nothing is stopping them. I think they're definitely going to qualify to PMGC, like no doubt. If they don't get targeted for the finals, which is only 10 games. Now, a team might be a little salty, say they are in 16th, 15th place. They barely qualified. They're looking to make a name for themselves. Maybe target I8. Maybe. Is that a possibility? Sure. Will it happen? Probably not, right? But I think I8, we talked about day one, like, I'm a true believer of teams being confident in their play style, having that momentum come behind them. And honestly, I haven't seen anything yet kind of put a halt to that I8 momentum.
You know what they say right now, I8 might not be on the top, but they definitely are leading as far as kills go. So if you comment at the king, you better not miss. That is what the other teams need to pretty much engrave in their heads before they take this team on. But again, speculation aside, we'll see if I8 are going to be hitting a wall or whether they're going to just run through everyone like a runaway truck with the brakes clipped, like they have been doing all this while. But my eyes are going to be focused up towards the north, because I did see 3 teams all the way up there at Georgia, and those 3 teams, again, YALLA Esports definitely amping up the aggression in the last game, getting the job done. Whereas Cryptics, they did have a decent start, I'll be honest with you, but again, in the blink of an eye, Dave, they just got obliterated, and again, all while they were migrating. So again, the rotations is something that's pretty much keeping Cryptics away from that chicken dinner, as El Chapo said.
Yeah, I think what's happening right here is that they are so far behind that additional pressure is really making them second guess, maybe even triple guess any type of decision that their IGL might be making. And that's not what you want to have right now. You want to come into these matches, want to take the calls that the IGL is calling for and just execute them. You want to do them. No questions asked. Trust in your IGL, because you made it this far, right? You made it this far. PMCO, PMPL, you qualified. So I'm thinking they just got to go back to the basics. Drop the leaderboard. Forget about the score. Forget about the score here, XP. Just think about your own game and play one game at a time.
Absolutely. Again, it's that mental aspect of the game coming in, because you can have a look at the bottom 4 on your screens right now. Now, Cryptics are going to be trailing behind with 23 points. We've got Icor, Triple Esports over there. We've got KHK. They do have their work cut out, but again, like you said, take it one step at a time. And see, the thing here, Dave, is that we're already halfway through with the league play, right? And pretty much we only have another, 6 games apiece for all these teams. So the thing is, now is the time where they actually just keep everything aside. Forget the fact that they're playing in such a big tournament, right? Because again, it looks like the mental aspect is going to be dragging them down just a little bit. I guess just go old school, play for the fun of the game, just think it's a classy game and give it your best. I mean, that is what they can do at the end right now, even for a team such as A1 Esports. Now, A1 Esports 17th position, 37 points is not a position that, we're used to from this particular team. But again, a few things aren't really working out for them, but they still have a little time, in my opinion. Again, 16 teams are going to go forward to the 2-day finals.
Yeah, and that's the important thing to kind of always remember here when we're talking about these points and the struggle for these teams at the bottom. They're not trying to get first place, right? They're not trying to get 130 points. They're not trying to get second. They're not trying to get third. They're just trying to get 16th place. That is it. If they could snatch that spot, that's a win, because top 16 will play the 10-game finals here coming up in a couple of days. So that's the goal here. And I made a calculation. I said it might be around 65 points. I don't know, because between 16th or 15th and 17th, there's a huge point difference. There's a big gap. Yeah, we can see. Look at 15th and 16th, 51 to 39. So that's a huge point gap. So I don't know. And that goes to show you, like, these teams at the top, they're soaking up a lot of points that the teams who desperately need them, they're not going to be able to get here. So it's going to be a challenge, as, like you mentioned, about 6 more games to go here to qualify.
You know, it's like you said, the big teams have been soaking up all the points. It's like they've been the usual suspects in this game. You know, they've been getting the majority of the placement points. They've been getting a majority of the kill points. And yeah, it is going to make it a little dicey for the other teams to make it. But again, like you said, 16th position, 38, 39 points. That is nothing after 2 days, after 8 games played. So, you know, it is the average is really low. All they got to do is make sure they survive till the end and also pick a fight here and there. I know it's easier said than done.
For sure.
Because it's just easy for us to just sit over here and just, you know, go on and speculate about what they should do, what they shouldn't do, you know, all those ifs and buts. But again, you have to be in the player's position. And talking about player's position, Bashar definitely wants to get out of that position, as he wasn't a buggy, but from distance, he was getting peppered by a few bullets. And, well, they tickle at first, but later on, they really start doing a lot of damage.
Listen, get a caster team together. We'll come in the lobby. We'll get chicken dinner. Easy.
Oh,
Thanks.
easy peasy.
Easy.
Let's go.
We'll show them how it's done. We'll show them how it's done.
We'll show them.
First game, we'll get that chicken dinner. Hey, all jokes aside, though, pretty quiet game number 2 because the zone. Nice, safe, nothing too crazy here. I do see a lot of teams kind of centering up right now. So, you know, depending on where this next circle goes, we might have some rotations, but for the most part, everybody pretty secure with the amount of terrain that is up for grabs right here in this very kind circle number 1.
You know, I mean, just have a look at how everyone is kind of migrating towards the center. This wasn't the case a couple of tournaments, you know, before, because at that time, the meta was to play from the periphery and, you know, try and make your way in. But I guess things are changing also because of the whole rotation factor. Because, you know, if you are in the center, you're going to have to move a lot less to make it to the next circle as compared to, say, somewhere at the edge. For example, have a look at KHK. Way out in the open, still a couple of their members out in the blue. They're going to have a long way to traverse before they make it to the circle. But, of course, it looks like it's going to be pretty clear for them. But on the other side, on the eastern front, in fact, the southeastern front, we have a lot of teams coming close to one another. And it looks like we might just have some action break out towards the north over here as Cryptics are going to be moving in on this position, and Neil is going to spot Senke out. In fact, he does get that first knock with that Ruthless as that AK goes off. Expect a couple of follow-up grenades as Wei Hong is going to make sure he has the right flank secured for his team.
Yeah, I kind of got a question, like the scouting. Was there any scouting? Did they try to recognize if there's, you know, some doors open, some vehicles in the area or whatnot before trying to pile into that warehouse to park their vehicles? They should be able to get the pickup. Okay, fortunate for them, they were able to get a knock and a confirm onto one of the squad mates from Lit here. So things are kind of playing in their favor for the time being, but that was a very risky pull-up.
It was risky, and, you know, Nil was the only one who was pretty much the first line of defense for his team. Had he had another member with him, it could have been different, but right now, Wei Hong is going to be spotted out through the window, and Marshall is going to make sure he uses that Emperor, puts him down. This could be a devastating grenade, but unfortunately, Nil kind of threw it inside. That could have been huge. It could have caught El Chapo and Lazy Boy off their feet, but right now, Marshall is going to be on the aggressive as he puts one to the ground. Now, Lit Esports, they are in a world of trouble. Only 2 men standing, and Nil is going to be all by his lonesome with Emperor on the other side, and you know what, they don't really have a lot of options unless, of course, he picks them off as they transition to the next building.
Yeah, and Cryptics, they need to be mindful not to bite off more than they can chew, I'm going to say, because, yeah, they're kind of hungry for these points, these kills, but they're also getting third parties from YALLA across the way, so they need to be very mindful not to expose those angles from that west side as they make this clear.
Well, nil has gone down, which means Lit are going to be reduced to a one-man squad. And if I was Emperor right now, since you did mention, YALLA Esports are in the vicinity as well. In fact, right now they are going to be west of Cryptic's position in the compound over, or rather east.
Just give it away. I think just forget about Emperor. Yeah, don't push across there. I mean, they got 3 points. They got a nice position. Relax. Pump the brakes a little bit. I don't know if that 1 point is worth it or not.
Absolutely not, because, once you get on that little no man's land in that road between the buildings, that's where YALLA is going to have a good, vision on you. But again, they have a lot of time to maneuver around, and I think they're going to be happy with those 3 kills for now. Elsewhere, A1 Esports are going to be picking the fight, but looks like, just as I said, they're going to be happy with 3 kills. El Chapo is hungry as he drives around the enemy, and whoa, that was a good little crossfire being set up over there. Emperor almost getting knocked off his feet.
Wow, okay, so it looks like they're going for it here, but YALLA, I see one of their squad mates repositioning, trying to catch another angle as well, as El Chapo in the front lines, looking to cook a grenade, looking to get that boy right through that doorway. They roll down the stairs and take out Emperor. Oh, that connects. Okay, El Chapo, okay. I mean, I guess somebody definitely paid attention in maths class in school, because that angle was perfect as the Emperor now on the first floor of the building. He's going to reposition himself, but of course, those sound cues are giving his position away. Now, El Chapo, can he get another grenade? He needs to get it right on that staircase between the first floor and the roof over there, but this one is not going to find its mark. Now, Nate's boy says, hey, since we're throwing grenades, how about I have a go? Emperor getting ready to toss a molly here to stop the push, as it looks like it's about time that 3 squad mates of Cryptics are going to be knocking at their door here very shortly. Marshall in the front lines looking to make the breach here. Nice molly from Emperor, but the pre-fire, the burn from Marshall was able to take him down. Marshall taken down in the process themselves, but should be able to get the pickup. Now, I'm really surprised YALLA didn't opt to get a little more aggressive there. I mean, they had the intel, they had the heads up, but I see the next zone did pop, so YALLA, they got their eyes on the prize here, and that's repositioning to the next circle.
And they've already made a move. They've already pretty much in the center of the circle, up top this little mountain overhead. Not a little mountain, quite a big mountain, in fact, as SUDOR Esports are going to be migrating across the farmlands as well. But again, Cryptics Esports, Cryptics finally getting the job done. They do have a squad wipe to their name. All 4 men still intact. Wait a second, did someone just get out of the vehicle? I just thought I saw someone jump out that was just switching off the seats over there, but
and that's gotta feel good, right? For Cryptics, like, is that the first time we've seen them get a successful 4v4 here? That has to feel really good when we're talking about kind of gaining that confidence back.
I like the fact that they took their time with this one. You did kind of mention that is going to be instrumental, because they can't really bite off more than they can chew. They took their time. They assessed the situation, except the first little initial, when they actually pulled up the compound, where we did kind of question their scouting abilities. Except that little debacle, I think they had a good run, and finally, we see some action from the team.
You'll love to see it, just in time too. I think if they can continue to kind of execute these early plays just like that, and get some consistent placement points, that's all it takes. And it looks like instead of sending it to that potato hill, they're going to be wrapping around the north, coming into that east right there. They might have spotted out a compound. DRS also looking in their general area. But, hey, Cryptics, good play right there. Not going to lie. I like it a lot.
Good play so far. They are going to make it to the circle. I do believe that compound is where they're going to be calling it home. They're going to fortify their position for now. Of course, DRS is going to be at one end, and the Wizzes with Wipes at the other. Now, of course, Potato Hill is going to be pretty much the epicenter for all the action, with Deadeyes guys right at the summit over there, making sure that they have all that flat ground to their advantage. And well, if you have a look at the circle, we are going to have a little bit of an implosion. It is going to be pretty much concentric, and YALLA Esports, who did skedaddle out of the situation earlier on time, are definitely going to have an advantage. But now, this is when things are going to get chaotic, Dave, because teams are going to be rolling in hot, and well, this is when chaos is going to be striving, and someone is going to let slip the dogs of war.
Yep, we got Marshall on the front lines for Cryptics, leading the convoy past A1, and then Wizzes with Vibes, like you mentioned, in the area, probably going to be piling in right behind him. So a lot of teams fighting for very little terrain. And Pennywise out here in the open. Not sure what we're doing out here, but catching some bullets.
Well, catching bullets over here. Chari is dishing bullets, but in fact, he does catch a few from Scotland. Drop shot over there as Chari's taken down. And now Rico Infinity are going to be on a high, but Anas is going to be the last man standing on a sliver of HP. That is going to be problematic for him because RAW pretty much just shredded his entire team around him as Bishal, the last man standing for his team, is going to be coming in for some much needed revives. But before he does that, he is going to snuff out another life as Anas is going to be cooking a grenade. In fact, Bishal saw that and moves in the nick of time.
Ooh, Anas yesterday was popping off. I mean, talk about
one.
the highlight reel. Oh, and the double to confirm it. See you later, Rico Infinity team. What a play, what a pull-up just in time. Anas coming in clutch, that clutch card for the squad.
Bishal was playing his bluff. He thought he's only going to throw one grenade and he's going to back off and go for the revive, but looks like it was the other way around. But right now, Seth, last man standing for SUDOR, unfortunately, is going to be taken out in that shack as El Chapo is going to come under fire. A1 Esports are relentless. Jax with a grenade. Is it going to hit it? Smoke. Lazy Boy comes in. The grenade does hit it. Smoke, but Dante, his own teammate, is the one that is taken out. That is definitely going to hurt A1 Esports.
El Chapo in this shack calling for the pickup, telling Lazy Boy, I'm safe, man. Come in here. Lazy Boy trying to toss a grenade on themselves into the smokes, get the knock on to Sinister. And I believe all these teams, they're getting third party from across the way, but Senkei's position on the high ground, playing that overwatch to allow the breach in the first place, that's a huge play. Now it's down to just Sinister, the last one alive from A1.
I like that, but I do believe Marshall's position is a little bit more instrumental because he has that right flank on lockdown. Senkei, I'm kind of worried whether he has visuals on A1 Esports, but it doesn't matter because grenades are going to be popped in the smoke. Sinister is going to be still alive, but he is going to be burning as fire is going to engulf everything around him. Lucky for him, he is still alive and none of that fire crept up near him, but the vehicle is dangerously close to exploding, or has it already exploded? I guess it's already gone boom, and Sinister has a moment, I repeat, of, some quiet time. And he wants to make sure he doesn't make a muscle, doesn't move a muscle, doesn't make any sound, because I'm pretty sure CS are going to think that, the opposition has been dealt with. And, well, this is when an animal is cornered. They're most dangerous. Have a look at that Lazy Boy, Dave. They have no idea. They think they're done for. They think they're done.
Oh, no. Have they not been paying attention to the kill feed here?
Oh, my goodness. I was just joking around.
Yeah, this could be a huge mistake right here. Sinister, the last one alive. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, I was getting a little concerned here. I was like, okay. But this is an important fight because both A1 and Cryptics, they're at the bottom. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard, and they're fighting for that top spot to get that 16th position.
They are fighting, and looks like Cryptics are going to be coming out on top. But right now, Rules from distance does spot them, and it's trying to lay down a few shots just to keep them suppressed. But again, it does look good for Cryptics because although we do have a lull in the action right now, if you quickly have a look at the circle, there is a drop pretty much in no man's land, dead smack center of the circle. No one's going to be going for that as of right now, but we do have Cryptics and I8, pretty much the only teams in the north, whereas Wizzes with Vibes are going to have to fight off T2K sooner or later, and there you have it. This is exactly what we're talking about. Now, Wizzes, they do have the zone, Dave, but yep. T2K, they have those angles, they have a few more options coming in, and now the circle is on the move. However, it's going to be a bit slower on this end. Let's see if they can do something about it. Elsewhere, Deadeyes, guys, kind of getting themselves sandwiched in a place they don't want to be.
Yeah, this is a huge zone for Cryptics up there on the high ground. And like you mentioned, Deadeyes right between both Cryptics and I8. And we can see right here, they're just getting picked apart. And to make matters worse, other squads like DRS, KHK looking to rotate through this area as well. This is the Death Valley, I'm going to call it right here, because there's nothing but a couple trees and open sight lines for Cryptics and I8 to take shots on you.
Well, you definitely want those open sight lines. You just want to lay down punishment on your enemies. But Reaper Bot over here is going to be popping up shots in every little smoke plume that he sees, just hoping that he gets one of those hit markers. Whereas Rules, my man, with the bolt action, he is going to spawn enemies. So Yog does peek, and he gets his head shot clean off his shoulders, brought down to his knees. Now Legend is going to come in for the revive, but now Rules is going to try and make sure he blows that vehicle up, hurting T2K as he can. And wait a second, that strafe catches Legend, and he gets 2 birds in that little spray over there, Dave.
So smart, too. After getting that one-tap dirt nap, going for the vehicle explosions right there. And yep, beautiful. Just like that. Rules. Oh, no.
Here comes another.
Dude, what is going
happening?
on?
What is happening?
Guys are just feeding points over here, hitting up the same exact angle time after time. And now there's another vehicle over there that is ready to get exploded and confirm both of them, too. What is going on down there?
It looks like Rules is going to go for a 4K, while as Crypto is trying to get a Kobe over here. He does lob a grenade in YALLA's direction. Bundle could be hit. It does, in fact, blow up in his face, and the follow-up grenade is going to be devastating, as Yusuf could come in for that little revive, but I think Powerful has been spotted out in the distance, and Crypto with that M4 is going to be relentless with his sprays.
See, going for that 2-point shot right here. That chunk out there in the distance going right over Yusuf's head, but Crypto is doing a good job. Whoa, the turnaround though! Whoa. Talk about head on a swivel right here. Yeah, the reflexes, taking shots at Powerful downrange and then recognizing an enemy peeking across the tree. The turnaround. This is why they're so good. I mean, talk about the game awareness.
I mean, come on. Crypto, one of the best hitting players out there. Now, Deadeyes, guys, they did get a couple of knocks in, and he realized that, wait a second, there shouldn't be any gunfire coming in from behind me. Reacts to it, and now Powerful. Oh, he is not in a powerful position. In fact, that could be problematic unless he gets in that McLaren and skedaddles out of there, but the blue is doing a tremendous amount of damage. However, the revive comes in the nick of time. He gets up. He makes a run for it. Blade needs to make a run for it as well, and looks like Powerful is going to live just for a little bit, but look at that HP. He barely has any left.
Just made it, but they are awfully close to K7, who just got a chicken dinner last game, so they're feeling good. Yeah, they're going to be downrange, and it looks like, okay, no sight lines available right now. YALLA Esports using these vehicles, using this road, but oh! As I say that, though, K7 throwing a grenade, and here comes the push.
Here comes the push, and there you have it. K7 are just going to be running over the enemy right now, as Powerful is going to be taken down. Yusuf goes down as well, and with that, YALLA Esports fire is finally going to fizzle out, as Delta, on the other hand, is going to make sure he gets the better of I8's Uzum. Now, Johnny and Crypto, they do have a little makeshift fortification for themselves behind that little boulder, but K7 is going to be at one end, and Wizzes with Wives with their high ground atop these roofs. They are going to be playing the fiddlers on the roof over here. They're going to have an angle on anybody, and Bonu almost getting knocked out as Malik spots his feet. I think he's going to spot him again. A few bullets shot off, but no knock is going to ensure.
Yeah, Wizzes have been just big chilling out here in their compounds. They got the high ground, and they are just third partying. They're just taking shots at anything that moves. They spot a little pixel in a bush, bam, bam, take some shots just like this, just like that, to prove the point. Thank you very much. 10 kills so far for Wizzes with Vibes, and they're the only team out here on this side of the zone. So they're pretty much just looking out there in the distance, trying to inflict as much damage as possible.
It kind of looks like I8's run is going to come to an end, because they have kind of got themselves funneled in a position they don't want to be at, as Blade is going to be the last man standing for his team. In fact, the teams are going to be driving past him. Hojuan is right next to him. Jack Sheen, does he get him? He does get him. Jack Sheen 77 with the drop shot, making sure I8's little runaway game has been dealt with. And Hojuan over here getting behind cover in the nick of time, as Wizzes with Wives now 12 kills to their names. These guys are firing on all cylinders, and they're not stopping yet. Delta with yet another knock.
Oh, K7, man. Here goes Marshall from behind, trying to play spoiler, trying to get some additional kill points. 9 kills! Let's go, Cryptics. 9 kills, top 3 position.
Fight for Marshall.
That's 10 points if they get taken out right now in 3rd place. So this is their moment. This is their comeback moment. But Wizzes with Vibes, Rules trying to get the vehicle run over in the Dacia. Oh, almost missed the target. Almost missing another target. But talk about the intel right there that they were able to gather.
They know exactly where the enemy is. I don't know about Marshall because he could have just missed him. Oh no, they know exactly where he is, as Delta is going to throw a grenade, making sure he pushes out to the right. And now Chuck Sheen, in fact, is going to come in from behind, steal a kill before Wizzes with Wives can get another. But there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Wizards, the ones who are vibing, come out on top. There you have it. He's looking at his opponents. He can't see any opposition because they dealt with them all.
They're saying, where you at?
Where you at, boy? Where you at?
And this is their first chicken dinner too, right? So congrats on your first winner chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. Wizzes with Vibes. We've been pumping up the team. We've been saying how good they are, how consistent they are. They've been at the top, but this is going to solidify them at the top now.
Oh, this is definitely catapulting them to the stratosphere over here. But again, the PMPL Season 4 winners getting it done with a chicken dinner. Again, they've been so consistent. We've seen them coming in second. We've seen them come in third multiple times. But finally, they're like, you know what? Me hungry. Me want some chicken. And they got that chicken.
Where you at? Where the competition at right here? Where the competition at? Hey, but GG to Cryptics as well. A lot of kills. That is exactly what they needed. And they fought A1, one of their opponents down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. So this might be the Cryptics game that kind of kickstarts them here on their journey to breach that top 16.
This could be the moment, the tables have turned in their favor, because again, it just takes one game, it takes one squad where it takes one good win to get the job done. It looks like they are going to be on their way. But with that, of course, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 is done and over with. Dave and I are going to call it a day for this time. But again, on the other side of the break, we have the analyst desk to break it down. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to the virtual awesomeness right here at PMPL MENA and SA Championship on day number 3 of the league plays. This is turning off to a roller coaster ride for the teams that are participating right now because, well, game after game, we are getting different results. What do you guys think?
I mean, definitely, and that's what keeps the competition alive, right?
Exactly, so true.
Yeah,
Talk
And
about
it is the crucial crux.
Exactly, and talk about the competition being alive. Cryptics have shown up.
Yes!
The best team, the team that won the MENA League is finally here, and with style as well. They got a lot of kills in this game.
Right, 9-10 kills perhaps. But with that, we'll get back to that. Let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player coming in from this game. And there were, again, as you so perfectly mentioned, so many kills being brought on. But
this guy, with the bolt action, with the AR spray, that 1v3 against T2K, that was just brilliant.
Yeah.
Rules. He was ruling the chart at that moment, and he's ruling the chart right now. 6 kills, 1-1-3-1. Damage coming up 24-12 survival time, 3 assists, 151 healing done. Good numbers.
I mean, the sound from the headshot is still echoing in my
Dun.
ears. Ding! And yes,
Oh,
and
yes.
what was T2K doing? one after the other, 3 players just walked in his crosses. I mean, the first shot was pretty nasty, but the next 2 players, the way they went down, Rules was like, alright, if you guys want this, I might as well just pick up those kills. Why not?
You know, Wizzes with Vibes, this team is on a Falcon 9
Wow.
rocket right now. I mean, they had a debut in PMPL Season 4. That rocket is them down to here, and this is just no stopping them.
For the first time in top players, 3 lads have 1,000 plus damage. Think about the chaos that their teams, overall have created. Just think about it, right? 1040, 1111, 1131. So many ones. But yeah, so like 3 lads having 1,000 plus damage actually shows the impact that these 3 lads individually had on their team overall.
Indeed. Well, what a play. What a play being showcased from the side of these teams. As we move on to the head-to-head, we've got Wizzes with Vibes with the dominating streak. Only 401 damage received with a result of 2,348 dished out. Wow. GG play.
Just 1471, 1432. Damage dealt, damage received. It's
I mean, like, how did K7 manage to stay alive for so long?
They were trying to get it balanced.
Yeah, and look at the survival time as well. Like with 1432 damage, they still managed to have an average survival time of 23 minutes. So, yeah.
Good
Still a
backup,
very
I would
wonderful
say.
game, though.
I would say good backup, that means, right? If one of your lad goes down, you're there to res him. That's good backup overall. But hey, Wizzes with Vibes. I mean, Rules Delta just coming up on different charts, and then it's all about most utilities by Lazy.
I mean, most utilities by Lazy from Cryptics, and Cryptics
El
definitely
Chapo.
did deliver.
Marshall, 3 lads from Cryptics, Johnny.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Ocean, I have to say, I mean, it is that man with just 1 grenade kill in this game, honest. But if he is there in the game, I would rather stay like 100 meters away from him.
Only
'cause
3
he's, like,
grenade
good
kills
with
done.
utility. Yeah,
Johnny,
only 3 done in the
3
entire game. 1 is with Crypto. Then we had another from K7, and it got really intense during the mid-game stages, I have to say.
Absolutely with that. We move on to the match ranking with 14 kill chicken dinner coming in favor of Wizzes with Vibes. 29 points, definitely going to be skyrocketing them onto that storyboard. But more important than that is going to be Cryptics, and this is where once again we can bring up the conversation. One good game is what you're looking at. One good game, and this is definitely going to be helping out Cryptics' performance, or rather placement, on that overall ranking.
Day 3, guys, day 3. It always happens. It always happens, right? So day 3 is something that where they are starting up good for themselves. DRS, decent performance. A1 Esports, I mean, again, ups and downs are still going on. DE1, really good performance. One, just going down slowly and slowly. So yeah, we'll have to see what this team just does in the upcoming matches. But as of now, I would say for Wizzes with Vibes, Zone kind of played a really good role for themselves.
It definitely did. And talking about Zone, let's queue up the Zone Analysis Ocean and let's have a look at those rotations.
Yeah, and talk about this, right? I mean, as of now, it looks like they did have a threat pretty close to them. This is where the team is. On the southern side, if you look, there's a team. On the upper side, well, there are multiple teams. If they just want to move forward, there are teams just for their rotation. But still, they managed to move in really good. And then part was played by the circle as well for just, for the rotation. I mean, they were at the edge of the zone for themselves, which was looking really good. And slowly and steadily, as they were trying, look at this, they were giving other teams, because you saw what happened, right? SUDOR was here. They gave SUDOR the chance to just move in. DRS was just here. So they gave DRS a chance to move in. And they were on the backlines. Again, that thought strategy that a team has, play it slow for the first few circles and then move forward, I would say, Johnny, that did work pretty good for this team as well.
Exactly, I completely agree with that. No unnecessary movements from Wizzes Vibes. Again, sticking to the edge, as you pointed out. And this is where things got a little bit more interesting, because we're going to see Wizzes Vibes move towards the players of T2K. And
this one.
Well, yeah. 3 players getting taken out from the side of T2K then resulted in the entire control of the circle being handed over to the side of Wizzes Vibes. And over here, again,
look
along with the team...
split.
Yeah. One of these lads just ran in towards Rules at this point.
Yeah, that did happen. I mean, one lad did just, run in. But again, Wizzes with Vibes on the back lines of the circle, still maintaining. And this shift of the circle that happened to that direction, that kind of just helped them a lot.
Yeah.
It did help them a lot to just, stay composed, stay calm. And well, after this, it was just a decent game.
Yeah. It was quite interesting, but chaos sort of happened to the position of I8 as we do see the players of YALLA closing in on their direction. They were under a lot of pressure of deciding how they wanted to move inside the circle, and it was K7 that ended up finishing them off. But Wizzes Vibes, again, no unnecessary movements. If they know it's going to be easy for them to get into position, to get into the safe zone, they were quite patient, and as Ocean said, they would let the other teams move ahead, get in front of them, and then finish them off, which it worked out quite nicely for them because they got a decent number of kills and they got the chicken dinner as well.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's all about that information, right? I mean, it's all about getting to know where your opponent is and where you can anticipate the shots to be fired upon you, and that is well. Wizzes Vibes just outshone the competition. With that, there were so many fights that did take place. Let's have a look at all of them through the Oppo F9 Pro moments.
I mean, this is where we saw the start, but there are two moments that just, caught my eye, to be honest. Again, we will talk about that 1v3 by rules.
Oh, yes.
And guys, you remember, right? Crypto's reflexes.
Yeah.
He saw one lad outside the circle. He didn't even see him. I don't know. He sensed him. He heard him breathing or something. Just moves onto a complete 180 and tries to take him down. That was just so brilliant. I believe we will see that. I hope we see that.
And I wanted to talk about this as well. I mean, Anas, how good he is with his utility. And I guess the I8 movements are going to be underway from here on out. Because after this point, they would not stop fighting. I saw them with 1 kill, blinked my eyes, and all of a sudden they were at 5. And it was this man, I mean, just absolutely destroying, again, Crypto just destroying the opposition out of nowhere. But had YALLA Esports been down for so long, this... I wish we could have seen the entire flick, because he was aiming at Yusuf first, and then all of a sudden, as Ocean explained, takes 180, aims at the lad from Deadeyes, guys, takes a few shots, and let the blue zone finish his job.
Yeah, definitely. That did happen, but again, this one was also really good. I mean, just coming down to the buggy, and then the animation just might have taken him down, but well, that did not happen. And Justin, before he went back, he still tried. Before he went down, he still tried to take up the fight at the last moment. But well, that happened, and Wizzes, they have their first one.
They did. Let's have a look at the damage draft now, where we will see fights definitely took place, but who were being favored more? Well,
yeah. If you have one lad, just think about it, right? Cryptics, they had 1 lad with 1 damage and 3 lads with the rest amount. That's
exactly.
That's
a total of
just
1800, and from that, you're talking about 1111 only being based on that one player. Definitely does make a big difference. On the other front, talking about Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, Lit. Not the kind of performance that they of course anticipated, where they were part of fights as we can see, but the kill points definitely not working for them. Placement points definitely not working for them. But again, I mean, this is just 2 games done. There are still 3 more games remaining. But before we move on along, let's have a look at the storyboard, where we shall see what bigger lead are these teams creating on that ranked page.
Alright, so they've moved up the standings because Deadeyes guys did not have a fun time in this match.
K7
taking the 2nd position, and yes, K7 find themselves in the top 3. But along with that, I wanted to talk about SUDOR Esports as well, because they've lost the momentum they built for themselves yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, that definitely happened, because today it's just not the way the team would want to play, and obviously they did try to have decent game in this one, but they failed for it. Wizzes, top 5 coming up for this team, which is really, really good thing. We know from here they can just move forward. I mean, another chicken dinner, if they have it, can actually land them in top 3.
Yeah.
Definitely, it's a close fight. From 96 points for the Wizzes Vibes all the way to the 2nd position, 112 points. So a very close margin being showcased over there. On the other front, as you move on to the 2nd page. Now, this is a good jump from the side of Cryptics, but will it be a one-time pony, or will it continue on throughout the day?
16th.
Now the pressure starts to build up, because you only have, Cryptics, Lit, A1, KHK have 6 matches remaining. Icar, Triple Esports have 7 remaining, I believe. And the difference is not that big. One single game will be able to change everything.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Where
and
Cryptics
that's
and Lit,
crucial.
Yeah, Cryptics and Lit, they might not be playing the last game, in which A1 will be there, so they might just try and get in. Like that's the thing.
And
this is gonna be good.
Well. It's all looking perfect till the end. But then again, we know that for a fact only top 16 teams are going to move in to the finals. And for now, well, we can definitely speculate, but it's going to be not so easy as we've got some big names down there from that 16th position all the way down to the 20th. With that, let's move and have a talk about this perfect item sure that these that viewers have been witnessing as well. It is going to be the collaboration. PUBG Mobile X Arcane collaboration game mode will begin November 16th onwards, wherein you will be able to unlock daily clues in-game and get rewards. And not only that, you've got new characters that are going to be joining in. Jinx, Wee, Kathleen and Jace, who are going to be added on into the PUBG Mobile. Don't miss out on the action. Go to the game and play to win all the rewards. With that, we're going to jump on back into the bandwagon, get our day continued along with the schedule, where now we take a different turn and move on to Miramar, where Group C, as was mentioned earlier, will not be playing.
Well, it is going to be quite interesting. I guess a much-needed break for SUDOR Esports, so I want them to pick up the pace, but Fade Esports and Deadeyes, guys, they're going to be sitting at the sidelines watching this game to see what the difference is going to look like after this. But apart from that, I mean, looking at the map chance percentage, we did see Lit over there. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Lit is the team sitting outside the top 16 with a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they might want to come back, want to make a comeback or anything just here. But for me, I'd want to see Stalwart.
Stalwart definitely is going to be there. I mean, we've seen in the 2 games that have already taken place today itself, right? Even though they were not able to get good placement points, they walked away on the Sanhok with 6 kills for themselves. So that is a team that every single game is going to be working towards getting those kill points. But with that, any other speculation that Warren you have or prediction for team?
I'm going to go with this guy. No, if he picks Stalwart, I'm going to go with I8.
All right then. All right, it's settled. Let's move on along. Let's find out whose prediction is going to come in true. It is going to be time to introduce our casters who are going to be, well, Panda Bros coming in from the other side of the world altogether. It is going to be Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, we've traveled afar, right all across the world, and here we are. And right now, Necro, I've got to be honest. How have the times changed, right? There was a time we used to debate DRS or Zeus. Now we are down to I8 and Stalwart. And I must say, Stalwart loves Miramar, don't they?
Exactly. I mean, they definitely do. And just the aggression that they show inside the map of Miramar. Not just Miramar, man. Any map in general, they just go in straight and they try to get those kills. Especially, man, like actually even yesterday we saw some moments against TDK, but even today as well in the previous game, TDK, man, they're just crumbling down. But yeah, fortunately for them, they're not really going to be playing this one. They're sitting out from the Group C, so they can sit back and watch.
Yeah, they certainly are going to be doing that. But right now, exactly, I really wanted to talk about that. But right now, we've got the big bird in the sky, all the way from Los Pigos to its water treatment, sort of dissecting the map into 2 halves. But yeah, the Group C setting this one out, majority of the teams do love their Miramar games. Now, that is something, that they're not going to be happy about. You talk about teams like SUDOR, you talk about Deadeyes, or T2K. We know how good, how prolific they are in this particular map. If you have to talk about one competitor, I think that has to be T2K, facing off against Stalwart. But I've got this voice in my head that says that, well, unfortunately, we will have to wait just a little bit longer for the match to begin because there is a rehost. And, well, there is a particular reason why. We all know that, we need to ensure that fairness. But, this gives us more screen time. We look lovely, you and I. And, I really wanted to talk about K7 right now. What a bounce, man. I loved it.
Exactly. I mean, K7 already, even like last time, they just started the day off on a good note, and then now as well, they started the day off on a good note. But I feel like teams that really do want to make sure they're starting the day off on a good note is Cryptics. Now, they have made their mark in the top 16 place, but again, maintaining that is probably the most important thing because there are teams below you. As even Ocean mentioned, there's Avon Esports that are going to be trying to take over that. So Cryptics now, I feel like all eyes are going to be set on them.
I mean, Cryptics, K7, we are gonna love that all because, you know, I completely agree with the desk. It is all gonna come down to just that one last game. I mean, this sort of gives us goosebumps, doesn't it? Because we all thought, I mean, it was going to be someone, maybe Deadeyes or E2K taking the championship, but well, it was Wizzes with vibes, surprise. So, considering the fact that, you know, things tend to boil down to the last final game, I'm pretty sure it's gonna happen this time as well. And to make things even more exciting, it's going to be a 2 days fiesta, right? Sort of always going to be on your toes. And considering it's the penultimate day before the, you know, the league's stages gets done, where we have our top 16 contenders, you know, the difference was not too much. You know, K7, they were not in contention. And today, look at them, you know, in top 3, they're looking so good, so pristine. And even I've been, like you said, I've been loving how Cryptics have also been picking themselves up. You know, they realize that we've got nothing to do lose from down over here. Let's just try and get some kills. The aggression that they're showing off, that is definitely paying them.
Hey, you know what? I mean, keeping all the things aside, I feel kind of good for A1 Esports, right? Starting the day off on Sanhok, and well, they don't have to worry about Rico Infinity. I feel like that's the biggest thing they had on their hearts, kind of just like bouldering them down. But now that they knew, okay, the first map is going to be Sanhok, that means no Rico Infinity, guys. This is where we try to go in hard and at least try to get as much as points as possible. They put each and every single effort they have in that game. They make that crucial rotation all the way from top north, and in the end, it just doesn't even matter.
It doesn't. And you know, to add up onto that, did it slip? Did it slip off? And you know, you travel across the world just to have some wet slippers on, and well, you do slip off the cliff, and it all goes into shambles, right? What a way to go down. And you know, not just that. The woes of A1 Esports did even continue in Erangel as well. We did not see them doing much. I mean, Sinister for a moment, he was just staring inside the screen. I was wondering when he's gonna take that shot.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know, just go a little bit thirsty, get the finish, but no, he did not do that either. Now, this sort of breaks my heart because A1 Esports, we've been associated with them for quite a long time. I mean, I've been seeing them like for around a year and a half right now in the competitive scenario. I've seen these lads from the grassroots levels, you know, going into the GC, stepping up, but now I feel like this is a completely different team. You know, the synergy is definitely missing out. They need to fix these problems, and they need to do it soon. Otherwise, we're looking at a possible disband after this tournament.
Not exactly like how you pointed that out, right? Now, A1 Esports have been playing with each other since a long time, and still kind of, you know, it's kind of hard to just point fingers at the synergy, right? Because they have got enough time. As you mentioned, you've been witnessing them since like 1.5 years now, and still if they're lacking synergy, I don't know what to say, man. Yeah, back in the day, they were absolutely fantastic, but right now, what's going on, man? Like, it's kind of making me question, like, I don't even know what's going on with them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we all are sad, right? Including the fans, because, you know, repping the Bangladeshi region, you've got some high, you know, rather big, you know, shoes to fill. But, you know, we're going to talk about A1 Esports and all these teams playing, but after this shuttle break.
Hello, my name is Raouf and I play as an in-game leader for Team Nigma Galaxy. This tournament will be a fun experience because this is our first time playing against the South Asian region teams. So we'll see what we can do. As this is our first time playing against South Asian teams, I'm really excited about the experience and how we can adapt to play against them, since they have good con skills and another strategies and tactics. From this tournament, I hope from the new teams from other regions to give us a good challenge, so we can learn from new mistakes and add it to our gameplay in the future. We qualified from PMPL Arabia after we had an amazing performance in league stage where we got top 1, but in the grand finals we had some challenges that we got top 6, but we still made it to this tournament. I think our skills are top level and we're prepared for this tournament. I think our strength is our team synergy and how we play together as a team and trust each other. And our weaknesses is sometimes individual mistakes that happens in the team that we can work on in the future maybe. I think the skill set of other regions are pretty good, but we are prepared also and we'll give them a good fight. According to me, there is no strongest team. I think every team is equally good and everyone will be a good competition for us. I think me and my team, if we do our best and play really good, we'll be top 1 for sure. Come watch and support us live at the PMPL MENA and SA Championship, only on PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
All right, we did do our sobbings over there, and well, finally, we are back online, back live with the match getting started off. And this time, Necro, I believe we do have a different flight path trajectory happening around us, and I'm rather curious as to where the zone is going to be. I mean, we've seen a lot of common circles, but again, you know, if you have to rack up your brains, where do you think the circle is going to form?
I feel like this might just fall on the left side fixes, like near Monte and Power Grid. But yeah, the plane fly path is kind of different, but still it started from Los Higos and going this time towards El Azhar. DRS being the first team to drop out over here. Now, the problem is, they like to go towards La Cobreria, but the plane fly path is not going to let them go there. So I do want to see where they're dropping out this time. What is the improvisation they're going to be showing in the game?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been, well, quite some time that we last saw Miramar. It feels like it's been ages.
Yeah.
But of course, that being just the day before. And, well, we did have a, fair share of a lot of Erangels in Sanhok. Finally, I'm back with my favorite map. And this is where we're going to see those DMRs coming into action. We've had enough of those arms, right? And a lot of M4s also being there. And right now, all the teams taking their plunge. Starward, they're going to enjoy themselves at their respective drop location. We do see Team Vibes heading over onto its Picado. I think they might want to move a little bit further. But there you have the zone being formed over here. And this sort of, throws me down. Look at DRS. I mean, considering their drop locations being around Monte Nuevo and La Cobreria, had they, planned for La Cobreria, this could have possibly been a rather good game for them.
But the thing is, look at Nima fixes now. Nima's right next to Cryptics. If Nima even manages to find one kill on the Cryptics, and we know how important this game is for Cryptics. So an early engagement for Cryptics, and if a man goes down for Cryptics, this is going to be putting in so much pressure for that team. But we do have a drop collision over here. It's going to be Lit and KHK. Maybe they're going to be fighting it out. Let's just see how things are going to be looking like. This reminds me of a moment where kind of like between the 7C and Zeus, if you remember.
Yeah. but we cannot really draw comparisons over there, right? Because Zeus and 7C, there was a certain demarcation between the skill level. But we still do remember the fact that 7C still gave Zeus a run for their money in that last encounter they did have in El Azhar, where I think two of the players of Zeus did fall down. And in quite a really bad manner, right? But we do have Hoshwan rather spotting out a few hostiles around him, and he decides to stop. And Chashin does come in for some help, but right now Malik, well, he's not at the best of his HP, and this is the moment, right, guys? Let's go somewhere safe, please. Let's not mess around over here. I do not want to die. Not like this, at least.
Yeah, go inside the circle first, take your sweet little time, and then loot. And I mean, you already do have the safety cushion that you're all inside the circle. You don't really need to worry about it. But hey, guess what? The bodies are hitting the deck. The blood's being drawn. KHK is the first team. One man goes down. Oh, I did hear that dink right there. The man makes it alive. At least for now, he is. But the problem is the pressure is on for KHK.
Oh, it certainly is. And, it's going to be so difficult, to get the res onto it. Biscay over there, as Wee Hong, he's got a really good angle. I mean, the moment Jebot even thinks of trying to go in for a res, that is where, Lit can actually start considering to go in for the push. But look at Mercy's position. I absolutely love it, right? Every small little movement that they're going to be making, well, Lit does have a good idea of that. And Nil, even he is there on towards that right inside. So Biscay is done for good. But still, his comrade, he is actually considering to go in for the res. Emperor does spot him out. Well, Sherbot does take a fair share of bullets at him. But yes, this is what I was talking about, right? Mercy having this high ground position for himself. Does have, does make no mistake in getting those kills secured.
The Iron Side M4 signature weapon for no matter what kind of player he is. Pennywise, though, looking to flip tables over here, but KHK still They do hear a lot of presence being shown from the side of Lit. They're just moving around. KHK, they're just holding their nerves with their guns. Pennywise as well, boosting himself up, making sure if things go south, at least he will have that boost kind of helping him out a little bit there. Not really going to be enough, but still just a little bit of, I would say, a little bit of mental boost inside the situation that's falling apart for them. Two players right next to each other. The building's being bombarded, but it seems like Lit are just not finding the mark.
Oh, he certainly isn't. Right now, we've got Pennywise and his wrist just alive as Emperor. He's trying to head in. And they're marching as an army over there. And they've got to hold their horses. But look at these movements being made. Just through those tiny little boulders out there. And V-Hong makes no mistake in finding that knock. And Pennywise, being the last final player surviving, does somehow get a knock though. But that's just about it. As Lit, they're going to get that first quad wipe. And, you know, this is really going to help these 4 points, considering the situation that they are in. And the desk has also been talking about it. You know, they've been having some tough time, despite of the fact that they did already have a chicken dinner in their bags. So this is going to really bolster up their confidence just a little bit. And, well, KHK, you know, I had been a dreamer along with Ocean and Johnny. We did speculate, you know, they're at least going to get that one chicken dinner, but the chances slowly but surely are definitely dwindling down.
What a clinical approach in that fight. Lit, they're definitely going to be feeling good. El Chapo, as you can see, Cryptics and DRS right next to each other, making that rotation all the way from the left side. They might just be crashing into each other, but as the circle's closing in, a lot of teams will have to move in. Same thing goes with IAT. They're still outside, including Nasser right in front of them. We might just see a lot of fights going down because this kind of a circle makes all the teams down south, especially the plane fly path. It was kind of like assault on the injury.
Oh, it certainly is. And right now, look at DRS. This is something that I'm loving it, right? They did drop off. They didn't realize, you know, the gravity of the situation. They did realize we can go in for a western rotation all towards the northern side. Maybe somewhere around that Crater Fields area. But Wizzes with vibes, I think, you know, overall, I've been loving what they've been doing, especially that last game, you know, rules, man. The way he tackled the players of T2K one after the other. Of course, T2K, you know, making some huge blunders over there, you know, going so carelessly in those fights. But, you know, again, you've got to give it to these lads. You know, they've got bold actions. It was just not rules. Even Delta did, you know, break some skulls. But now, from what we can really see, Team Vibes, they're contending for the center. And, you know, this is where things start getting interesting, right? This is where we do see a certain pattern being formed over here. The MENA teams are loving to just play from the peripheries. This is where the South Asian teams, rather, are trying to contend for the center. So, two different styles of gameplay, but which one prevails, that's time to say.
Oh, man. This kind of reminds me of that TDK situation, as we're also talking about this. And, yeah, if you can take a look at this replay, as I mentioned, the clinical approach inside the fight by Lit, each and every single step they took, especially standing on those ledges, getting that info from those windows, and in the end, well, they just crumbled down. But yeah, talking about a team like TDK, even yesterday against a team like Stalwart Esports, they're just getting taken down with ease, no matter what kind of team it is at this point. TDK needs to do something. They need to make improvisation in the way they play. And I8, Crypto, seeing Nasser and instantly takes a U-turn. That's kind of funny.
I mean, more than funny, I really feel that was smart, right? Because he realizes he's alone, and but no. He's in. He wants action. He feels himself, and there you have it. The support coming in from the backlines in Crypto. Interestingly, you know, trying to go in as an entry fragger over there. Initially, ensures that he gets that kill secured onto its Nabo. Hassan, he's in a no man's land, and within a few seconds, I'm pretty sure the cavalry is gonna arrive for I8 as they're looking really strong, looking determined as ever. As Crypto is making the move, as Hassan has finally been spotted. Crypto does have the information to work out with, and there he goes. But Johnny getting spotted out. He's on pretty low HP, but Hassan instantly gets retaliated back by Uzum, who's having, let's say, the best tournament of his life.
Probably, yeah. Uzum has been showing himself up. He has been making up on top of those kill boards as well. So Uzum yesterday had a fantastic day, and today as well, it seems like he is going to be delivering. For now, I8 doing a good job in that previous fight, but I just want to see how things are going to be looking like in the future lines because, again, this is the map of Miramar. Anything can happen, especially this is what it's known for. Those kind of edges, those kind of ridges that teams like to play behind. Airdrop one on the board. It's going to be the AWM. And oh, boy, I want to see some skulls being cracked. I want to see some players giving haircuts.
Yeah, 100%, you know, and we've been seeing those bolt action a lot lately. And just talk about the devil, and the devil appears, right? This time, of course, it's going to be Martian doing the good job over there. And, well, look who they found, right? It's going to be Freak, Enigma Galaxy. Not looking really good this time around in this tournament. I did not know. They're just, you know, falling down. And it's just not for the first time, and they haven't really been feeling themselves, right? Considering the fact that this was one of those teams that, you know, almost had 100+ margin winning those league stages of the PMPL. Of course, they did fall down during the finals, and Cryptics. I mean, this is one of those rivalries that we must talk about. You know, Cryptics and Enigma Galaxy, you know, cutting off their rotation around Erangel, doing a lot, pulling off a lot of shenanigans. Not just that, even going on to win. And then, you know, coming down here, they've certainly fallen. But, you know, we were talking about Delta. He again delivers that crispy headshot. I'm sure production is definitely going to put it up on the replays. And now, well, can he find one more skull? That's the big question.
He definitely can. Top's taken down quite low. Almost half of the HP. Delta again cracking some skulls. And this time it's going to be the man action. The man that Stalwart Esports really needs, and this time he's going to be the one to fall down pretty early inside the game. But now we have Rico Infinity. Cryptics is the one who's right in the front lines, but the problem is Cryptics has a better compound than Rico Infinity. Rico Infinity, they only have Regis to play around with. They do realize that there might just be someone in the front lines, but they do see a buggy heading on top of the hill over there. Do want to take a few shots, but again, he's kind of scared that he's going to be revealing his position away. Finally spots Cryptics out, finds an opportunity, taking his shots. El Chapo falls down, but instead the retaliation is there from the side of Cryptics. Oh, this is what we like to see. Skuden has fallen down. Rico Infinity, they shouldn't really have any kind of problem to get the rest back up onto them. Now, slowly and steadily, Rico Infinity are revealing their position to Cryptics, and Cryptics now are looking to pretty much at least get the rest back up onto Fallen Comrade.
You know, this is the map where Rico Infinity does thrive, right? We certainly do know how good they are in Miramar, their rotations, everything, the way they, you know, prefer those high ground advantages for them. But right now, what really went wrong was a little bit of overextension, right? He was a little bit greedy. One of the second one was as well. You know, ideally, you would want to reset yourself, you know, get down below, just go in for a reload, then peek from a different angle. And then if you could have taken the shot, could have been a different scene. But, you know, who are we to tell them, right? Because, of course, they are the ones behind those devices. You know, they are the ones feeling the pressure. They've got a rather easy job to do over here as Awesome. He's gonna get a few more kills. And, you know, Crypto, we did see this fight. So, but what I'm really interested in with the replay is that cracking headshot coming out from Delta. I want that to come up. And it definitely will. And, all right. I mean, this is
oh, that was a quick one.
That was quick. Yeah, that was a quickie over there. But this is what we were talking about, baby. Action, just showing his head. Not like that. Had to be punished, but look at Wizzes with vibes. Now, this is like a double-edged sword. And considering the fact if we could have the map feed in front of us, I will say exactly why. Because the zone is not favoring them anymore. Now, they've got to get down. They've been spotted off. But Mafia Ninja, he's in for a hunt. He spotted out Honest in a really, really precarious position.
Honest is a huge man that Rico Infinity needs, and if he goes down, it's not going to be a good news for them. Mafia Ninja realizes the exact thing, and now he's approaching that position, using so many utilities to flush Honest out, but it doesn't seem like he's going to be the one to get flushed out that easily. DRS, do you realize the backup is there, and this is what they're trying to at least adapt to? Galzen spotting a man out in the front lines, and DRS now, I do like how they're also not overextending. Fight for now, at least it isn't a kind of stalemate, but that was a close net. Galzen taken down to quite low. Rico Infinity doing a good job retaliating back, and finally the man reveals himself. He gets flushed out of his position. Mafia Ninja's quite low. He's quite vulnerable. He gets taken out the smoke. He's looking to find the second one. Second one's quite close. Yalgo's the man, but he might just find him, and yes, he does. Rico Infinity, finally, the man has been shut down.
Nerf thump. It's just too broken as Johnson. He's got one more tackle, and there you have it. And right now, Prestige also falling down. This shows how good this weapon has been. And DRS, by the risk is, well, Marvin injured, just that one casualty up over there. And AJ does find fair out of skipping. So this sort of leaves Fidan, just the last player alive. Now, we were just talking about Rico Infinity being one of the best teams out there in Miramar, and suddenly, they seem to have fallen as well. You know, just the last player surviving. They've got to play for those points, but look at the zone shifting. Even Blade is down. This fight against Triple Curd is going to get a hell of a lot of interesting as Johnny, he's just got that one first hit. Can he get it in time? No.
He should have applied the bandage fixes. He should have used the bandage, but no, instead he went for the first hit. Didn't really have enough time. He falls down. Triple I Curd is right in the front lines. Rovan is the man who doesn't really have that good of a cover, but he does realize there are a few teams in the front line, including Uzin is the only man from Iron who's inside the zone, and he's quite vulnerable. He's down low. One bullet to be connected, and he's going to be falling down. Crazy. He does realize there are a few players still in the back lines in the wall of death. He wants to take him out. Crypto is taking a decent amount of damage from the blue zone. Moves inside. Triple I Curd right on the right side, but Crypto exposing himself with that nade. Crazy capitalizes onto it. Takes him down. Ravon looking to confirm the kill. Crazy as well, dealing a decent amount of damage on the fallen man. And this only leaves IA to be the last man standing. It's going to be Uzum.
Yes, the dependable man. We know, we've heard legends, we have witnessed him, you know, by his own form itself, you know, the Miramar clutches, if you remember, around, I think, the Lost Leonis Hills. We do know how good this lad can be. And, well, DRS, Nima, right now, they've got their eyes set at Team YALLA, who apparently did have a really good game in the last one. And now, DRS, they're starting to feel themselves. They're getting a little bit aggressive. They're getting up close and personal as Fidan somehow manages to hold himself up against this assault coming in from Raw. As Shari just beside him, he was like, bro, that this is nuts. How on earth could Shari do something like this? But Bishon comes into it. But still, I believe Fidan was really thirsty. He went in for the finish.
Yeah, he did. He did finish that man out. This leaves Raw with just two men standing. And Fidan, I mean, we have seen this man pull off some incredible clutches yesterday as well. So I didn't really doubt this man anyways. But YALLA now down one man short. The kill will be confirmed almost. Yes, it is confirmed now. YALLA left with three men standing against DRS. And we do know against DRS, you want each and every single inch of that kind of supporting your side. Powerful down quite low. One more man falls down with YALLA. This leaves them in a 2-on-3 situation. DRS looking to capitalize on it. They do realize YALLA is bleeding quite low. Powerful goes down. This leaves YALLA with only one last man alive. It's going to be Bander, but he's getting taken down from the backline. Locked it in. The fourth man is trying his best to put the final man down sleep, and he does.
You know, I love the setup from DRS. You know, the crosswise, everything was absolutely perfect. And, well, they deserve to win that fight considering how good they are playing right now. But we've got Team Vibes just charging at Team LIT. Emperor are holding off his horses. He's still waiting for the place to push in. As Mercy is being compromised, he has been spotted, of course. And Team LIT, after that really good start, they look like to be falling down. As Assassin does find first knock, will get the kill over here. As Emperor did manage to take down Prabeen, but eventually falls down to Killer. And that being said, Team Vibes do also get a squad wipe to their name, as they're finally sitting at 5 finishes for themselves. Now, we've got Top. He spotted out the players of Wizzes with Vibes. Now, this is a big fish. Rules does heal that bolt action. So, if Top does get a little bit, you know, confident over there, a little bit bold, he's gonna have his skulls cracked. It's not a level 3 helmet, gentlemen. It's that level 2, which is gonna open wide up.
It definitely will crack open, and Delta is looking to find that exact opportunity. But Delta as well is not really overcommitting, which I quite like. I mean, yeah, it does seem kind of tempting to just pop someone's skulls open, but it's not really that easy of a job. Cryptics, Wizzes Vibes is the team that is right in dead smack center, but this also means they're going to be having a lot of eyes being attracted towards them. And this is what exactly is happening. Stalwart Esports taking a little bit of dig onto them. Cryptics is right behind them as well. So Wizzes Vibes now, they have a lot of burden on their shoulder. DRS though, look at this push coming in. Ikard instantly falling down. Nima just makes it look like a piece of candy.
And there you go. I mean, certainly being complacent about the surroundings. Well, Nima is being knocked out. I think, you know, the finish is also going to come. And there you have it. Lazy Boy making no mistake as AJ is going to hold the guards over here as Hexit does fall down. That was a crisp little spray. And Mafia Ninja, he's also going to melt down, which sort of leaves DRS with just 2 players as Bishal. He's on a vehicle hunt, but eventually tried to take down Reaper Bot, but it was going to be Joker who does the job. And considering the fall that Raw had just a couple of minutes ago, I believe they've recovered pretty well, but it's going to be Assassin from Vibes yielding that AWM, who does secure the kill.
Oh man, AWM in action. Oh boy, my ears are ringing at this point. I do want to see it again in action, and Assassin is the man looking to assassinate people on this field. He already has managed to find one, looking to get the second one. Cryptics is in the front lines, but hold on. Cryptics as well, they're not really falling behind. They're also taking a dig on Enigma Galaxy. They're making that rotation, but the problem is the pressure is on Enigma. They're not inside the zone. They want to make it inside. So much pressure on them. It's not going to be easy. They will have to surpass Cryptics.
Oh, they certainly have to. Right now, considering the situation we do have, you know, Marshall just wants to immobilize their, you know, opponents' movements, right? Just take down those vehicles, and there you have it. You know, we're talking about that big green cannon. We do already see it in action, and well, Team Vibes, they're looking really good. 6 kills already. We do know, you know, they lost their Miramar game, but the only problem that they've been having so far is to try and get to the finishing position, get that first chicken, get that chicken dinner for themselves, as now they're going up against their brothers, as Delta in a really bad spot. He is hiding himself inside that mercy smoke that he's got built up for himself, as Assassin just takes out not 1 but 2 before getting traded off.
Wow, those are some 2 insane frags that they needed. Delta now the only man left with so much burden on his shoulder. The player has nothing to report at this point, but the rest also will be back up on the Assassin. If Assassin is up, that means still the threat lingers on the Wizzes Vibes, and they will need to try and silence the rookie there. But Delta, he does have the smoke for his cover, but soon, slowly and steadily, it's going to be fading away. And yes, that's what exactly happened. Smoke fading away exposes Delta's position, and now Vibes are just looking for that little bit of glimmer of Delta's body, and this is when they will put Delta down to sleep.
Oh, wow! Wow! Alright, you know, had Delta really pulled that one off, could have been one of the plays of the tournament so far, but regardless, Wizzes Vibes have been eliminated courtesy to their brothers Vibes, who are absolutely looking at fire. 9 kills already, Marshall also going down, increasing the tally to 10, but how good have they been? And, you know, considering what could have really changed in that situation, I really would have expected, you know, Delta to be getting off from that position, from that smoke, you know, trying to capitalize on that knock onto its Assassin, maybe lob a grenade, maybe try something, you know, instead of just, you know, be there like a sitting duck. But now, you know, Team Vibes, they're absolutely feeling themselves, they're getting those heads. Now, this is visible in that replay that we have, and Assassin, he is hungry, boy, oh boy. He's been starving, and he's been bagging a lot of kills.
Exactly, and even SUDOR Esports are being held outside the zone. They just don't have anywhere to go anymore. Only one last man left for that squad, but hold on. Raw is well under a lot of pressure. Joker, the man alive. Bishon trying to crawl right next to Joker. Is he going to be able to make so? This is the mission impossible. That's for Raw. If they're able to make it out alive from this, the chances are pretty slim. Joker's down low, and I feel like 1 bullet, and he's going to be down. And yes, that's what exactly happens. Raw out the equation from this game. Cryptics and Vibes now locking horns against each other. Both these teams are bleeding. It's a 3-on-3 situation. But on the other hand, Cryptics have already a down man. It's going to be Lazy Boy. They want to get the rest back up on a Lazy Boy, but the problem is the wall of death is moving in. That means they will also have to leave this ridge. This will expose their bodies out in the open, and Cryptics might just get wiped out. And this was exactly what I was talking about.
trifecta of that really coming handy as we finally have our last two survivors over here. It's going to be Team Vibes going up against A1 Esports. The numbers advantage definitely on A1, but you know, Vibes do have two of their players already knocked down, and A1 Esports finally might be looking at their chicken dinner right now, but they aren't making a lot of noises. They're, you know, buying their own sweet time. It's still the 6th circuit. You can really imagine, Necro, how quick this game has been.
This can escalate pretty quickly. A1 Esports, we do know they do tend to choke in these kind of situations. They will have to hold their nerves with their devices, including the guns. And I just want to see how they're going to be making this one happen. I do imagine that this is kind of going to be a stalemate because there's still a lot of ground to cover before they lock their horns. But they do have the info exactly. And I also like Sinister's position. As long as he's keeping himself anonymous, that's going to be meaning a lot to A1 Esports because they can try and play on the contact play over here. Sinister now finally making the move. That means he has revealed his position, kind of. Being spotted there. Prabin as well. Position still anonymous. He can try and play for the contact play as well.
You know, I really feel Sinister is still, you know, hidden. His position hasn't been compromised yet because had it been, shots would have been taken. But considering the fact that A1 Esports are just playing the circle, right? They're waiting for Vibes to make the move first. Now Vibes, you know, going in for a split. It's a 2-2. And A1 Esports is just waiting for them to make that movement. The first knock has to be the most important one, and that is going to decide the fate of this game. But A1 Esports, I really still feel they had a really good chance when two of the players of Team Vibes were knocked out. And there you go, Assassin going down again. This is where A1 Esports need to capitalize, but considering it's those final phases of the game, they must be out of grenades for sure, because had they had a few grenades up their back, they certainly would have been lobbing up all the way along towards Vibes.
Vibes are bleeding. One nade. If it connects, it's going to be putting them in such a disadvantageous position. Jiggle looking to capitalize onto it. Jiggle trying to minimize things over here. Equalize energetically. It's not really going to be that easy. Killer down low. Oh, but that nade connects. Non-boy as well is quite low. They need to do something here. Vibes. They just want one more man to be knocked out from A1 Esports. That's going to be buying them enough time to get the fallen comrade back up on his feet. Assassin, though, the kill has been confirmed. 9boy's going to be happy a little bit. This leaves them in a 3-on-4 situation. A1 Esports looking really strong inside this one. But again, as I mentioned, they have a history of choking in these kind of situations. And Vibes and team, you do not want these kind of things to go in their favor. Finally, one man falls down. This leaves Killer, the only man alive from Vibes. He's trying his best to stay alive. He's trying his best to fall back. But this is just looking like A1's game.
Yes, finally the boys have done it. And you know, well, I mean, right now, well, they're making some statements over here. We aren't out yet. You cannot really give up on us. And there you have it. You know, getting the chicken dinner, much important one. And somehow, just being on the edge, right? Just hanging around over there. They need a few more points, but this is a really good time to get the chicken dinner in. And Team Vibes, you know, the curse sort of prevails, right? They always get close, but the pole position is where they sort of fall down. And it all came down, you know, to Assassin being knocked out twice in that situation, and Sinister having such a good angle, you know, just jumping over the shed. He had a vision of, like, let's say 2 players, and all they had to do was just wait for them, and having that perfect flank, a 3-1 situation, a 3-1 split for them. It was easy for A1 Esports. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to finally head into for a short little break, because right after this is the desk coming to break the fights down.
keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League MENA and SA Championship in the league play days. Day number 3 is where we are at, and boy oh boy, this day is turning into a classic battle royale where one game to the next once again. I mean, so many different results being showcased from the lobby.
Day 3, and hey, who would have thought?
Yeah.
A1 Esports just coming up and doing amazing. I mean, that was just brilliant. Who would have thought at the start of the game?
I mean, no one would have thought it. A1 Esports did really well for themselves, but I'm kind of disappointed with Vibes. Like, that was where their fight went. Yeah.
Vibes, yeah, it was almost their fight. They had the circle as well for themselves, right? And well, if you talk about Cryptics, again, a good game delivered by the lads.
Absolutely, and so was important, so very much needed for their side.
Day
and on
3.
the front for A1 as well. Day 3, definitely. I mean, this is the day that we had been waiting for. But moving on along towards a team of I8, it is going to be Uzum, the dude that you guys were talking about at the start of the day.
His survival time. 17 minutes of survival time coming down on the lad. That's.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
It's surprising. It's surprising. But
surprising,
hey,
yeah.
I mean, props to him, right? 17 minutes in, and he was able to secure 5 kills for his team with 7 of 5 damage, and even the healing was not like it was very
83.
less. So
Yeah.
basically, just got the kills, and then just I decided to bounce off, heading towards the next game maybe. But in this match, I mean, Vibes, look at that, incredible killer with 2, Assassin there with 3 kills, Prabeen with 3 kills. Decent damage, good survival times, but still the chicken dinner so close but so far away.
Yeah,
True
definitely.
indeed. But they did walk away with what, 10 kills, right? Or,
Yeah.
So
Good
that
numbers,
certainly
yeah.
works out in their favor. Along with the placement points, they are definitely going to be moving up in terms of that overall standings. But moving on to the head-to-head now, A1 Esports jumped up from this game with 24 points to the 15th position. Yes, they're in the top 16, but they better keep on delivering like this.
You know, A1 Esports played really good. I still remember in the final moments when A1 Esports started taking a fight against, I guess there was Raw or T2K. I don't remember. That was Raw, I guess, right? Yeah, they were taking fights. Till that time, they did not have any single kill.
Yeah.
Then
Exactly.
one nade and one just, Russian gets them 2 kills, then 3 kills. That's where they started up with the momentum. Before that, it was just calculated risk to just, stay on the lines of the circle and not show themselves to the lobby. But after that, when they started taking risks, it started for the team.
Absolutely. With that, as we move on to the match summary, where we do see, of course, from the highest kill, it is going to be Uzum. But moving on along, again, K7 players are also doing pretty neat for themselves. Right here, we do see Chashin with 320-meter distance kill, and alongside that, 13 utilities for Praveen.
Yeah, but A1 Esports, I mean, we talked about them, we've talked about I8, we talked about Vibes. It was quite a wonderful performance from these lads, but I want to say this, and I think Ocean is going to agree with me on this. The performance that we saw from A1 Esports as a team right now in this very game is the team that we've been waiting for the last 6 months.
This is a team that has taken down BTR multiple
Yes.
times. Remember that? I get it. But right now, A1 Vibes, we talked about that. Cryptics, well, now they're coming up on the momentum. Stalwart, this is the rare side with just 1 kill for them. This is a rare. Obviously, they were on the other side. Obviously, we saw them just struggling with the zone as well in the final moments and all those things happening. DRS did pretty decent for themselves. But on the other side of the table, right? 9 to 16 is where we'll see a few names here and there just coming down, though. And that's where K7, a team that, they had their impact here, just with the longest distance kill and all. But other than that, I mean, that is a good sight to see. That is a good bragging sight to just talk about. But that doesn't have any impact on the game.
Exactly.
Overall.
Yep. But that's, again, not going to be taking them away from that top 16. So that's working for them, right? And that is exactly what we are here to look on towards, because top 16 teams move on into the finals. But the finals is still a few games away, a day away. But before that, right now it is time to go through the zone analysis, and Ocean take us through these teams' rotations.
Yeah, so right off the bat, right, if we just talk about it, the way, we've seen a lot of teams rotating in 2-2 splits and all, like yesterday we saw Stalwart just doing that. But look at this. Nigma Galaxy, 3 players just, taking down one thing, and then there is one scout who just moves forward. This is a really, really different, approach, and that too, especially in the map of Miramar, because if you're just moving alone, and if you get spotted down, well, you might as well just be taken down. But, well, they were ready to take this risk, which is a good thing. On the other side, A1 Esports, look at this, just staying away from all the fights, slowly and steadily just moving forward. I would say this again was a really good and a really a decent move from the team, just to stay back. But again, just like the previous Erangel, I would say again in this one, the zone kind of just helped them here and there. And well, when this happened, you could see that 2-3 teams, 1, 2, 3, they had decent areas around the circle. One was in the center though. The other one, well, A1 Esports, they had this much area for them to just explore if they wanted to, and well, they did, Johnny.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, these 3 teams have wonderful position, and all of them for different reasons. Vibes, as you see, I mean, they do have the cluster of compounds to play around with. A1 Esports, as Ocean pointed out, they had the entire southern section of the circle available to them. And once you make it to the western side of that mountain, you basically have that entire wall of cover until the moment Vibes climb up, and which they never did in the entire game.
Yes.
So it worked out quite nicely for A1 Esports till the very end.
Yeah, and this is where, till this moment, we don't see A1 Esports just making up any mark.
Yeah.
Nothing from this team at all, nothing. Stalwart, this is what we were talking, right? The zone was on the other side, and obviously they could not just make any move and anything. But Vibes, well, they did try to get inside the circle. They did get inside the circle as well, and well, they survived. But this is where A1 Esports just had their maximum utilization. This is where they started just, popping off numbers, and, well, they got the game as well. They got a 15.
Exactly. I mean, in the last moment, it was a literal uphill battle for Vibes with A1 Esports in a much comfortable position. They tried their level best. We did see some interesting flanks being created by the players of Vibes, but unfortunately, with Assassin already being taken out quite earlier on in the action, it made the situation a little bit easier for A1 Esports to deal with the advantage that they had, and they in fact had a wonderful finish in this game. But still, an impressive performance from all the teams nonetheless.
Absolutely, and that was so much needed as well for the side of both these teams. In fact, we can bring in Cryptics in that as well, because that is a team that is looking for a chicken dinner, but they are just slowly and steadily catching up to that marker, and maybe with the 2 games remaining, they might just get there. But before we move on along, let's go through the matches, or rather the match that took place and the moments through the Oppo F9 Pro moments.
So this is where, the lads were talking about the ways U7C, they have had the skirmishes on the same areas, on the same lines, I would say. So yeah, I mean, it's all about the way, if you want to clash, if you want to challenge and all those things. That happens a lot in Miramar, given the fact, obviously, if you drop down in a city along with your opponent or something, you still have like quite a lot of buildings to maybe move around if you want to just move into the safe sides and all. That's the beauty of it. But after you move from that area, and if you maybe are trying to take up a ridge or something, just like this happened, right? Ridges might just not be your best friend sometimes. They just, take you down.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be extremely careful, especially in this map when you're trying to climb over even the smallest of ridges. But in this match in particular, as we did talk about Cryptics as well, so here's the question, right? For both of you lads, we talked about Cryptics. They were out of the top 16. Hey, they found a way inside now. A1 Esports, they weren't looking so hot. They have a wonderful game now, and I believe they have found their way inside the top 16. Who's going to be next?
Day 3, man. Day 3.
Now, that is a tricky question to answer, actually. Who's going to be next? That is the troublesome question, because again, as Ocean just keeps on mentioning, right? Day 3 is going to be the day of turnovers, and that's exactly what's happening.
That is happening. That will happen. We still have like a few games to go, right? So that will keep on happening back and forth, because that's what keeps the competition alive, and well, the intensity and the frustration that we talked about when the day started, right? It checks both of those markers. The intensity increases, and with that, the frustration as well. Because after this day, one more day remains. 5 games, obviously 4 for each and every group and teams, right? So they'll have to do everything in their power to just have good ones.
But hey, I mean, all I have to say, if this is how these lads play when they are frustrated, I don't ever want them to get comfortable. Because this is good.
So perfect. That is so perfect. Because it definitely does bring up the heat level on the battleground, right? When you see these teams who have been underperforming, but on day number 3, when it matters the most, they are picking up that slack and showcasing that sort of performance.
Definitely, but if you talk about the way, the damage graph has been so far, DRS, they did really good. Vibes, again, did really good. A1 Esports, these 9 kills came really late, but well, all of them did arrive when they needed it the most. On the other side, YALLA, Nasser, these teams were doing really good in the early stages of the day. Now after that, this is quite a speed bump that they had, or maybe what should I say? Not exactly a speed bump. What is it? A ridge that they have in the path, maybe.
A little bit of an obstacle perhaps over there. On the other front, as we move on with the storyboard, let's have a look at the overall ranking, which is going to be showcasing the big leads and big leaps that these teams have been able to create, with Vibes right there jumping 6 positions on the 9th spot.
Nothing changes in the top 8. Wow.
Top 8, yeah, nothing changed. But it's just 118, 108, 103, 102.
True.
And a team at 102 would like to challenge the teams till the second position. We know that has happened. So again, we are still hoping for it to happen, because we know this team loves to have those kind of games for themselves.
They most certainly will.
I mean, brackets are getting bigger, but look at Vibes taking the jump, bring themselves up to 9th position. 76 points. So it's quite close. Vibes, if they have another wonderful game, maybe we're going to see them find their way in the top 6 one way or the other by the end of things. But this is where things get fun.
Oh yes, A1 Esports jumping up to that top 16. DRS is on that 14. Nigma find themselves on the 13th spot. But yep, the climb is still not settled, right? Because every single game that they are going to be participating in, they need to be delivering with these sort of points, 8 to 10, as Varun mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So Cryptics, they won't be playing the last game of the day, right? As of now. So for that day 3 thing to just to the topple over and all those things, I would say they'll have to have a big hand in the next game for themselves.
I agree.
Oh yes.
I 100% agree with that. But and the next game is going to be a special for another reason, because A1 Esports is going to be out, YALLA Esports is going to be out as well. So that's 2 teams that will be sitting out the next game, allowing Cryptics the opportunity to actually capitalize. And it should be interesting to see how the day actually ends, because I mean, we are seeing a lot of downfalls. DRS, Nigma Galaxy, for instance. Look at that. I mean, DRS started on the 11th position. Now they're on the 14th.
True indeed. But again, when it comes down to, well, the top 16, the battle is still out. And of course, these teams are delivering every single game. But in talking about delivering, we are going to be delivering some amazing news to our viewers, where we've got the reunion party. The PUBG Mobile reunion party. You heard that right. We're throwing this very awesome set of opportunities for you guys, actually. Viewers, this is all for you. Join the game to participate in this exciting global festival, only available for a limited time. It's only available for a limited time, and therefore it is that much more important and crucial for you to log into the game every single day to be a part of all of this. And in that doing so, Reunion Party is going to be bringing back all the modes. Yep, all the modes that you see on your screens are going to be coming back alongside that. There are going to be daily rewards and login to get permanent free items, limited time UC, and a new character. Anna is going to be available with her brand new flashing outfits. And that's not it. There is also collaboration with football team Liverpool to win a permanent backpack. Yep, you heard that right. A collaboration with Liverpool. But last but not the least, this is where things get fast. This is the world-leading hypercar. A custom-made Jesco by Koenigsegg is available in the game. Only available till the end of November. So get busy on your phones. Get jumping into the game. With that, we're going to get busy right here in the championship itself and move on along with the schedule, where Erangel is going to be coming up next. So Grippy is not going to be playing. As was just mentioned, a few of the teams, of course, the 4 teams from Grippy are not participating, thus allowing Cryptics the opportunity to maybe jump up into the top 16.
They can. Yeah. I mean, they can just, jump onto that area, but still, the conversation still stays there. I mean, we'll have a look at the map chance as well onto this one. Stalwart, well, they are playing. I8, well, they are playing. Fate, well, they are playing. So these 3 big names, if they are there, I just don't know, what might as well change, because it looks like the competition most of the time, again, just comprised of Stalwart, I8, just as what Pixis was talking about, right?
True, absolutely. But again, I mean, we talked about Stalwart, and in the previous game, as the game was starting, right, the pre-game segment before the Miramar game, we were talking about, well, Stalwart is definitely going to be getting those kills. Interestingly enough, they only got that 1 kill and 10 placement points. That was unexpected. Definitely not the kind of result that we were anticipating from the side of Stalwart, but maybe this is going to be a different effect because after all, it is Erangel and their opponents, their rivals I8 are also going to be very close over there with them on the military base. With that, let's get moving along with the game. Let's go over to the Panda Bros, who are going to be taking you through the game number 4.
Well. I mean, the third day has been exciting than ever, considering the fact, a lot of teams, I always love the penultimate days, right, Necro? Because this is the day where we have that, those lines being drawn, those differences being created. But at the same time, we love it even more when the teams from the bottom half start getting those chicken dinners, start racking up the points. Now, we are at a junction where anything is absolutely possible.
Exactly, anything is absolutely possible, but you also need to realize, man, this game is so important for the teams that are not going to be playing in the final of the final game. That is going to be Group A, and in Group A, pretty much every single team is on the verge of getting eliminated, including teams like Cryptics, Elite, and Raw. I mean, this game is going to be so important for them. If any kind of mistakes they're being making, including KHK as well, fixes. So any kind of mistakes over here, man, early elimination between any of these teams, that means that's going to be it for them, at least for this day. But tomorrow, if they come back, they will have to do a banger of a performance.
Yeah, with just 4 games remaining for them, they definitely will have to. And, I'm still in pursuit for that KHK chicken because, I've really been close to that African region, running right from the grassroots, where we had teams like JXP Temper dominating the scene. And suddenly, here I am, witnessing different teams coming up, and KHK, huge shout out to those lads. They're in here, they're trying. Next time, when they come, they're certainly going to dominate. And that being said, on that note, let's get this game started. It's quite my trajectory from Milta Power towards Zaki. I mean, I must not say it's a common fight, but it's uncommon categorized. But the zone is what I'm interested in. Now, first day, the zones that were forming, that was so exciting. But lately, as the days progressed, we sort of started having those default circles. Now, this is where, Necro, I must say, I want the zone that you love.
Millie. Is that what you're trying to say? Yes, same. I feel like that might as well be one of those zones. I'm just waiting for that zone to form, because as soon as it does, a lot of teams are going to be on the move, and we do know a few teams do like to make it inside the zone first and then loot. It's just quite understandable. You at least want to have that little bit of safety cushion on your back, because you don't really want that thought of not being inside the zone bothering you all the time. But hey, guess what? It's another standard circle. Nothing really special over here. A little bit tilted on the left side. This is a similar kind of circle that we saw yesterday, Fixes, and it's just a little bit tilted on the left side, nothing else.
Yeah, and just the Erangel up, prior to this, right? Had a similar build of circle. Yeah, the previous one just towards the eastern side. But anyways, we've got to work with what we have in front of us. We've got some collisions happening early on. I do see Ruthless aggressive warriors beside a certain team, and that's going to be IT as Emperor. He's completely having nothing at all. But Joker does not have any HP. Well, Mercy, he does have a really good chance of taking him down. But if Joker pulls this knock out, I mean, that's going to be ludicrous. That's going to be insane, as Mercy does have that arm to work around with, as the cavalry has arrived for the Ruthless aggressive warriors, as Mercy is just surviving with a sliver of HP. Not anymore.
This game was important for Lit. We were literally just talking about this, and now Lit already down short of 2 players. This is so unfortunate. Raw is going to be the one to put them to sleep. And oh my god, Raw as well. They're on 11th position. That means they are kind of good. They are quite in a decent position, but this game was really important for Lit. The only 2 men left now, they're going to be having so much pressure. You can already imagine, Fixes. They will have to carry on forward, but actually, no. They just get completely eliminated. What happened with the rest too?
I mean, we've got a
Replay.
production. Replay. I love it, right? You know how times have changed with advancing technologies. You can replay any single fight, and we do not miss any part of action. I mean, considering it's a battle royale, it makes so much sense, right? Fights are happening throughout the map, and let's say we missed a really good shot, and we do have a lovely production catching every single glimpse of it. But now, taking a look at how the circle has really formed around, Enigma Galaxy again just dropping off at the Pochinki area. And now, I mean, taking a look at the situation in hand, we've got Praveen just onto the eastern side of where Nigma Galaxy are they going to contest? Because yesterday, Nigma Galaxy, they were contested for Pochinki, but of course by a different team. However, the certain sides, that's left quite open, which sort of, gets me to saying this. I8 can actually have a really good game in this one.
They definitely can have a good game in this one as long as they're able to make the safe rotation out of military base. And for now, it looks like the paths are pretty much clear. They can easily make it out alive. Yeah, they can easily make it onto the main island over there. So I8, they're going to be having a safe time, a safe journey, at least in the future as well. But the team that I'm really going to be eyeing out for, at least inside this one, is going to be KHK. Now, TI Kurt is right next to them, and this is where KHK might just feel a little bit of nerve being rattling from their side, a little bit of jitters, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure they can try and get over it. Another teams that are really close to each other are going to be Fate and SUDOR. But as you mentioned, as you were talking about vibes per Bean, yeah, I do understand that he is a little bit of a threat to Nigma Galaxy. But again, I mean, if you know the algorithm, right, this is what we've been talking about. If you are a little bit separated from your squad, this can also mean you might just be taken out. Oh, look at this beauty.
Oh, I mean, so serene, so calm, the plains of Erangel. But who knows, within just a couple of minutes, all these greeny pastures, they're just going to turn red. And, this beautiful map is definitely going to be just, exploding with a lot of grenades, a lot of bullet shells flying around here and there. And Cryptics, well, they've been making quite a lot of noises, right? We've seen them getting really aggressive, really up close and personal, not really shying away from taking a lot of fights. And, well, let's say that. Let's be honest. It has been working out for them, and as long as it does, I absolutely encourage it. Take a lot of fights. It's even better for us. We've got a lot of action to cover, and also the viewers, they're gonna enjoy some really aggressive PUBG Mobile action, because that is what we did get to see in Miramar. I mean, it was a 6-circle, for Christ's sake, and we were done with the game.
Exactly. I mean, early action in Miramar, that's what we like to see started all off near LSR. But now we do have the team card in front of us. 15 kills in total. This man top. I mean, I still remember in Season 4, he was one of the kill leaders doing a good job right next to Action. Then you also have Scry with 20 kills. Each and every single player from Stalwart Esports is just performing, but Action is the man who has always been another level. Look at this, 23 kills, has the most kill throughout the Stalwart Esports squad. But you gotta give props to Scry, man, including how he's been playing throughout, how he's been playing, especially inside this SA and MENA Championship. I feel like compared to Season 4 PMPL, he has shown a drastic improvement because Apex was the one playing with them.
Yeah, and you were one of those advocates, right? You were still searching for, where on earth is Apex, and finally now, Necro, it is all making sense, right? Scry, even I was sort of, pondering as to why they're not playing around Apex, and it all makes sense. This lad has been delivering, he's been performing, and hence a deserved slot in the roster. And Stalwart, considering, the heavy lifting that they've got to do, because Mongolian region, you talk about South Asia, you can never rule them out. And considering how Zeus have fallen, someone had to fill up their shoes, and I must say they've done that in style, and they deserve to be leading the charts. But right now, the only concern that I have is those 2 days. That is where they will have to perform. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a fight breaking out, and T2K, they're in for a bash against Team SUDOR.
I mean, these rookies have been silenced for quite a long time, but TDK, is this going to be the moment where you guys fight back, TDK? Because you really need this one to at least boost your confidence up. They're getting ready. They're getting warmed up inside this fight. We already do see him popping some kind of meds and stuff like that. They're popping those boosters over here. SUDOR, they're not really overextending themselves. They're just staying out and trying to kill. Yeah, I also saw those a few, like, utility kind of misdirections. I don't really know what to call that at this point, because TDK, they're missing a lot of utilities. I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, I mean, I literally saw 2 or 3 frag grenades being lobbed at their own direction where they are. I do not know if it's a visual glitch, but either way, they finally managed to find a knock over there. Clever being knocked out. A lot of smokes have been, disposed of over there, as Jane does want to march out of that bottom close panic room, goes after that. who has apparently been spotted out, and P2K, the aggression being displayed by these lads, and Janie's just jumping around and spotted out safe. However, he's on really low HP as Legend gets that knock off there, but the Jane, in fact, he does need to use them up. But the question is, can he do that in time?
He definitely can try and make it happen in time. Jane now finally patches himself back up to floor, looking to get the revenge, but no, it's going to be the answer. The drop shot is just too fast for safe to handle. And now TDK, they do realize SUDOR is bleeding. They're just left with that one last man alive, and he's down quite low. He can't really do much. And TDK, they pounced on them like prowlers, and they came out on top, and this is what they needed to boost their confidence up, Fixes.
Oh, this was absolute obliteration, but there you have it, Sandesh. Oh, that crispy suppressor on that M24. I mean, that has to be the best sound, you know, inside the game. Nothing beats the M24 with a suppressor. I mean, unless not until you have a different thought, Necro.
No, it just sounds so satisfying, right? It's like, I can't even try to mimic it, but it was
the
just
best
sound,
one with the suppressor, right?
Yeah, like, you know, back in the day, I used to also kind of like mimic the sound as well with my mouth, but right now it just sound kind of weird, so.
I mean, XP used to do that, if Ocean and Johnny remember the but I could never just come close to how good he was. But you know, Necro, you can always try. You can maybe practice, and maybe next time you're ready with some
the
really
human M24.
Yeah, the human M24. But you know now as things are, we're looking sort of a circle which is again heading towards the Pachinki area, right? We did see yesterday Starwood just going bonkers, getting those 20 kill bombs over there, but it was again SUDOR that managed to come out over there with 13 kills if I'm not wrong. But now they've already bitten the dust, which leaves us with Nasser, who apparently have their eyes set at Scurry. But there you have it, you know, Vibes this time is just carrying on with aggression. Freak, he's in a no man's land.
Oh,
What
exactly.
is he doing there?
Doing some freaky stuff, I guess, but yeah, Freak left quite all by himself. His teammates are there. They're looking to provide some backup fire. Freak revealing his position out. That means the enemy lines now are pretty much well aware of Freak. Lord is well in the back lines just to try and scout the areas out to provide some info, but nothing to report that to that player because he's already fallen down. Freak being knocked out. NGX in a lot of pressure. They're looking to pounce on it. Vibes over here. Jiggle. He does realize that there's someone on the left side, and this is why he's whipped out the nade. Same thing goes to Drove. He had a clear sight on Jiggle, so the info is there, but look at Assassin is wrapping around all the way from the back lines with his buggy. He does confirm that kill for himself, and hey, guess what? That's a weak kill right there.
It certainly is. But now, you know, the woes of Nigma Galaxy still do continue because we really haven't seen them stepping up the pedal, right? Because, you know, all we've seen is just disappointment considering how big hopes, you know, they've had built up. I really thought that this was their redemption time, but look at Biscay. He's in such a dire situation with nowhere to run and nowhere to escape. All those grenades being lobbed at the trenches, but still, somehow, the man gets knocked. Now, Ali and Jer, if they somehow do manage to, you know, provide the cover fire and manage to get that knock on towards Kalaga, then we're talking business, baby.
Exactly. Biscuit cracks the man of Kurd open like a biscuit, but now he's looking to find the second one. Kalaga is in the front lines. He has a little bit of info. A little bit of
Wow, I love this.
But yeah, now Kalaga, look at this. He just bought one more man of KHK. He's all the way in the back lines. That means they have a little high ground to work with. TI Kurd might just be in a bit of trouble because high ground means a lot of info, and this means Biscuit will have a little bit of more safety to work around with. But look at what's happening in the back lines. Ravon, his Weekle just kind of flipped out in the open. It's doing some wheelies, but it's fine. Triple I Kurd can, they have to finish this one in the back because Bisky is all by his lonesome in the close lines between a lot of players of Triple I Kurd, and this shouldn't really be that hard, right?
Yeah, and you know, even adding up to this, this sort of has really head out the players of Triple A Kurd, but Biscuit still does manage to find one more eventually Kalaga will be the one, just to get that final kill on towards him and end him over there. And somehow, Biscuit just dropping off the smoke, and he dug his own coffin over there because, of course, his teammate could not spot out anyone aggressing towards him. And of course, Ravan just making that rotation. Well, the initial idea was to try and form a crossfire, but eventually they had to meet the players of NASA, who was just passing by and did hear a few gunshots and wanted to be a part of the party.
Well, they definitely are part of the party now. They have gotten their foots deep inside it, and this is where they're trying to get those kills for themselves. But Tika is the man who has closed out quite a lot of distance, and he's just trying to scout the areas out. He's like, all right, I'm just here to see those blood markers. I'm just here to follow the blood trails, and he has found one. He has spotted someone out, lobbing that nade into that smoke, and realizes he's getting pushed on by someone. He's down quite low, but Tika, you can't just let the tables flip against you like that. Has a nade, but finally, the man from Triple I Kurt has been silenced. But oh man, that was quite scary.
Oh, indeed was. Amidst all those actions just brewing up in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a drastic shift towards the western side. A lot of teams having to rotate really out there. And you've got Cryptics having a really good position. Look at the cluster building up around the center. We've got Raw. We've got Vibes over there. We've even got IA, T2K just playing around the peripheries. DRS waiting, taking their own sweet time, which is something that I actually like, because what I'm anticipating, Necro, is one more dire shift, one more ball being thrown. That is where the RS, they are going to shine.
Let me tell you, man. Let me tell you, Deadeyes guys are going to be the one to be in the luck this time. Because I really have a strong itch that the circle is going to be moving up north. And Deadeyes guys are going to be finding themselves the lucky ones. But look at what's going on with TDK. The three players are on the move, but Sandesh is the man who's all the way left in the back all by himself. Now, separation might just not work out, but sometimes separation as well can help you win those fights. But I don't really know if this huge of separation is going to be helping you out a lot. But let's just see. Only time will answer this kind of question. Look at this replay. Yep, Kobe right there. Incredible nade from their side. Nigma Galaxy put into kind of an uncomfortable situation, but still, they got out of it.
Oh, this is what I was talking about, Necro. I knew this. This was about to happen, and this curveball really is going to help DRS, considering the position that they have. They've got a few compounds to play around with. Johnson is definitely visible over there. Nasser and Fate rotating from the eastern side. We've got a cluster of teams. They are also going to be dashing inside the zone from the southern and south, western side over here. But the interesting question remains: when is the hell going to break down and lose? Because that is what I was waiting for. Rico Infinity, they're gonna have a really good time. A lot of opponents are gonna come their way. But how many kills can they get from that situation? That being said, our Team Vibe, they started off really well, but Nigma Galaxy, they did not back out, and this is the fight we were talking about. Finally, Team Fate going up against Starwood. Pika was just hiding inside the bushes, and he does get a knock over there.
He's a bush, and you can't see him. Oh my god, Stalwart Esports, this isn't a team that you want to challenge a fight like that, especially with the disadvantage of you ramming the weak in their compound. Stalwart Esports are like, alright, here we have another dinner party. They just eat them alive. But here we have now Nasser taking a few shots onto their enemy lines, but instead exposing themselves. That's why one man falls down. The rest should be back up. But Tika is the man who sticks the res in. Johnny as well is down from the side of I8. I don't really know how things are going to be looking like, but hey, we're seeing Johnny deploy fixes.
Oh, we finally are, and I always believe in this lad. He can pull off something big, but right now Blade is in a bit of a trouble as he's been knocked out over there by Batika, as I believe a few grenades are definitely going to follow up, as we do have a Nepali Rumble over here. T2K going up against Deadeyes. We've got Frag Boy and True Love on the back lines. We've got True Love lobbing the grenade. Does that head the right direction? Yes, it does. Damaging Jane just a little bit, but not enough to knock him down.
Exactly, Jane still alive, making it back to his teammates. A little bit of comfort level added to his side. But now take a look at Deadeyes, guys. I also like the awareness being shown from their side. They're still trying to scout the areas out from the left and right side, making sure they're not really being spotted by some enemies. But take a look at TDK. Legend falls back, making sure that he's at least having a little bit of backlines covered from the side of TDK. And he will also try and give a lot of info there. Look at this. What? Oh my god. Oh, thank you so much for that replay production. That was a legendary moment.
I never thought. I really felt for a moment that he was hiding inside the bush, but that was a completely different story. That was a Carmageddon on a different level. But right now, getting back to the fight in hand, T2K against Deadeyes. Look at on top's position. I absolutely love it, man. If T2K are unaware of their surroundings over there, I think they are in there for some beating.
They definitely are, but Deadeyes guys, they're not really shying inside this fight well up here. Same thing goes with TDK. I like the on top's position has been compromised by Sanhok.
Yeah.
So now at least they know that where the flank angles being created onto them, or at least where they can try and sneak in the eyes onto themselves. So TDK, they will have to make sure that they're keeping on top on the bay. They will have to leave at least a man who's taking care of on top. But the nade from on top can be really close. Sanhok need to watch out, but nowhere near. The mark has been missed by on top, and Deadeyes guys now, all eyes might just be on top because there is one more team in the back lines. It's going to be Cryptics, but they're quite far away, so at least for now they don't really need to worry about it. But the circle is right in front of them. That means both these teams will need to make it inside, and it's out in the open.
Oh, it certainly is. Now this is where the fight is gonna break down, because Shifu, look at the angle that he's got. If he can find out Jane somehow, then that's gonna be big. As Sanhok is still in pursuit, still searching for one head, maybe one player to just knock him out. On top, this is the position. This is the time where he should be changing his position, considering he's been already compromised. Right, he needs to make some movements as we've been hit with constant curveballs. I think this is the third one where the circle has finally managed to go down a little bit towards a certain side. Now Rico Infinity having a really good time, but Jane and Sanhok still just being patient as ever, as True Love does take quite some heavy amount of damage, but will get into cover just to heal himself up.
Exactly, the separation from Legend that came in from the side of TDK has secured them a spot inside the circle, and this is huge. Train to Kill played this one out pretty cleverly, but Deadeyes guys are the one now. The tables have been flipped. They have a lot of pressure onto themselves because Deadeyes guys will need to make it inside the circle. 2 players fall down. They are left with only 2 players alive, including Frank Boy. And one more guy. That's going to be True Love. Are they going to be able to get the rest back up? Yes, they have stricken the rest. But if they get, if the enemy team finds out they're trying to get the res back up, they will still need to make it inside the circle. Deadeyes guys, yeah, they have gotten the rest. They will be having a little bit of comfort level, but how are they going to make it inside? Smoke wall trying to be built from their side, but they don't really have a lot of time left. The sand's running through their fists.
Oh my goodness, now we've got another fight breaking down right from us as Keaton gets knocked out as Starwood. They're on fire. Action really on low HP, but he's definitely going to patch himself up with some meds. Prestige location is still not compromised. He does have that high ground advantage. Has spotted out Action though. Those grenades being flung over as Starwood do take one man falling down with himself, but Flurry does get a knock and a finish instantly. This shows how thirsty they are for their kills. But right now, the trouble is still not over as Prestige finally taking a leap over there. Does manage to get that knock onto its Action. This is where he needs to confirm all those kills, and this is exactly what he's trying to do. And if he can manage to heal himself up, it's a 1v1 situation we're talking about over here, Necro.
Exactly, this is quite intense. Cooks up a nade. This is where Scribe put down low. Oh, finds himself just enough time to patch himself back up. Recoil Infinity, this is getting way too intense, way too close. The push comes in, but no, he's getting blocked by the car. He's not able to move inside. He's not able to vault in the window. Oh, just bought enough time for Scry to stay alive, and also he's going to be sticking the rest back up, and this is what exactly Recoil Infinity players does as well. He's trying to get Anna's back up on his feet.
Oh, now things are starting to look really bad for Rico Infinity, because the last thing you would want to is get the players, give the chance of the players, the Starwood to get back up on their feet. Now that has happened. Now they're in for some revenge. They know they've made some mistakes. They know they were careless right there over there. But now they're not going to do that, as the nades are being flung over from both the directions as Top finally goes falling down. Another respite for Rico Infinity. Some space being bought up, but now they've got to get inside the circle. Can Scry get the revive again, or is Prestige going to go in with the push? Because Pika, he's trying to provide the cover fire from behind, but honest with that beautiful opening. This is where Rico and Prestige both charging in, but Prestige has been taken down. It is enough and stop again. But look at that, the mag getting emptied. He had to go in for a reload, and Starwood just feeling a little bit lucky over there. They did lose out on action though, but still managed to win this fight.
Oh, dumps his whole mag in that window right there. But take a look at this. Another nade crawled in. That means they still have a lot of pressure on themselves. There's another team right next to them. It's going to be Vibes. Vibes, they're already kind of handicapped with one player down, but Vibes as well, they're replying back in style against Stalwart Esports. And look at this, Assassin now is the only man left in the clothesline. Stalwart Esports, they have a huge chance of making it out alive from this situation. But the problem is, even Stalwart Esports are bleeding, they're quite hurt. Top is the man who's went down, but finally, the final man has been put down to sleep. Vibes are going to be out from this game.
Oh, they certainly are. But look at how interesting this game is getting. And right now we've got, well, 3 players of T2K. They've been doing pretty well, sitting at 8 kills for themselves. Cryptics, they've done a really good survival game for themselves, making it to the top 6 and hopefully can get even further. But Nasir, I must say, you know, they've been looking pretty nice themselves because 7 kills. And, well, Matika is definitely knocked out, but this is that soothing sound as Nima just gets out of the lobby. Courtesy to that beautiful shot from top, but Senke, I believe, has been spotted over. Sandesh still trying his chances with that bolt action, but no success so far. Did spot out as also. Can he get the final knock? I think, yes, he does.
He does find a knock on the Raw. Raw delivering up till now, doing a good job, but that's a fantastic nade from Cryptics. Puts one man, or at least knocks him out for now, and yes, another name to confirm the kill. Perfect nade placement coming in from the side of El Chapo. Look at Yog now, he's just laying out in the open fields. All he has is that little bit of haystack for his cover, but that's also is going to be not for long because he still needs to move inside the zone, and Nasser are the one who are looking the king of the zone for now.
Oh, they certainly are. And Nasser, you know, they're gonna, buy their own sweet time. You know, just wait, make no, risky movements out there. Run with the nature completely. Put those little tall paddy crosses over there just to play around with, and a lot of cover. You know, those hay bales, those haystacks to play around with. And Starboard, I mean, finally, they're just down to one man. But you know, when Pika is alive, we've known this lad is really prolific with those bolt actions. But we've got to test his survival skills today, and now he's making a dash inside the circle, but still 38 meters far.
Exactly. He can try and crawl his way, but again, he's scared of exposing himself. Even a little glimmers enough for a team to eliminate him, and this is what exactly I was saying. Nasser spots Pika out, takes him out the game. Suyog now realizes he needs to make it inside. He finds one knock that buys him enough time to at least try and make it in, though. Suyog has made it in. Cryptics crumbling apart slowly and steadily. El Chapo knocked out. This leaves Senko and Marshall, the only players alive. Suyog as well is the only man alive. And well, as I said, Nasser were looking the kings of this final zone. They were being blessed all the time with the zone. And well, they might just be the one to get this chicken dinner parceled up in their sleeves.
Oh, right now it's getting exciting. Well, just the final 3 teams remaining in a 4v3v1 situation. Suyog all by his lonesome. T2K, they've been struggling lately, but finally making it to the top 3 and finally just falling down. But look at the 2 teams that we have in front of us. The 2 teams repping the MENA region over here, as Senke does find the beautiful knock onto his Miracle. And Cryptics now just evening out on the numbers just before El Chapo gets taken down.
And we were just talking about it before this game started, how important this game is for Cryptics, and they're delivering. They do realize how intense this one's going to be. They're delivering on all cylinders when Nasser are just looking really strong. The man advantage favoring them all the time. The buggy is smoking, but the final man gets run over. Marshall, the IGL, is going to be feeling those tires. Oh, man. Cryptics, though, but a nice try. But Nasser was just really good with that zone.
Yeah, the classic EMEA buggy strat into it, so smile circles to finish this off, and this propels them to the 6th position. 15 kills to their name, and we know this team always had the potential, and now they've finally delivered, and when the moment came, of course. But Cryptics also, hats off to them. A really good valiant effort, getting those top 2 positions, nothing taken away from them. Finally, the MENA team stepping up really well, and this is exactly what we wanted. The masala that is building up over here, and with just that one game remaining for the evening, and it's going to be Miramar. I mean, from what we just saw, the best part about this game was, Pika just ramming his vehicle over, flying across and getting a few kills. This was nuts, I think we do need a breather right now, because we're going to go in for a short little break. Right after that, it's the Deadeyes to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. With that, third day of the league plays where we're at. Game number 4 done and dusted. But dudes, I mean, the comeback, the resurgence that we're being showcased from the side of MENA, it is just miraculous today. Day number 3.
Yes,
I'm just gonna say it. Day 3 is my favorite at this point. The turnaround,
I-
the matches,
I
the finishes.
told you, every tournament's day 3 has something.
This
If
one
not,
is off the charts though.
Yeah,
But with
that's-
that,
yeah.
moving on to the MVP.
It's a
From
miracle that day 3 has. But well, 5 kills, 8 or 9 damage, 25, almost 26 minutes of survival time, 4 assists as well, and 428 healing done. That's brilliant.
Yeah, and Nasser, the team was already doing quite decent. I mean, they were in a really wonderful position inside the top 16, so this is just going to help them out. This is going to build the momentum heading into the finals. But I want to focus on the teams that, I mean, I think we're going to see one of the lads in the top place. Yeah, there it is. Senku, 3 kills secured, 933 damage from Cryptics, and Cryptics... Oh boy, I can't even mention how important this game was for them. This just
3
sets up
games.
the entire day for tomorrow.
Yeah, and 3
Definitely.
games, Johnny. 3 games back to
yes,
back.
not
3
just one.
brilliant games by Cryptics. Till when the day started, we were like, "Oh my God, this team, where is it?" and all. And then they were like back to back, 3 amazing finishes by that team. That's just brilliant. This time, Top and Pika come down from Stalwart side, and I get it, right? Stalwart, they had such a long fight, such a tiring fight when they were just taking up some fights here and there. But from Nasruk and Hassan, just coming up in the top list, that's just really good.
Well,
Absolutely.
it is
2021.
amazing. Yeah. Well, they showed up at the right time, basically. But doing a wonderful job in this match as well. And I want to see where is this going to bring Cryptics as far as the overall rankings are considered. These 20 points. Their last game for the day, and they get 20 points. Is it going to give them a safety cushion big enough to actually be safe by the end of the day? But Definitely a close competition, and Nasir capitalizing on the advantage that they had quite nicely. And well, Ocean was just mentioning how they were the ones who started the buggy things inside the game.
Yeah, I mean, the buggy bait in the final circle. See, if you have more people, one of the lads take up a vehicle and just starts roaming around. Well, if he runs over someone, that's a win. If someone shoots on him and you have extra people, you take them, that's a win. So all in these situations, it's a win. But look at Pika's utilities used 23. That's actually a good number right now, considering the fact we were seeing around what only in tens when we come down to the players, right? From 10 to 20 is where we was looking at individual utilities used. So this is a good number going down in the 20s.
Well, it was quite a decent number, but talking about numbers and looking at the teams as to where they finished. So this game itself was for the teams that weren't doing so good throughout the rest of the day. I mean, because we do see DRS walking away with 7 points within the top 6. We have the Ruthless Aggressive Warriors finishing in the top 5. Nigma Galaxy find themselves in the top 8. Although majority of the points, the biggest chunks was taken away by the top 3 with 30, 20 and then 18 points to the team on the 3rd position.
That is correct as
But
of now.
on the other page, though, this is where we've been talking a little bit about Lit Esports, and maybe they'll be able to resurgence themselves, maybe figure out a different sort of a strat for themselves. Till now, it is not looking in their favor, and the opportunities are just dwindling down, with now only 6 games in total remaining for the entirety of the league play days, 1 from today and 5 tomorrow. Yeah, it is looking like a tough battle to climb up from or get into that top 16 to be a part of that final.
I didn't even see them get eliminated in this game. I mean, they were taken out so quickly as soon as the match started. So it is definitely going to be all eggs in the basket for tomorrow's day for Lit Esports, and they will have to make sure that they get all 4 games for tomorrow.
Exactly, just the same way that Cryptics is doing today. But with that, let's move on through to the zone analysis right now and have a look at the rotations that were being made from the teams on this map of Erangel. Ocean.
All right, right from the beginning, look at where Nasir is right now, right? They are surrounded. Most of the times we see a team getting a win or something, they are mostly at the edge or maybe playing it slow or something. But this team was surrounded by quite a few teams. DRS, well, DRS had a really good, change in the momentum as they went on this rotation, which is rare when we see from them. Most of the times we see them just coming down to here and then just moving forward, etc., etc. But well, this time we saw a different rotation from this team. Talking about the Cryptics, well, they had a good area. They had the time to think. Again, when we talk about the thinking strategies, they had that for themselves. I8, well, they always loved that bridge, and well, they were ready to just move from that bridge area. They had a good area for themselves as well. But now, in the next zone, as we'll see, look at this area right now. I guess this is where we saw our casters talking about the fact that this circle, as soon as it shifted, this would have been a DRS circle. And it looked like it. But one hard shift and then the next hard shift. 2 different arches in 2 different directions kind of just changed everything, Johnny.
Exactly. I mean, talk about mind games, talk about heartbreaks, because the first one that Ocean talked about is, as he also mentioned, was paving DRS. But then the exact opposite.
This one, it just favors Rico Infinity as of now, but then they were taking fights there, the players were being taken down, and now so they have the circle, T2K on the other side, they have the area for themselves, and then Cryptics. These 3 teams were looking really good, and well, these 3 teams were there in the top 3 as well, so pretty standard after that.
Quite a wonderful game.
Oh yes, indeed. And again, I mean, it's just a comeback story being showcased from the side of Cryptics. I mean, this was the day that they had to deliver. They had already promised Mustache Dave, and they certainly are stepping up to that plate and name. But now with that, there were so many fights that did take place. Let's go through the Oppo F19 Pro moments to recap all of them.
Well, this was the very first fight of the game, and I mean, it all ended so quickly for Lit.
It started, it just ended, right? So, so we have been seeing actually not just right now. Remember yesterday, A1 Esports was one game in Sanhok when we have been seeing quite a lot of early eliminations that are happening. It's not about decision. It's all about how surprised are you when your opponent just charged or something. There was a time, when I guess it was the first day when YALLA got eliminated around the areas of Georgopol backside, right? So it's all about how early do you get eliminated. It's all about how surprised you are when you get a charge on yourself, and that surprising element. Well, now because new regions are coming up, it's kind of taking the teams down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the best part, though, about a competition like this, when you have different regions coming together. Those
Yeah.
clashes, those early game clashes, are very fun to watch. Also, again, this game just proves what I've been talking about Anas from Rico Infinity team, that if you see him, if you spot him out, if you see that man pull up a pin, get ready with his nade, run away. Just run away. Again, finding openings for his team left, right, and center, and just creating a wonderful position for Rico Infinity to actually secure those kills. Look at this.
Come on, the best region with throwable utilities. We have talked about this previous days when me and Pixels, when we casted them, I guess around season 2. We were talking about it. This region is brilliant with its utility usage, and they are doing the same here as well. They are actually masters of those utilities, to be honest. And then this one, the buggy bait trick. Well, they did it.
Well, they certainly did, and they are happy about it as well. Because again, when you talk about that top 16, this team has found themselves in a pretty comfortable position. And again, with 30 points from this game, it is going to be definitely solidifying their position in the top 16. On the other front, as we move on to the damage graph, now this is very interesting from Stalwart. Almost 2,500 damage bar created from their side with 8 kills.
That's good. 2, 4, 6, 6. That's really good for them. But Nigma Galaxy, right, almost touching down 1,000 marker, 4 kills and early elimination. Again, the good fights and the bad fights. They had a good damage for themselves, but they were not able to capitalize it. And well, because of that, they were being taken out early as well. And top 4 teams, top 5 in fact, they did really good for themselves. So it's good. But Cryptics, I'm pretty sure in the overall, they'll be having a really good spot for themselves now.
Oh yes, they will. Let's move on to the storyboard queue in the overall ranking, where we shall see how big a leap are these teams going to be making in the first page. Nasser right there, 6 positions up on the 6th with 99 points. Talk about a comeback story being showcased from the side of MENA region, and well, it is right here on the storyboard.
Yeah, right on the heels of Wizzes with Vibes, who are sitting on the 5th with 102 points. But apart from that, Train to Kill with this game, they also find themselves within the top 8, sitting on the 7th position with 91 points. So a lot can change between Fade Esports and K7 actually.
Here's a stat, right? K7 did not play the previous game.
Yes.
DE had a chance. Wizzes had a chance.
Yep.
And I8 also, well, they were at second, but they also secured just 1 point. So it's kind of a thing for K7 right now to come back and just, maybe dominate or something.
Yep. I mean, them and Wizzes with Vibes, because they were also not there in the previous matchup. Apart from that, I'm more interested in the second page, because A1 Esports and YALLA both were sitting out, and Cryptics, whoa, they take over Nigma Galaxy, a team who were in, if I'm not wrong, weren't they in the top 10?
Well, Johnny, I mean, if we just, Johnny, if we talk about it, in their own region, they, again, that time as well, they took over Nigma Galaxy. So, yeah, that.
I mean, alright, that was a different story now. But over here, Nigma Galaxy was in the top 10, and now they're on the 15th.
Day 3, man. I mean...
It's just full of surprises.
Yeah.
It definitely is. With that, let's keep moving along with the show. Let's bring up the schedule for one final time, where we will be witnessed with that one final game remaining for the day. And that will be played on Miramar, where, of course, Group A is not going to be able to participate, but Group B, C, D, and E will.
Well, they have done it for themselves. I would say for now, as of now, they have. Tomorrow will be a different story. So obviously, they won't be playing it. They have time to just, maybe meditate and just, keep their calm and composure for themselves.
Or maybe just make notes on A1, YALLA Esports, on Nigma Galaxy
them,
as well. Yeah, make notes as to how do we plan to wipe these teams out tomorrow, make it to the finals, and then just worry about the teams that will be joining them in the finals. But for this game, I want to make a gamble. I'm going to go with YALLA Esports.
You go with it.
Them get the chicken dinner,
You go with it. I'm going to go with open mind, because day 3's final game. Again, day 3, Chaos, final game. Come on, I want to see the Chaos just rise up.
The teams are entertaining, Ocean. You have to make one pick, interesting pick.
One interesting pick. Whatever Fixes picks. Fixes, it's on to you, man, now. Just don't curse it now, because obviously you ruined everything out here, so just don't curse it.
Well...
And if it does not pick well...
Let's find out what the casters are going to be thinking about that when we move on along into the game. But right now, if you were to pick a region, what region would that be, Ocean? Let's do it 2 ways, right? You can choose the region, and then he can perhaps pick up a team.
Oh, yeah. Oh. That's going to be fun.
Imagine if I pick up a region and he says like, no, not that region at all. That would be bad, right? But I would say I would say, so today's day started with K7 doing really good. I would love to see them ending their day again on a good note, right? So K7 probably. I mean, it's a map of Miramar. They might just play it really good. But as much as I love talking about the name, there's a team that loves to play Miramar in a really good way. That's Stalwart. So maybe that. So it's either K7 and or Stalwart, a team that likes to play, because I mean, they have that. They have action for themselves. Who just rushes in and he takes out 3 lads. He's like, hey, last one remaining. They doesn't even want that. Like that's him.
That's not fair. Stalwart is the safest choice right now.
That's why I made it.
I want an interesting one. Or maybe a region, as Blotto said.
No,
pick
all
a
right.
region.
You want an
Fixes picks your
interesting
team.
one. You want an interesting one, right?
All right.
Nigma Galaxy will do good. They'll get above Cryptics again, and then they would. I mean, they would get above Cryptics. That's what I'm saying. That they would do good in.
There is definitely a possibility for that, because again, I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they play that one good game and they just fall back because they know that they're going to be making it into the finals itself. But on the other front, again, when it comes down to a team like, for example, Rico. Now that team definitely, I mean, Varun has been talking about it quite a lot again and again, and that team is something to look out for as well. But alongside all of this, when it comes to a team that has made a phenomenal comeback, I mean, Mustache Dave has been talking about it since day one. It is going to be none other than Cryptics right here, and we're going to have their performance seismograph.
Whoa.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
usually whenever we see Dave, he has a very nice smile on his face, but pretty sure Cryptics' performance right now has made it even bigger.
Oh, he's going to be leading for sure.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be quite delighted. I mean, because look at that bounce.
Cryptics' lads were like, let's put a smile on that face. And
well, and Chopper promised, so he has to deliver, you know. He has to stick to his name, and well, he's definitely doing it. The only thing remaining for the side of this team is now going to be getting that chicken dinner. So maybe that might also be a possibility, right? I mean, they have already been showcasing that they are capable of being in the pot. No matter what map, no matter which team they're up against, they are being consistent with the top 3 finishes from their side.
That was really good. I mean, to be honest, it looked like a really slow start, but well, they have delivered right now, and well, now it's their time to just enjoy just this match. So
all right, well,
from
well,
the sidelines.
Let's move on along. Let's enjoy this final game of day number 3 right here in the league plays. It is time to cue in the Panda Bro. That's going to be none other than Pain Fixes and Necro.
Well, quite some discussion happening inside the panel over there. You know, them wanting to win K7. You know, they of course want supporting K7. But you know, this is the Miramar game where I have all my pieces together. You know, this is where I have all the teams I really want to see. You've got T2K Star with the rivalry that we've seen time and again during the PMPL ESA times, and then we've again got teams like Rico Infinity. Again, they've been so promising. But yet, the last time they played in Miramar wasn't really that good. So this time, they would definitely look to redeem themselves. But Necro, which team is it, you know, that you think does have a good chance?
Hey, listen, man. Ocean was the one who asked you that, okay? You cannot push it on me, okay? Ocean asked you. He was like, I'm going to go with Fixes. What are a team he picks? So I'm going to throw it back to you, man. That's all on you. The pressure's on you, mate.
You know, I'm the daddy, right? I do not have to pay heed to what Ocean really says. Of course, he's you know, rooted for K7. He does presume that, you know, they're gonna have a really good time. Yes, they certainly can. You know, there's a possibility. Nothing denying that. They're playing really phenomenal. You know, just watching them from the World League and how they've been invisible for quite some time. Then they come back with a banger. That is exactly the kind of comeback that you would expect from a team from the HPM region. But now, Miramar, this is where we're talking business, right? This is where we're talking about a lot of bold actions being, you know, used, a lot of DMRs being used over here, and surprisingly, a lot of arms as well. You know, this is where I really thought, you know, the default combo would have been like something with an M4 or maybe a DMR, but no, that was not the case. However, you know, coming back to the team that I really have to pick at this particular situation, Necro, there has to be no one in particular, but I really want to again focus on the rivalries that we are talking about, right? The biggest one being T2K and Stalwart Esports every single time, you know, coming in and, you know, just going after each other. The first time I remember it was Stalwart that got the better out of T2K, but the next time they met, I think it was twice that T2K did get the better out of Stalwart, and now this is the position where, Starwood are at the strongest. T2K, they've been struggling. If Starwood need to, just even up the scores, this is the perfect chance.
What this means is that the pressure is on TDK, definitely, for sure. If these two teams do collide, I mean, Stalwart Esports are just going to be the one to just, straight up go inside and try and take him down. But on the other hand, TDK will have to use their brain. They will have to play this out smart. If they're not really going to be doing so, that means we do know what will happen. TDK will go down. And of course, on the final game, especially on day 3, you want to end the day on a good note, right? At least you want to have a decent performance, even as Ocean mentioned, right? I mean, Cryptics as well. I mean, they are right there, but Nigma Galaxy, they might just topple them over. And if that does happen, then Cryptics are going to be in a grumpy mood tomorrow.
Oh, they certainly are. But, again, considering how they did play in the last game, I really feel that we do still have some still have something left. They've got those tricks up their sleeves, and they did win their region. So I'm pretty sure, in the final day, they know how to hold down their nerves, and that is what is absolutely going to be important, because right from the let's say the 8th position to all the way down to 16th, it's just that 2 good games you need to propel yourself up. Apart from Starward, I really feel the competition is still wide open, right? All you need to do is have a few consistent games, and there you are, baby. So, but we're not asking that much, right? We're not asking you to be in top 5 or maybe top 8, right? We're asking you to be in top 16, which is not that much of a difficult job, because once we're heading into the finals, that is where everything comes down to square zero. Because it has always been a custom, right? A certain team wins the league stages, and a completely different team, a team that we never even anticipated in the wildest of our dreams, does go on to win the championship, right? But this time, the first time, it's pilot a project where we in fact witnessing teams from the MENA and South Asian region just battled it up against each other. But right now, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to right off to the skies, and there you have it, from La Cobraria all the way towards Minas de Valle and Necro. Where is the circle gonna form?
I feel like the circle is going to be near Los Leones fixes. I have a little itch right there. I just feel like Los Leones is going to be the hot spot over here inside this game. The final game of day 3 fixes. This means a lot for a lot of teams. If they screw this one up, things are going to be going south, especially a team like Avon Esports, man. They're hanging on the edge. If they're going to be missing this one out, that means the chance of them actually getting pushed down to 17th position increases by quite a lot. Same thing goes with I8 as well. K7 has closed up the distance, and I8 need to deliver.
Oh, they certainly have to. This was my cause of concern with I8, right? The way they started off in the first day, they were looking explosive, right? And suddenly, I mean, I've always, really thought of I8 as a team, as a top 5 contender, as a top 3 contender. And for the first time, I really felt that they do have a chance, to win it all. Because this is what Pakistan region has been needing for quite some time. And they have been their representatives. They've been their saviors. And I don't think anyone could do it better than them right now. But considering this particular circle that we have forming in front of us, again, a standard circle, nothing out of ordinary, nothing out of blue. But this time, a lot of teams are gonna have they're not gonna have any issues getting down to the drop location. But I do hear some shots in the background, and this is a biggie. We've got Wizzes up against Starward. Both the teams contending for their vehicles, and Scry is definitely taking some damage, but I think he's gonna survive.
Yeah, he definitely will survive that right there. Action as well was taking a little bit shots onto himself, but it's fine. Nothing really being connected, so Action's going to be the one who is quite safe for now. They have found themselves in San Martin area for at least a while. They're looking quite safe. Action can loot over here safely, but the circle as well, it was nothing really out of the ordinary. It was nothing really special, just a standard circle of Miramar. But I do want to see where the final circle ends, because that's where things do matter quite a lot. SUDOR now moving right next to I8. Uzum is the man who's in the close contestations. If he spots out safe, I'm pretty sure he's not going to let him go just like that.
Oh, he certainly won't. But safe. He's in a really bad spot. I'm pretty sure Uzum might have heard the sound, but again, an Uzi is being yielded against a mini. I really did not like Uzum's chances at that. But an S2, okay, that is interesting. That is one of those weapons, if you know how to use it, it's deadly, it's devastating. You just can blow your entire body up. But we've got to see, just Uzum, I think he's pretty much trying to buy his time. He's not one of those players like Rehman who loves to play aggressive, right? He's one of those players that takes his own sweet time, position himself, is the smarter one of the bunch. And yes, he has spotted out exactly where Safe is. Considering he's got an Uzi of his own, now we're talking even grounds, baby, with Uzum still having that little advantage as he knows where exactly Safe is coming in from. But Katnin did try to provide that cover fire, but eventually gets taken down by Crypto.
Uzum gets the Uzi and also holding it off angle, just waiting for Safe to make a mistake, but Safe as well is going to be on the safer side. Instead, he backs off the warehouse. Uzum has heard his presence, but he still doesn't know exactly where he's positioned. Or maybe he does. That nade is cooked to perfection, deals quite a lot of damage on the Safe. He's going to be moving back for now, but finally silenced the rookie. Crypto is the man who puts him 6 feet under. And Volide are going to be quite happy because they've already found themselves 2 knockouts this early in the game. And off to a flying start, and this is what they exactly needed. Nasser, the winner from the previous game. K7 looking to silence them up, but is that going to be possible? K7 as well do realize this game is really important for them. Shaw is the man. He's getting pushed on by 4 players. Imagine the nerves that he's having right now. He's trying his best to handle them, but it seems like it's just not enough.
Oh, it certainly isn't. And now Nasser, I mean, this, surge of confidence within them, it's much needed, right? You get a chicken dinner and suddenly you start feeling like as if you've cracked the code. Suddenly you start feeling confident while taking those fights, and it's purely being reflected in their approach right now. This is exactly what was needed, considering the fact that you've got the finals just 2 days, and there you have it, the replay being shown where RA just getting the better out of SUDOR. Now, SUDOR is again one of those teams that, if I can recollect, they do have a good Miramar game, but it's been months since I did last cast them, and well, things are definitely not looking good for them, considering the way they were playing yesterday. Today hasn't really been their best day, but still, they're just hanging around. But I must say by the whiskers, because they're sitting at 78 points. Now, DRS on 13th is on 75, and on 16th, we've got A1 Esports on 63. So, not a lot of points separating, few mishaps, and you never know, we're gonna witness a lot of slip-ups tomorrow.
We might, because the nerves are going to be rattling, the nerves are going to be shaking. The jitters are going to be there tomorrow. It's the final day, the final chance for the team that are all the way in the bottom lines to make it up to top 16. If they're not really able to do so, well, they have missed their chance. And K7, they're looking to take over I8. 1 man short on their side, so at least I8 have found themselves in a little bit of advantage in that top 2 position. And good job production right there. They instantly show which teams are right there, all the way in the bottom 4. It's going to be YALLA, Lit, KHK, and Triple I Kurd.
Yep. And all right. So, considering Team YALLA, right? Considering the circumstances that they're under, we did see them playing those initial few days with just 3 players. Now, Joseph did come in handy. He was delivering. This was one of those players I really thought I had a lot to see from him. But, situations are dire for them. And YALLA, they still, have been putting up a fight. But right now, they've got to do more than that, right? They've got to get a really perfect final day if they need to still contend for the championship title over here, because there's a lot of things online, the trophy, a lot of money that we're talking about, and most importantly, those 4 beautiful slots to the global championship. Now, DRS and Nigma Galaxy, they've already qualified, they've already done the hard labor, and all they're doing is just playing for that moolah over here, and well, they're looking certainly careless most of the times, I must say. But I really hope they recover during the global championships, because they definitely have to, make a mark. They are both representing their regions, and I'm pretty sure they've got to, prove themselves out there.
Definitely, I feel like they can be one of these stronger bunches as well because we know they are the best from their own individual regions. They've been doing the best. I mean, I don't even want to talk about DRS at this point. We have seen them play in the past, and anything you talk about these lads is just going to be less. But take a look at this. Avon Esports and I quite close to each other. They might just lock horn. And I, we do know what kind of a team they are. They might just take down Avon Esports. Avon Esports need to be a little safe because they have their nerves shaking, at least for now.
Oh, they certainly do. But again, I8, A1 Esports, it's an old rivalry, right? We've seen them time and again engaging around Los Leones. And A1 Esports, there was a time they used to get the better out of I8. But, I8, by the sheer determination, the way they've improved, the current roster that they have is promising than ever. And the best part is Uzim, right? I think more than Crypto this time, I've been loving how Uzim has been performing. And nothing taken away from Crypto. He's just too good. Right, but again, the player that has been making the difference has been Uzim. Every single time you want a person that you can rely on, who's leading the team, not just from the front, and even from the back lines, the support fire that certainly he provides, even in those clutch situations. He's Mr. Dependable, man. And, it's just not me speaking, it's the stats also speaking for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, being the IGL, you will have to be one of those clever peoples out there. And Uzim is doing a good job with that, directing Ian at the same time, helping himself out in those situations. And this is just a sign of a clever IGL right there. And Uzim is delivering on all cylinders in that kind of a category. But take a look at the circle shift. It's right in the center of the previous circle. But teams are stacking up quite a lot near Hacienda del Patron and San Martin, including that hill. But this is where Rico Infinity, Deadeyes guys have found themselves in. Enigma Galaxy is trying to close in slowly and steadily. Triple I Kurt, this game is really important. They want to end the day on a good note because they're all the way on the bottom of the leaderboards.
Oh, they certainly are. And, it's not looking quite sunny over there, is it? Because the way they've been playing, it's been disappointing, right? At times you think, yes, this is their game. But the next moment, they entirely mess it up, and this has to change, right? This has to change. Right now, it's all forgivable. You're going, championships and everything. But again, constant slip-ups is not going to help you out. But, getting back to, discussing about Team I8, I've got a few more pointers to add on. Now, we've got two of those places completely sealed with Uzim and Crypto. Now, the two variables over here are the three players in hand we're talking about, Blaze, Johnny, and Reviews. Now, these two slots are kind of like the missing jigsaw, right? They're still trying to figure out the perfect combination. They've been trying that. And, Blade, for a reason, during the PMPL moments, we did see him perform really well. But now, he's looking a little bit diced. So that consistency is certainly missing from these three players. And, the Pakistani viewers, they know what Johnny and what Reviews are capable of if they are starting to feel themselves. I've seen them absolutely just trash lobbies, just, make the games look like a walk in the park. But suddenly when the situation calms down, when the pressure is starting to surmount, they start to simmer down. They start to, just gas out a little bit. Now, if they can manage to hold themselves off, I'm pretty sure I8 is definitely, of course, we all know, one of the best teams in the SA region, but can be the best.
Definitely they can be the best, but hold on to my words there. M24 again being in the action. Sanhok is the man yielding at this time. And he's looking to connect some headshots. Unfortunately, wasn't really able to do so. Instead, that was a chest shot right there on the Vibes. That's going to be putting Assassin in a little bit of fear. For Sanhok, he's not going to be peeking out again with that same angle. Bandaging himself back up to full HP. He should have no problem with that. Vibes have found themselves in quite a comfortable place, right in the smack center of the zone as well. So they won't really have anything to worry about. TDK is the only one that can challenge them. They also do have the high ground over Vibes. So Vibes need to be a little careful before they start exposing themselves. Airdrop 2 on the board. It's going to be the AUG. And, well, I feel like it's not really worth going for.
Oh well, I mean, right now, well, the players do not know. They're gonna take their chances, and well, they're gonna be anticipating something like Assassin Did. If it has a big green cannon, they're gonna be happy. And this is all right. This is something that I really like. We're going back to the old days where a lot of circles used to form around the San Martin area, where we've got those hills on the back lines where Deadeyes are currently right now. We've got Starwood inside the compounds. We've got Power Grid. So Nigma Galaxy is heading over. There was this one Nepali team, I remember, Team Elementrix, quite popular, quite famous, who suddenly have seemed to have vanished into thin air. But, they used to be really good in those positions right now. But DRS, well, still looking to redeem
AWM.
themselves. Oh, Mafia Ninja. I like it.
And well, the best man handles it. The IGL handles it. And Jiggle, though, talking about IGL. One of the IGL from one squad is going to be Vibes. He falls down. Jiggle being taken out of the game. That's going to be such an unfortunate moment for them. Legend down from the side of TDK. What's going on? It's just the battle of IGLs,
IGLs.
Fixes. Like, the IGLs are just battling it out over here. Each and every single IGL is fired up. And by now, this is the final game of the day 3, man. It's understandable. Scry.
Hit it.
Not a recall. I don't really know if that's a good idea. What are you doing? You know the enemy has a big green cannon, and you're just sitting in a stalemate situation in front of him, just giving him a free shot onto yourself. But Chaxin is getting burnt down to a crisp. He finally moves outside, but he's still on fire. And finally, well, he has been taken down.
Every single way he moves, he's just burning, right? Now, Wano, he's got to make a run for his life. He's crying for help, but there's no one to hear him out there. As IA, they're just going to obliterate K7. But hold on, Johnny. He's not going to be happy about that, as Wano does still manage to knock him down. But of course, the revivals are going to be there. But considering the situation in hand, Mafia Ninja missing out that shot, well, he really needs to brush up on his AWM skills, because I've seen this lad snipe. I know he's really good, and it's been a while since he yielded that big green cannon. And we all know, right? Ocean loves to say time and again, it's not a gun. It's a responsibility. And for the first time in life, I really think, it is a responsibility. He did have that. Had he cracked his skull open, maybe the RS did have a starting chance to take down Thomas over there.
Exactly, and this is how the replay over here almost took out. Actually, it just blew the weak up. Finisher's going to be in an unfortunate shoes right there. Avon Esports, we do realize how important this game is. They're just holding on barely on the origin. And you talk about the battle of IGL Sinister as well being taken down. But now hold on, 9boy. Oh, bullets raining right on himself, and it's going to be the band of Recall Infinity raining down death and destruction on the Avon Esports. Avon Esports now down to just 2 players. They have so much burden on their shoulders, barely hanging on the ridge on the leaderboards as well. Fixes. Oh man, I don't really have a good feeling about this one.
This is where Rico Infinity were playing at their best position, right? They love those high ground situations. And, I've got a lot of games where I've seen Rico Infinity always making it to the top 3, if not get the chicken dinner. I mean, it's at least 40% chances they do get the chicken dinner in Miramar. Miramar had been a really strong map for Rico Infinity, but lately they've been having their own struggles. Of course, they've got to adjust to a different region, different set of style. Now we're looking at things changing, right? With this drastic circle shift towards the western, side. Look at so many teams just ganging up on towards the peripheries. Not a lot of them are contending for the center, and it's clearly understood why. For a moment, I just got creeped out, right?
Me
the way
too.
he's smiling. That's not a smile. That's an evil one. The clown from it. It really feels like that.
Yeah, it definitely was a creepy one, man. I mean, what a way did you, even show that? I mean, Halloween just passed back like a few weeks ago, but hold on! Ragnarok over here is looking powerful this time. Powerful being taken out. Fate is the one under contestation against YALLA. YALLA as well. They are quite important inside this game. This game is really important for this squad, and Johnny has went with YALLA. Fixes. If YALLA get eliminated over here, Johnny's hopes will be crushed.
I mean, what does he have to lose, right? He's still gonna come back in on the desk next. They're still rocking that biker's jacket and still nailing it all. But yeah, absolutely. There you have. But I believe in this lad, Joseph. He was definitely one to watch out for. He is delivering. As I8, they're not really looking good. Deadeyes also bouncing at them already. And there you go. They've been eliminated from the game. A lot of teams are falling down. I8, well, they started off really well. They did manage to rack up 7 kills, but that was just about it. And there they go, falling down. T2K now locking horns against Rico Infinity. This is one of those fights that I've been dying to watch.
Rico Infinity looking quite good in the position they have found themselves, and we do know they like to play on the edges of the zones. And this is what they're doing. This is the classic Rico Infinity. There is one more team on the right lines. That's going to be TDK. They will have to take care of that. I'm pretty sure they're well aware of what's going on. But the problem is, Rico Infinity out, they have found themselves in a compound. They have a little bit of shacks to work around with. That's a decent cover, at least better than TDK, what has found themselves in. TDK, that are playing off the bridge, but the next circle is going to be decider of so many teams' fate. Enigma Galaxy's kind of in the center. They will also have to move out if the circle moves away from them. But Jane, TDK, look at this. A1 Esports, 1 kill being confirmed, and now Dante, the only man alive. Dante, again, has a lot of pressure on themselves. A1 Esports are just crumbling down. Miramar has always been the kryptonite.
Yeah, it's the cookie and cream shake that we're talking about that's happening for A1 Esports. They've crumbled again. And Jane, he's going to deliver the final nail in the coffin. And T2K, they're looking good right now with just 3 kills. But, hey, hold on. They're just getting started, This being one of their best maps. And, well, their arch nemesis. Well, Starboard, they haven't really been looking so good because I see they did have, they have lost out on one of their players. But again, I would love to see that, final duel happen between these two big giants. But right now, what we can see is, well, T2K, they've got a lot at their hands. They've got to deal with Deadeyes. They've also got Rico Infinity on their western side. And again, most importantly, they have to get inside the circle. Now, the moment they step out, the covers are gone. Their covers are blown away. And they've got to go do that right out in the open. They need those vehicles. They need to take a fight over here. And they're exactly trying to search for a perfect angle to do so with all these grenades being lobbed out. Can Frag Boy be taken down? Does take some damage though, but not enough.
Chip damage being dealt on to Frag Boy for now. TDK looking to take him out. The Weekle's moving up slowly and steadily. Frag Boy as well trying to stay with the Weekle, but finally backs off to his teammates. Does realize this is not the comfort level that he wants for himself. He's not in the comfort zone right now. That's why backs off in the comfort zone. But take a look at this. Deadeyes guys now are getting challenged by Nasser. Hassan is man in the clotheslines, and he might just be taken out. And yes, he has been taken out. He was the final man standing for Nasser. It's fine. They got eliminated in 10th position with 2 points for themselves. And now Deadeyes guys, they have locked their horns against Stalwart Esports and Visited Vibes. The pressure is on these teams. Stalwart Esports as well. They will need to make it inside the zone. Same thing goes with Enigma Galaxy, and same thing goes with Visited Vibes. But the Guardian Angels of the zone this time are going to be Deadeyes guys. But guess what? They're being pushed on by Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, they certainly are. Now this is looking really bad for them. Shifu does have that lower ground, but True Love, he's got to make that difference. The latest addition to the roster. And Deadeyes, they've been looking so good after that. I know this boy always packed a punch, and seems like he does have found his home. But Raul, he's going to take his chances. Now, had that been a knock, that would have been impeccable. But, again, True Love being a little bit overwhelmed over there, getting taken down. Did manage to, however, get Malik over there, but that was just not enough, having too much over his plate. Now, Enigma Galaxy, is he going to make his move? Because Ralph, he's definitely shooting elsewhere. But Delta, he is fighting against explosives and fire just to finally get taken down.
Just that death and destruction on to Delta. But I gotta say, Stalwart Esports with a savage rotation inside the zone didn't care about any teams right next to them. DRS again into the back lines, but hold on, Deadeyes guys pushing the table. against Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy crumbling down. It seems like they will need to do something at least inside this zone. But guess what? The circle shifts away from them. TDK are going to be the lucky ones. Sundacious the man right in the center of the zone. That means teams like Rico Infinity as well, they will need a close distance on the zone over here. Deadeyes, guys, they have a massive advantage inside this fight. They have all 4 players alive. Nigma Galaxy, if they want to have a fair share of chance, they will need to take down at least one man. But guess what? They're being helped by someone else. The third party comes in.
Oh, it certainly is, and now it's getting exciting more than ever. Now, Deadeyes, the question is just hanging around the edges of the zone, right? And they're all ganged up, they're all grouped up. One good grenade, and 3 of the players might just get knocked out again. And that is exactly coming at their direction. Shifu again getting knocked out. Now, this is the cue where Nigma Galaxy will have to go with the push. Now, a lot of things are hanging onto its on top shoulder. He needs to deliver, but Freak! Oh my lord, he's been knocked out from elsewhere, maybe from the backlines, and on top he's definitely going to capitalize upon it, but instead gets weighted off right back. There you go, Lord, really being very angry about his teammate getting taken down. But Deadeyes, do they have it in them to finally clutch it out, or are they going to fall down over here?
Oh, so many threats happening back and forth. It's actually hard to keep track of it. Oh, this is what we wanted for the final game. And guess what? One man caught off guard out in the open. Deadeyes, guys, that's it for them. They had the man advantage, but not anymore. They're out the game. TDK are going to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin. And guess what? Stalwart Esports in the front lines. And now this is just going to be a battle between Rico Infinity and TDK. It's a 3-on-3 situation. But again, 2 more teams are alive. Nigma Galaxy and Stalwart Esports still outside the zone. They need to make it inside. And they will have to surpass Rico Infinity and TDK.
You know, my wishes have been granted, Necro. Look at the teams that we have got. Every single team over here really does love their Miramar games, all 4 of them. But, you know, the numbers, they're still in T2K's favor. They're looking really good. They're looking really dominating. Well, they have a good position in the circle. All they need to do is hold on to their nerves. As you know, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath, an absolute massacre as shots are being exchanged. You've got Lord in a really precarious position because if Stalwart do extend a little bit, he's going to get sandwiched.
He definitely can get sandwiched. 2 players of Stalwart in the back lines. And guess what? Rico Infinity, they're letting them all fight. They're like, all right, guys, we can just chill back. We can just wait for the fights to happen. We can wait for the damage to being dealt. And guess what? Scry deals a lot of damage onto TDK. Big man falls down. Legend, the Ice Shield's injured. And they want to make sure Legend's not going down till the end because he's the one calling the comms over here. If he goes down, that means TDK are going to be handicapped big time. But guess what? Another Soka shifts onto TDK. They have so much advantage in the world.
Oh, they certainly do. But, you know, the only thing that's concerning me is that little trench, that little dip that they have. One good grenade and the entire squad goes kaboom. But right now, Stalwart, you know, just with those 2 players, you know, the kind of impact that they're having inside the lobby, you know, the way they're controlling over the territory, that's amazing. But, you know, still the big question arises, how are they going to get inside the circle, provided Rico Infinity are right beside them? But Lord, look at him getting that ghillie suit, which is pretty rare inside the Miramar map, and sometimes, you know, just does not really help. But this time, considering this terrain, well, it actually does make sense.
Rico Infinity again, just pulling those edges of the zones. That's what they like to make. That's what they like to do. This is classic Rico Infinity, just showing themselves up, but they still have to make their mark inside the zone, though. They're on the edges. They haven't really kept their feet inside, and that's what they're looking to do. And against Stalwart Esports, again, they might just make a savage rotation inside the zone. They're not scared of anyone. Look at that. They're moving in right through the center, and they might just be focused. And yes, that's what exactly happens. All they have is that little buggy for cover, and that's not going to be working out for them this time. Skitten is going to be the man to put the final man down sleep, and that's going to be it for Stalwart Esports. They get eliminated. Nigma Galaxy with only 2 players left. And guess what? TDK as well are quite hurt.
That was a really hasty move by Stalwart, and they had to pay the price. But right now, well, Nigma Galaxy, they have grouped up, and this is starting to look really exciting. You know, this Mexican standoff that we have brewing in front of us right now. You know, those trenches saving Nigma Galaxy and T2K for the time being. But who is the circle going to favor towards the very end? That's the big question, because it's a 3v3v2 situation. Everyone just waiting, you know, and Rico Infinity, they have locked their utilities, the small drops going there. Ralph in a little bit of trouble. The moment T2K are stepping out, they're getting shot at.
definitely that's going to be happening. You don't really have a lot of cover to work with. All you have is those ridges and Skin right above Enigma Galaxy. A little bit of misstepping taken from their side can cost them, and same thing goes to Skin as well. He's taking the blue zone damage and also taking a little bit of damage from the side of Enigma Galaxy. But he makes it inside the zone safely. I do want to see where the next circle has shifted. And again, it seems like it's kind of favoring Rico Infinity and Enigma Galaxy. Now, TDK, the tables have flipped against you guys. You will need to leave your cover and move inside. And guess what? Rico Infinity finally puts the final nail in the coffin for Enigma Galaxy, and they're out the game. A 3-on-3 situation, and it's going to be a stalemate.
Yes, turning the tides in their favor. Look at the zone. They have the better of it. Now, T2K are the ones that have to come inside of it. And the spread, the map control by Rico Infinity is absolutely pristine over there. And there you go. Fidan gets that opening knock onto Wizzes. And this is where they're going to charge in. Sandesh trying to provide the top fire from behind as Legend also has fallen down. And Sandesh, oh my lord, he's given up on his position as Keith is going to buy his own time. He's going to heal himself up. He's just waiting for his death to occur, and there you go, Rico Infinity. This is it, you know. Finally, just reigning Miramar, the chicken dinner that they've been waiting for. This is here.
Exactly, the chicken dinner, Rico Infinity, man. Just going back to their classics, going back to their basic, playing those zone edges, and that's what pans out. This is what they're really comfortable doing, and this is the exact example of why they should keep doing it. A beautiful chicken dinner from the side of Rico Infinity. Yeah, I did kind of get lucky with the final zone. TDK had to move outside, but still, that was a phenomenal play.
Oh, that indeed was, you know, it was perseverance, it was severe grit, it was good timing, you know, making those movements. They were waiting for Starwood to come in, and I did not know what Starwood were even thinking, just, you know, drive past the buggy in the middle of everything. Absolutely. They were just caught in a storm, and they had nowhere to go. But Rico Infinity, after that, you know, that final zone shift favoring them, and T2K just being in those trenches all, you know, just in a really clumsy situation, just could not do much over there. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done with all our matches for the evening. Right now, what we're going to do is, well, take a break, take a little bit of breather, because right after that is the Des coming to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the virtual world of PUBG Mobile Pro League, MENA and SA Championship. A big thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. With that, day number 3 of the league plays comes to an end, and what a banger of a day the entire thing has been. With that, 5 games remaining. Yes, teams have been doing really good, but it's still not confirmed, still not done.
5 games definitely remaining, but Johnny, Enigma Galaxy, well, they did good. We were talking about it, right? Stalwart in the end, well, they were a safe pick, but they did good. I mean, that's and T2K Stalwart rivalry. Well, that happened again, but Rico Infinity, out of every other team, they just did brilliant for them. That's just so good. And Jane coming up here, 4 kills, 837 damage, and 4 assists. Talk about a balance in kills and assists right now.
I mean, definitely doing a wonderful job in this game for himself, getting those 4 kills, and his team as well, getting those assists. I mean, you called it yesterday, right, Ocean, when you said that G.I. Jane was back in action.
Yeah.
I guess we're going to wait to see all the action from him once he gets his team to the finals. But this was an incredible performance, and there it is. We do have the top players in front of us, and Fidan from Rico Infinity is going to be there on the 4th spot with 700 damage dished out, but just 3 kills secured.
Sandesh is there with 3 kills for himself, 963 damage coming up. On top, sir, from D and Blade from I8. I8 now, the lads are definitely doing good. I mean, they have their impact if we talk about it. But then again, we are still missing that, top 3, top 2 as of now. In 2-3 games, we've missed that top 3, top 2 finish from themselves. Otherwise, the team is just doing brilliant. I8, for me, it's a favorite now. One of the favorites, to be honest.
I agree.
Definitely is. With that, as we move on to the head-to-head between the top 2 teams from this game, we did talk about Rico Infinity, but T2K is also back in action.
I mean, definitely. And this is the perfect time to be back in action as well. Just one day, as you said, 5 matches, 4 per team remaining for tomorrow's day before we head to the 2-day finale that's going to be there. I know that's quite a lot of words, but it is as intense as I make it sound. Because, I mean, 2 days, 10 matches to decide the teams that will be moving forward to the Global Championship. So the stakes could not be any higher right now.
Oh yes, I mean $150,000 on the line, and tomorrow's 4 games, as you so perfectly mentioned, for each and every single team, they are going to be critical, so very critical. But on the other front, as we talk about these teams, well, they have made it. I mean, these teams that are in the match summary, from T2K to Rico to, well, Stalwart, they are looking pretty comfortable in the top 16.
I mean, Iskton, think about it, right? He has 4 highest kills, but he was not in the top players. So I would want to see what was his damage numbers or something. But well, match ranking 15 placement points obviously coming down for Rico Infinity, and 10 kills for the team. That's really, really good. I8, classic. I8. Classic I8.
Yeah, that is
care
indeed classic I8.
Absolutely. Just never caring about the placement points, but definitely keeping a close, keen eye onto the crosshairs and their opponents.
Well, I mean, no placement points coming down for this team, and this is just the way the team just likes to move forward with themselves. Whenever they see someone, they would want to get results. Talking about results, A1 Esports, we were talking about it, right? They had good game. They were they needed it and all. So I don't know now. Still now this one just comes down bad.
Yep, it's like we said, I mean, it's going to be close tomorrow. It's going to be really, really close. But before we talk about tomorrow and speculate about all that, let's move on through the zone analysis and the rotations that were made from these teams.
So we were just having discussion that everyone was talking about the zones around the areas of San Martin. We have rarely seen those circles and all those things happening. But look at this. Right now, Rico Infinity, Enigma Galaxy, Stalwart, they had really good places for themselves. And this is where things kind of just started just shipping up with momentum. Enigma Galaxy, no team behind them, and they have a good area for themselves. They can just stay here for a while if they want to. Rico Infinity, inside the circle, in a good area, they can stay here if they want to. We know Stalwart, well, they love fights, so if someone's just around them, they would just, try and take up the fights for them. So that's a really good thing, but still, a cluster from the southern side, that was still out onto the out area, and that's where I8 is, and those 7 points that they just got for themselves, right? Just taking down their competition one by one, that's just so good, but staying outside the circle, kind of just, was here and there was kind of a thing. Like, they were caring for the fights, not caring for the people around, like, not caring for the placement. And that thing kind of just bit them hard in the later stages of the game, John.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But that's how the team rolls. And on the other side, though, during the late rotation that you did explain, I mean, Rico Infinity always having a wonderful position and knowing how to control their strongholds. It was incredible. This split was a bit questionable, but hey, they made it work in the end.
Yeah, if it works, it works, right? You cannot just talk about it. But this one, just the fight that was happening here as well, and then the players just moving forward, and that was just really good. T2K with one lad inside the circle, pretty good decision by the team, just trying to survive. And well, at the end, we also saw, obviously one lad surviving from T2K, still just giving out his location, still trying to take the fight, taking down SK, almost taking down SK, not exactly though, but still pretty good effort by T2K. But Rico Infinity, the region, the team, the region itself as a whole as well, and this team, well, they're doing good.
True. I mean, the entirety of the day for MENA region, this has been the day of comebacks from one team to the next, as it has been. But alongside that, as we move on through the game, there were those fights that took place. Let's recap those through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Yeah, and again, shoot first, ask questions later as to who you're shooting at. I8 just absolutely destroying SUDOR Esports, one lad after another, just picking them apart and getting those points. And I guess if you think about it, right, as we have been talking about, this tournament, it is a sprint, so you do need to get those points as quickly as possible. And hey, if you can secure his 7 points just from the kills in every single game consistently, which I believe I have done so far, you don't have a single thing to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, the team loves chaos in their own way, and they don't care about it. Even if they lose the fights, they're still happy with the result that just came, overall, and that result just pays them in a really, really good way. Well, right now, if we just talk about it, the teams like Nasser and all, the team was doing really good in one of the games, and they have done decent in this one as well, but still, the actual results that every team wants, whenever the game starts, every team is like, we'll get chicken in this one, or we'll get a good point, but it all comes down to the randomness. Be it the zones, be it how far away you are, be it the throwables that are being used and utilized, all those things kind of just make or break your game. And in this one, well, for most of the teams, it did break the game. Well, it did take a lot of time though.
Yeah, it definitely did take a lot of time for that to happen. But, I mean, Lord from Enigma Galaxy pulling up miraculous plays over there. And the casters got very excited with the way he was getting those finishes and getting those points for his team. And it was definitely a moment for that. But in the end, it was Rico Infinity. And, yeah.
Yeah.
Hot water.
Well. Again, it does not matter if you're sick or what, you have to push on through, and that's exactly what the team was doing right there. And again, I mean, you have to give kudos where it is deserved, and Rico did just that. With that, as we move on towards the damage graph, let's find out what sort of fights or other teams that were not able to participate in the fights.
I'm pretty sure that Pidgey must have been having like energy drinks in itself, and that's the reason, they were doing really good. But right now, Rico Infinity 9003 damage, pretty brilliant the way the team just did for themselves. T2K just coming up there, but DE, this was a really, really good game by DE as well. One few teams to just turn down to 2000 plus marker for themselves. I8 on the other. Look at this, third team to be eliminated.
Yeah.
Still 7 kills on the name.
7 kills and 1000 damage already dished out. I mean, we've already said it. I8, they will just go for those kills one way or the other, and there's no way you can stop them. They know how to get those early game frags, they know how to get those early game points, and if they survive long enough to the end game stages, they will get more kills for themselves along the way.
Oh yes, they will, and you bet that they every single time will. There's nothing stopping them from that. But on the other front, as we talk about the storyboard is going to be the overall ranking, where we do know who's up on top. But let's see, with this sort of a playstyle, what sort of a difference has... Wow, alright, Rico moving 4 jumps to the 5th with 111 point. 111 points, same exact as T2K.
I mean, today, the most volatile position, I would say, has been the 5th position.
Yeah.
It has changed a lot. Wizzes was there, K7 had been there, Rico was there, Nasser was there. So a lot of changes happened around 5th position, and that's in one game I remember though, top 8 was still stable, right? But well, other than that, changes happening around 5th position. Well, it always happens. When the day starts, D just moves a bit to the downside. When the day ends, D back in top 3. Exactly.
I mean, as we've been saying, classic I8, I mean, we should be calling DE this sort of shenanigans, classic DE shenanigans as well. I mean, also, I mean, making the top 3 more interesting, Deadeyes guys, because there's just a 6-point difference between them and I8 on top of them. Enigma Galaxy, before this game started a few minutes ago, I was just saying, oh, Enigma Galaxy sitting on the 15. They were like, what? Wait, did we fall down? All right, back to the 11.
Yeah. And see, this is what I was talking about, right? The team would want to go and push their limits before the day ends because every team wants to end their day on a really good note. And if you actually are giving them one final game for themselves to just to showcase that for themselves, well, they will. And right now, judging by it, I would say they are again, they are at a very comfortable spot in top 16 now.
Yeah, but look at 16th, 17th,
Exactly.
18th, 19th, and 20th. 64 for A1 on the 16th. YALLA Esports on the 17th with 62 points. Liddy Esports with a chicken dinner. Mind you, with a chicken dinner on the 18th with just 44 points. I mean, if Ekurd Triple Esports play just like Cryptics did today, even they can make it at this point.
Absolutely. There's no denying that fact because we have seen that sort of comebacks from the teams. And again, as we talk about those comebacks, I mean, YALLA Esports today, they have consistently been performing decently for themselves. In this final game also, they walked away with 5 kills. So they are in very close contestation to be a part of that top 16. But A1 Esports, in this game, they had no kills, barely 100 plus damage. Yeah, something needs to change for A1 Esports if they are to make it into the top 16, and they will have that opportunity tomorrow being the final day of the league plays. With that, a team that has been overperforming today, well, it is going to be trained to kill. The team is back.
Well, definitely. This is quite unlikely. This is unlike them. Unlike Train to Kill, and I think Ocean will agree with me on this. We've hardly seen this team have slow starts. They're always guns blazing from day one, match one. And this has been quite interesting because this is the first time we've seen them recover themselves from a bad start, and they've done a phenomenal job of doing so as well.
And definitely adding on to that, right? Look at the way the average survival time is just planning out.
Yeah.
I get it. Jane has a brilliant average survival time, but no lad has survival time less than 20 minutes in today's day. That actually shows that they were taking the team forward. It was not a player's day or anything for T2K especially. We have seen Jane just coming down there. We've seen Suyog doing really good. We've seen the lads, and we've seen mistakes being made by them as well. Remember Rules taking down 3 players, right? We've seen them making mistakes as well today, but it was still a team effort when they had to just stand back up and take up a fight.
And talk about taking on a fight on the map of Miramar right here. 1519 damage, 1519 average damage. That is a phenomenal play from T2K. And again, I mean, going back to Varun's words, literally, I mean, T2K, the way they started on day number 1, they had 8 kills. They were just working off on the perfect performance that is aggression. And on day 3, well, they are still keeping that up.
Yeah, I mean, doing a wonderful job. Miramar working out quite nicely. As well, average kills looking good. I mean, stats all over the map are looking really good, in fact. But now, the question that I have for you guys is, again, there will not be any recoveries happening in a 2-day finale.
Yeah,
only 10 matches, guys.
If your one day gets bad, I'm telling you guys, if your one day if you're not in like top 10 or something, because 4 slots. If you're not in top 10 on day 1, you might be suffering a lot on day 2 mentally.
Nobody can deny that. Nobody can deny that. But the teams, of course, they know what's on stake. So, of course, as today is evidently clear that these teams know who they're up against. I mean, talk about Nasser, talk about Rico Infinity, K7. They're all bringing their gameplay up. So tomorrow, being the final opportunity that they will get, I am hoping for another spectacular, fun day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and I agree. Tomorrow is definitely going to be fun because, I mean, we have been so focused at the top spots. We've been so focused at the podium, the top 5. But tomorrow is going to be all about the top 16. And in fact, the 16th position is where we're going to keep our eyes on, because the contention over there is actually really close as well. I think it's like 28 points separating A1 Esports from Ekurd Triple Esports. And as I said, if they play like Cryptics, if they play for the aggression, if they go all out, maybe we can see, depending on obviously how A1 and YALLA Esports games go, maybe they will have an opportunity to be in the part of the top 16.
Tomorrow I want to see plan Bs by these teams, all these teams. No, maybe a change in drop location that they have never ever done in their life.
I agree.
Could be the case.
It's going to be incredible. Because tomorrow, Ocean said plan B. I would say plan C, D, E. Throw the kitchen sink if you have to, but just get those wins.
We're talking about those wins. I mean, action right here in the kill leaders again, just top in the chart. 6,485 damage with 26 kills in 19.5 minutes
Blotter.
of average survival.
Blotter. Top 5 is still close. Imagine if Rules has a really good day tomorrow, he might as well just be at the first position, right?
True that.
Oh, it's going to be
True that.
interesting. And I believe this is the first time we're seeing every,
Yes.
3 players from Stalwart and 3 from I8 Esports at the same time be a part of the kill leaders. So, again, both the teams have stepped up their game quite a lot. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they play in the finals.
We have seen players of Stalwart, multiple players of Stalwart, Zeus, Stain. We have actually seen 8 people from Mongolia in top 10 previous times championship, if you remember, right? So for Stalwart, it's a thing. Like they have their own vibe in which they just move forward. But for I8, I'm really happy again. And tomorrow, if action goes down, well, that's the cue for Uzum maybe. That's the cue for Crypto maybe. That's the cue for Rules. Just get that position for themselves as well. I mean, it's just to make the statement right now.
I would say
those are all possibilities, and those possibilities are out there.
Exactly. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just to add on to what Ocean said, I mean, if you're Stalwart Esports right now, earlier on you would have to worry about Crypto as an individual and the remaining 3 lads, right? No, this time there are 3 of them. There are 3 death threats that will be there inside of the match. Uzum has been incredible. Blade has looked phenomenal during those fights as well, and Crypto, I mean, we've always talked about him. He's the best from South Asia, so it is definitely going to get quite intense between those 2 teams, especially on Erangel, because let's not forget where they go.
Oh yes, the military island. It is just the contestation between them two. But with that, our day number 3 right here of the league plays does come to an end. Alongside that, we have one final day remaining for the league plays. Top 16 teams going to be moving on forth for the 2-day finale that will take place. But again, like I said, tomorrow is going to be a crazy fun event. But alongside all of that, there's been too much of buts. This is important. You do need to go on to, of course, our social medias. Please go ahead and click that follow and subscribe button because, well, we're giving away so many wonderful in-game items and you stand a chance to be a part of those redeem codes as well. Do not forget, go on to PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia page. That is where all the codes of the in-game items are being shared. And, yep, that is all she had to say. With that, a huge thanks to our sponsor, Oppo F19 Pro. I've been your host, Bora, joined in with, of course, these 2 amazing analysts. It is Ocean Sharma and I, Super Johnny. Bidding you adieu. We'll be back again tomorrow. Until then, take care.